Chapter 1874. Invasion of the demon race. His strength was incomparably terrifying, and his talent was also beyond the first grade of the divine realm. Lin Ling was obviously not his opponent. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was definitely going to die today. Especially the Twin Dragons Union, they were extremely excited. Although they couldn't kill Lin Ling, being able to see Lin Ling die in front of them was also extremely good. How about it? Do you agree or refuse? Yes. Prince Xiaoyao floated in the air, his long robe fluttering madly, like a killing god. I said before, the clown's martial stage is over, the real strong enemy has arrived. Lin Ling's expression became more and more dignified, and said indifferently, making Prince Xiaoyao smile, "The strong enemy you are talking about is me, right?" But it's true, the 4 fairies of Jade Water were clowns. Yes. I'm sorry, you are also clowns. Yes. However, just as Prince Xiaoyao's words fell, Lin Ling smiled and raised his hand, pointing to the distance. "The strong enemy is over there." Yes. Dong dong dong. At this time, the sound of a heavenly drum came from the sky ahead. What was surprising was that the sound seemed to come from another world, as if someone was punching the sky from the other side. Gotcha. Finally, a crack appeared in the sky, and a dense demonic aura spread out, lingering in the sky. Boom! In just a moment, the sky shattered like glass, and a large number of tall and sturdy figures walked out like demon kings, making the world silent. The expressions of the crystal's 7 talents changed dramatically. What a powerful aura, could it be? Finally came to the human world. Finally, a neat and tidy roar came from the sky, and demonic aura surged, as if doomsday was coming. Invasion of the demon race. In this 1 year, the Deacon Palace of the human world had been paying attention to the entire human world, guarding against the invasion of the demon race, but no one could be sure when the demon race would come, but now they could be sure. And very unfortunately, the first invasion of the demon race was in the Devil Prison Mountain Range. Boom! The myriad dragon mountains around the human realm prison were swept by the demonic chi and instantly turned into ashes. The great array was broken. But those powerful devils simply didn't pay attention to the crowd. Some of the devils began to set up mysterious altars. It seems like they wanted to open more channels and let more devils come. TSK, not bad. I've just arrived in the mortal realm and I've already seen a human with decent strength. It's just the right time to devour him and increase my demonic yuan. A deep voice resounded. Amidst the endless demonic clouds, a palm grabbed towards Lin Ling. Moreover, it was aimed at Prince Xiaoyao. Not good. Prince Xiaoyao's face suddenly turned ugly. He finally understood what Lin Ling meant. What did it mean by the arrival of a powerful enemy? Ironically, he had come to devour Lin Ling, but in the end, he had not succeeded. Instead, he had become the person that the devil race wanted to devour. Kill. At this moment, a large number of devil clansmen had finally charged over and their powers were ferocious. Quite a number of them were comparable to Wu Sheng's 6th stage realm existence. Apparently, they were the devil clan's vanguard. Everyone started to tremble with fear and started to flee in all directions. The Crystal 7 heroes and Xian Di's faces also changed. With their strength, they were still like ants in the face of the devil race. Leave this place immediately. Lin Ling's face was gloomy like water. Without saying a word, he left with Yu Yu and the rest. The moment he turned around, the Twin Dragons Club was entangled by the devil race's experts. In the end, they were drowned in a large number of devils. It would be difficult for them to escape death. Seeing this, everyone tried their best to leave this mortal realm prison. Lin Ling. Prince Xiaoyao looked at Lin Ling who was leaving. He was fuming with anger. Apparently, Lin Ling had sensed the devil race's invasion earlier, so Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his arrival. He even took advantage of the devil race's experts to attack him and calmly retreated. This meant that he, Prince Xiaoyao, had become Lin Ling's bodyguard when he chased after Lin Ling. Not bad, I'll devour you. The strength of the devil race who stopped Prince Xiaoyao couldn't be underestimated. It was strenuous for Prince Xiaoyao. Quick, more and more devils are coming. We must leave immediately. At this moment, the situation on Lin Ling's side wasn't good. Many devils were entangled with them. If they were entangled, they would definitely die when the stronger devils arrived. Of course, if Prince Xiaoyao didn't help Lin Ling resist the stronger devils, Lin Ling's situation would be even more troublesome. Lin Ling, wait for us. Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the others all followed Lin Ling. Perhaps they felt that following Lin Ling would give them a greater chance of escaping. Lin Ling ignored them. After repelling the devils blocking the way, he said to Lin you are also a man. You have to take charge of this calamity and protect your mother. Can you do it? Yes, I can do it. Lin immediately nodded. The few of them quickly flew across the sky, getting further and further away from the devils behind them. However, right at this moment, a devil exalt that was almost 50 meters tall blocked their path. This giant blocked out the sky and possessed the might to blot out the sky with a single hand. Everyone's expressions turned unsightly. If they were obstructed here, then they would definitely die when the devils behind them caught up. Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the Crystal's 7 talents knew that time was of the essence, so they all attacked. Rumble. However, with their strength, they couldn't shake the Devil's Supremacy Giant. The giant seemed to be formed from lava and rocks. Its body was covered in red flames. The law of fire had reached over 100, and it also had the law of rock. Its defense was extremely terrifying. Giant's breath. The giant roared to the sky and spat out a hot torrent. It was as if the giant's body was a volcano. Not good. The geniuses of the Crystal's 7 talents, Xian Di, spat out blood. Their faces were pale. They couldn't block the Devil Supremacy Giant's attack. The torrent of flames split apart, and a portion of them surged towards Yu. Lin Ling's pupils shrank, and a terrifying killing intent finally erupted. He didn't retreat, but instead rushed towards the torrent of flames. This was because Yu and the others couldn't block the lava. Mad God Lin Ling, take this sword. In the distance, one of the Crystal's 7 talents, the youth who had almost fought with Lin Ling in the past, threw out a sword. But at this moment, the situation was urgent. Lin Ling didn't have time to think. He caught the sword, and the power of the Yellow Springs flames erupted. Flames collided with flames. Within Soaring Dragon Universe, a fire dragon emerged from the sword, resisting the Devil Supremacy's lava. Rumble. The world turned into a world of fire. It was as if 2 dragons were fighting, forming beautiful fireworks. Senior Lin Ling, you can do it. Go. Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the others secretly clenched their fists. They couldn't block the Devil Supremacy Giant, so if Lin Ling failed, they would all die. Clang. At this moment, the sound of an ancient sword breaking rang out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's sword broke. Human kid, you're the first expert I've met since I came to the human world. Your strength is much stronger than those trash. However, I can't let you leave. Giant Devil's Breath. The tall Devil Supremacy Giant was also surprised by Lin Ling's difficulty. However, he paid more attention to Lin Ling. He pushed all the flames towards Lin Ling. He had to kill Lin Ling. Obviously, the main purpose of the Devil Race's invasion was to wipe out the human world's geniuses, followed by the human world's giants and so on. Mad God Lin Ling, be careful. Brother Ling. Chapter 1875. Killing the demonic flame giant. Everyone shouted anxiously. In their eyes, After Lin Ling's sword was broken, he was blown away by a powerful force. In front of him, there was a terrifying lava law attacking him. With Lin Ling's current situation, he could not block it at all. My strength is based on the strength of the mortal realm, which is Wuxia Stage 6. I have a substantial source of power. A substantial source of power is equivalent to 2 laws. How can you stop me? The deep voice in the sky was filled with endless majesty. It was indeed very powerful. It was probably an existence that could not be underestimated in the demon realm. Lin Ling's life and death depended on this moment. That may not be true. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's body turned around forcefully like a carp. His right hand grabbed the ancient sword hilt behind him. At this moment, his eyes emitted the arrogance of a swordsman. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. He finally drew his sword. The moment the crystal sword appeared, a blinding light bloomed, making it hard for people to open their eyes. What was even more frightening was that countless gorgeous and colorful worlds appeared around Lin Ling. It was a magnificent sight. Great apocalypse. Boom. The ancient god Venerable Emperor descended. 50 spatial laws exploded. In the peerless divine sword, 60 laws also exploded. They formed the most dazzling sword in the world and slashed out fiercely. The sword was as fast as space. It was swift and fierce as if it could destroy the world. The power of 110 laws slashed out, revealing its sharpness. 110 laws. The towering flame giant let out a terrified cry. It knew that the young man was a genius from the mortal realm, so it did not underestimate him. However, who knew that it had still underestimated him? The young man was only Wuxia Stage 3, but the number of laws was comparable to Wuxia Stage 6. This was a terrifying monstrous genius. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Under countless gazes, a sword mark appeared on the giant's head. Then, the flame head slowly floated down. One sword and the giant demon was beheaded. Seeing this, Eternal Fairy and the others were all stunned. Mad God Lin Ling had indeed hidden a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was too terrifying. It was several times more powerful than theirs. Fortunately, I didn't use my sword on you last time. Otherwise, the one who would be beheaded would be me. The youth from the Crystal's 7 talents smiled bitterly. He stared at Lin Ling with reverence in his eyes. Soon after, he became happy. After killing the giant demonic Venerable, they could also leave safely. Be careful, it's not dead yet. You'd better act immediately, or else there'll be endless trouble. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing in the sky, the ancient sword in his hand still pointed forward. He never thought that this demon race big shot would be so difficult to deal with. Over 100 laws were still unable to kill him, but fortunately, after that sword strike, the demon race's aura had clearly weakened. Sadly, the heavenly sword hasn't unleashed its full potential yet. Or else, one slash would have been enough to destroy him. One must know that once a peerless divine sword was born, it would possess 100-dimensional space. What? Not dead yet? The expressions of Fairy Eternal and the others changed drastically. They no longer hesitated and attacked one after another. Sword of Eternity. Vajra Buddha Body. 8,000 fluorescent swords. They unleashed their laws to support Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had dealt a fatal blow. If they couldn't do anything, they wouldn't be able to face Lin Ling again. Rumble. The 3 of them were powerful Xian. When they attacked with their laws, the burly giant finally scattered like scattered rocks and crashed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the rocks were all burning rocks. It's done. Everyone finally relaxed, especially Fairy Eternal. She revealed a smile that could topple cities and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. It was as if she wanted to hear Lin Ling's praise. Unfortunately, it's still not dead. However, Lin Ling's expression became increasingly gloomy. In his eyes, the broken rocks seemed to be summoned and shot into the sky, showing signs of turning into giants again. Fairy Eternal's eyes trembled violently. They had reached their limit. However, the giant demonic venerable had been resurrected. Coupled with the demon race behind them, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to escape today. Army of the Netherworld. At this moment, Lin Ling finally shouted coldly. The white flames were like a flag that summoned the world. Swoosh! Swoosh! Thousands of ghosts rushed across the sky and arrived from afar. The scene was shocking and ghostly. Great Emperor! Countless cold voices sounded at the same time. This was the arrival of the Netherworld army. Moreover, this army of the Netherworld army was extremely ferocious and terrifying. There were headless ghosts, ghosts riding ghost horses, white ghost demons, and countless skeleton ghost soldiers. After this batch of Netherworld army arrived, they immediately knelt to Lin Ling, forming an unbelievable scene. This was because the ghosts were terrifying. However, the young man among the ghosts had delicate features. He was completely different from the Emperor of the Netherworld. One of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, the flames of the Netherworld. At the same time, the demon race in the distance looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. They thought that the Son of Desolation was the strongest genius here. However, they were obviously wrong. There was also a terrifying genius hiding in the distance. Kill! Lin Ling was like an emperor as he pointed his sword forward. Rumble! Countless ghosts rushed forward like a flood, causing the demon venerable giant that was constantly forming to sway. Finally, with a loud explosion, all the flaming stones were shattered and turned into ashes. After the Netherworld army was revived by Lin Ling, many of the ghosts had 60% of their original strength. Although they couldn't defeat the demon venerable giant one-on-one, when there were many of them, it was terrifying. What, the demon flame giant was also killed. Damn it, we missed that genius. We should have killed him first. Who is this person? At the demon prison mountain range, all the demons were shocked. They paid more attention to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked over fearlessly. Then, he shouted, Divine Martial Realm Suppressing Beast. Accompanying his voice, there was a whistling sound. As if it was summoned, the clouds in the sky parted, and a huge 9-headed lion fell from the sky. Then, Lin Ling and the others jumped on the lion's back and left. Damn it, we let him escape. All the demons were furious. Even if they gave up on killing 100,000 people, they wouldn't miss the chance to meet a genius from the human world. That was because a genius from the human world was the key to conquering the world. Unfortunately, they missed Lin Ling. A bunch of trash. In the broken sky, a huge arm stretched out. Then, a skeleton demon that was hundreds of meters tall crawled out. This demon's whole body was made of black bones. There was only one eye on its head, and no facial features could be seen. It was extremely ferocious. As soon as it came out, it was furious. Obviously, it was in a bad mood after letting Lin Ling escape. Master! Master! All the demons saluted respectfully. This giant was the master of the demon king of the 5 directions. This should be Prince Xiaoyao. Kill him. Kill. Chapter 1876. The Great Era begins. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. The demons were even more brutal. The ancient demons in the sky were still setting up altars and opening more void enchantments. Clearly, this was a real large-scale invasion of the demon race. Moreover, only one of the 5 demon kings of the demon zone had arrived. In the future, the other demon kings would come to the mortal realm one after another. At this moment, the divine world-suppressing beast led the crowd across the sky. The 9 lion heads looked forward. On the divine world suppressing beast, eternal fairy and the rest looked like they had just survived a disaster. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. We've escaped. We've escaped. Terrifying. It's too scary. We're facing the forces of a great demon king. It's a miracle that we've escaped. Miracle my ass. It's all up to mad god Lin Ling. Everyone looked at the young man in the blue and white robe. At this moment, the young man was standing on one of the lion heads. His robe was fluttering in the wind. He looked into the distance, and there was a deep light shining in his eyes. This time, Eternal Fairy and the rest were convinced. It was rumored that Lin Ling was the same level as them, the genius Xian Di. However, it was just a rumor. Lin Ling was in the fifth realm of Wusheng. He was truly invincible. The demons have finally invaded. After a moment, Lin Ling spat out a voice. His face was gloomy. He wasn't worried about the entire mortal realm. After all, if the sky fell, there would be someone stronger to hold it up. There were so many strong people in the mortal realm, so it wasn't his turn to worry about the country and the people. He was worried about his family and friends. He also felt that the pressure was increasing. Because of the demon's invasion, those strong geniuses were the thorns in the demon's eyes. Lin Ling was one of them. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could be ranked among the top in the mortal realm. However, compared to the three realms, he was still weak. But then, Lin Ling smiled faintly. With pressure came motivation. His battle blood was boiling. After a year of seclusion, the ancient sword could finally be unsheathed. Mad God Lin Ling is emitting a strong battle intent. Fairy Eternal and the others were secretly surprised. Lin Ling's battle intent was very strong and it made them feel pressured. Yu, tell all the people of the Rainforest Holy Land to go to Zhenling Island. It's far from the mortal world, and with Daoist came and the leaders of the 18 islands, it's much safer than the mortal world. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. They all nodded. Master, I want to fight alongside you. Xianxia knelt on one knee and said. Although he was weak, he was not afraid of death. You have your mission, and that is to protect the rainforest's sacred land. Moreover, I have two large armies, namely the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Blazing Right Court Palace. They need your leadership. Lin Ling said with a smile. He believed in the old man's leadership ability. Protecting the sacred land of the rainforest. This subordinate obeys. The old man immediately replied. No matter what the order was, as long as it was Lin Ling's order, he would obey. For a period of time, I will not appear in the rainforest's sacred land. Ku'er, protect Er and the others. Can you do it? Lin Ling asked again. Master, unless Ku'er dies, I will always be with young master and madam. Ku'er also knelt on one knee. Lin Ling smiled and took out a large amount of cultivation resources and handed them to Ku'er and the others. You are the inheritors of Shang Qianshi. You have your own cultivation techniques, martial arts, and formations. Over the years, you have lacked cultivation resources, so you are not strong. Now, these cultivation resources are enough for you to recover your strength. Thank you, Master. Ku'er and the others were excited. At this moment, Lin Ling and Fairy Yongheng's sound transmission bugs rang out. Martial artists of the three Xian of the mortal world, head to your respective mythologies. All Xian Di and celestial emperors, head to heavenly earth. Master. The Deacon Hall of the mortal world had issued an order. After the news spread, the mortal world was in an uproar. Clearly, in a short period of time, the demon race had invaded on a large scale. Fierce battles had broken out in every corner of the mortal world. Lin Ling and the others' faces changed drastically. Had the great era begun? All the experts of the mortal world had gathered. This meant that all the martial artists of the four great eras had surfaced. Moreover, there was also the overseas royal family. What is the overseas royal family? Lin Ling frowned and asked. On the other side of the chaotic demon sea, there is a continent. It is said that during the battle between experts of the primordial era, an almighty broke the continent, causing it to float over the chaotic demon sea. Finally, it formed the continental plate. It is also known as the Great Saint Domain. This domain is together with the Deacon Hall of the mortal world. The youth from the Crystal Seven said. In the past, he had followed the mortal world's Deacon Hall there. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then, he sent a message to Xianxia. Xianxia, do you know where the second stone sculpture is? If Xianxia still had some doubts about Lin Ling, now, those doubts had disappeared. This was because only Li Xiaoyao knew about the second stone sculpture. Therefore, Lin Ling must be the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. My lord, this astrolabe heavenly armor can point you to the direction of the second stone sculpture. You can even find the third stone sculpture. Xianxia handed Lin Ling a quaint tortoiseshell. It was about the size of a palm. There were many complicated patterns engraved on it. However, Lin Ling could see that this tortoiseshell was engraved with enchantments. Only those who understood enchantments could use it. Lin Ling was excited. He finally knew the whereabouts of the second stone sculpture. However, the most important thing now was not to find the second stone sculpture, but to go to the heavenly earth. Lin Ling asked the divine martial world-suppressing beast to send Yu and the others to the True Spirit Island. After dealing with these matters, Lin Ling followed everyone to the heavenly earth. The heavenly earth was once the blue sky cloud extinction. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered on the huge sky island. There were men and women, old and young. Their auras were calm and the power of law was extremely tyrannical. Of course, there were also many experts at the Heavenly Emperor realm. One must know that only experts like Xian Di could enter the heavenly earth. However, now that the mortal realm was facing a catastrophe, all the rules were naturally overturned. Even when Lin Ling made a scene in the mortal realm prison, no one mentioned it at this moment. After Lin Ling and the others arrived, Little Flame and the others also came over. After a short conversation, they paid attention to the surroundings. There are so many experts. Although those people are Wuxia 5th stage realm, they are obviously stronger than the Crystal 7 talents. Lin Ling looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Those experts have been cultivating for thousands of years. Some of them can already step into Wuxia 6th stage realm. However, they want to go further in the future, so they have not broken through the realm. They want to let the origin of the void energy form a transformation. Their strength is naturally stronger than us. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the Crystal 7 talents laughed. After all, they were the genius Xian Di who had cultivated for less than 500 years. Naturally, they could not be compared to the other party. However, in terms of talent, the Crystal 7 talents were still more powerful than those people. Those Wuxia experts over there are also Wuxia 5th stage realm. They don't look very old. Lin Ling looked at the other side and said. The people over there were unfamiliar, but their strength made Lin Ling feel some pressure. Those experts also have god-grade talent. They are the elites under the mortal realm's deacons and some of them are from the overseas royal family. The Crystal 7 talents said. Chapter 1877. The war drum sounded following that. He looked at the experts above the 5th stage of Wuxia and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Every one of them had more than 100 strands of law, and the stronger ones probably had a few hundred strands. Wuxia's realm was divided into virtual and real energy sources. The virtual energy source was obviously the foundation. The birth of one energy source meant one strand of law while the real energy source was even stronger. The birth of one energy source meant 2 strands of law. It was said that the more powerful ones had 3 strands, 4 strands, and so on. Therefore, after Wuxing's fifth stage, it was a watershed. However, only those with outstanding talent and numerous strands of law would have an obvious advantage when they stepped into Wuxing's sixth stage. Because if they recklessly stepped into a new realm, their foundation would be unstable. Even if they had a real energy source, they wouldn't have many strands of law. This was also the reason why those experts didn't break through. Because they wanted to raise their talent. If their talent couldn't be raised, then they would have to birth more strands of law before they could step into Wuxing's sixth stage. My current talent isn't weak, but it can still be raised. Looks like in order to step into Wuxing's sixth stage, I must raise my divine devil overlord physique to the second grade of god rank. Lin Ling thought to himself. As for the Yellow Springs flame, he wasn't worried. Because if his physical body was raised, the Yellow Springs flame would also be raised. However, to raise the level of the divine devil overlord physique, it required a huge amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, in terms of soul force, Lin Ling couldn't fall behind. Because if he found the third stone statue in the future, if he didn't meet the requirements for his essence, energy, and spirit cultivation, then he wouldn't be able to obtain the cultivation method left behind by Li Xiaoyao. At the thought of this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. The amount of cultivation resources he needed was so much that it was equivalent to 3 Wuxing's cultivators cultivating at the same time. Big brother, that's Prince Xiaoyao. That bastard actually didn't die. At this moment, Little Flame said from the side. His eyes were filled with anger. He also knew that Prince Xiaoyao wanted to kill Lin Ling. As expected of the son of Huang, he actually managed to escape from the encirclement. However, he should have paid a huge price. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but his eyes turned cold. He had always been wary of Prince Xiaoyao, so he was not surprised that Prince Xiaoyao would attack him. Of course, he, Lin Ling, was no pushover. He would get his revenge sooner or later. As if sensing Lin Ling's gaze, Prince Xiaoyao, who was on a high platform in the distance, also looked over and smiled politely. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to still be friends with Lin Ling. Obviously, this guy was a very shrewd person. He could be said to be a smiling tiger. Lin Ling responded with a smile. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to fight against Prince Xiaoyao, so he didn't act rashly. At the same time, Tianzong martial artist was standing beside Prince Xiaoyao. He was glaring at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was used to this. The smile on his face became even wider. This guy. Both Prince Xiaoyao and Tianzong martial artist were furious. This time, they had both attacked Lin Ling but failed. Prince Xiaoyao, in particular, had suffered a double loss. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling's smile, they felt as if they were mocking him. Lin Ling didn't look at Prince Xiaoyao and Tianzong martial artist anymore. He looked at the high platform where they were and found that there were a few people beside them. However, their strength was unfathomable. They should be the 8 sons of Huang. Looking away, Lin Ling's expression became even calmer. There were many strong people here, but Lin Ling didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he had endless motivation. He would surpass these strong people sooner or later. Gradually, the 9 deacons of the mortal realm arrived. Many mysterious people with the domineering aura of kings accompanied them. Lin Ling hadn't seen these people before. He guessed that they should be the hidden strong people and the overseas imperial family. More and more people are coming. We're only in the middle of this group of strong people. Eternal Fairy smiled bitterly. When a genius met someone more talented than her, she was hit hard. You're still okay. We're even worse. I'm afraid we're only in the middle and lower levels. The 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi were even more helpless. Of course, when their eyes fell on the many celestial emperors behind them, the bitterness in their hearts was alleviated by a lot. The invasion of the demon race this time is a great calamity for the mortal realm. Therefore, The strong people of the mortal realm are gathered here to prevent the demon race from slaughtering the mortal realm. Just 2 hours ago, Xianhuangdiyu was invaded by the demon race. The number of casualties reached millions. The demon race only sent one of the 5 great demon kings. If the 5 great demon kings come, the mortal realm will be in danger. At this time, an ancient voice drifted out. Under countless gazes, a man in a white robe slowly walked down from the sky. This person looked to be in his 40s and was gentle and elegant. However, the moment he appeared, the surroundings were in an uproar. The faces of the 3 great legends of the mortal realm changed greatly. They didn't expect that person to come too. Who is this lord? Little Flame and the rest were also shocked. They felt that this person's strength was unfathomable. He stood there like a realm lord. The king of the heaven list, and also the mastermind of the martial pavilion, martial god Tianyu. As if he sensed the doubts of Lin Ling and the rest, Emperor Yu transmitted his voice over, causing Lin Ling and the rest's faces to change greatly. The legendary heaven list expert of the martial pavilion's heaven, earth, profound, and yellow rankings? One must know that in Splendid Land, the heaven list had always been a hidden list. They couldn't see anyone's name. Now, they finally knew one of them. And this person was also the mastermind of the martial pavilion. The mastermind was also a heaven list expert. This showed the value of the martial pavilion's heaven list. Martial god Tianyu, TSK, that senior's strength has probably reached the legendary martial god realm. The crystal's 7 talents shook their heads. That was a realm that they needed to look up to. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a burning flame. He was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras. So, when he saw the top experts of this era, his heart also had a strong desire to battle. All human realm experts, listen up. The human realm's highest deacon palace will give you missions. Those who complete the missions will be rewarded generously. First, the lower profound ranking experts will stay in the human realm's 3 profound rankings to protect the people. The middle profound ranking experts will head to the chaotic demon sea area to stop the demon race's scattered troops. The upper profound ranking experts will head to the hidden fog lake area to stop the demon race from opening more void barriers. The lower earth ranking experts will head to the heavenly plains. That expert kept giving out missions. The middle earth ranking experts will head to the sky cloud forest to stop the demon race from opening the void barriers. When he heard this voice, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He should be a middle earth ranking expert heading to the sky cloud forest. That expert used the martial pavilion's heaven list to give out missions. His goal was to stop more void barriers from being opened. In the end, the earth ranking and heaven ranking experts also moved out, causing an uproar in the heavenly realm. The human realm was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Today, all of them came to the surface. And as martial artists, their blood immediately boiled because they were not fighting alone. Of course, it's impossible to stop all the void barriers from being opened, but this is the only thing we can do. We can't stand by and watch the demon race invade because we are humans. That expert said again. That sentence was filled with pride and pride. Because we are humans. Chapter 1878. 3 Lives Heavenly Sonorous Ginseng. As for those whose names I read out, those who kill demons will be rewarded with double the merit points. As for the human realm geniuses, they will be rewarded with triple the merit points. That lord started to read out names one by one, making countless people envious. But there was nothing they could do because those who had special rights were the human realm's big shots and geniuses. They were the main force. For example, the son of Huang, the 3 legends of the human realm's geniuses and so on. What made Lin Ling surprised was that his name was also read out and the merit points reward was quadrupled. It was only slightly worse than the son of Huang, but it was much better than the treatment of many human realm geniuses. This made Lin Ling smile. He was currently lacking in merit points. Alright, everyone go and complete the mission. I wish everyone success. In the end, that lord left a sentence and disappeared. The surrounding people also left one after another. From afar, it was like a flood, which showed that there were many strong people in the human realm. Boss, you're Wuxing's third stage realm. You should be an expert in the earth ranking. Come and complete the mission with us. Xianyuan Jiutian looked at Lin Ling and said. But Bai Yun Tiandi immediately said, Lin Ling is an expert in the Central Earth ranking. Although the Central Earth ranking is Wuxing's 4th stage realm to 6th stage realm, Lin Ling's ability isn't even afraid of a 5th stage realm like Wuxing. If you ask him to complete the mission with you, then he won't be rewarded with any merit points. There were difficult and easy missions. Those who were weak would complete the easy ones while those who were strong would complete the harder ones. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, he hadn't challenged the martial pavilion for a long time. But according to his current ability, he was indeed ranked in the Central Earth ranking. No worries. When you enter the Central Earth ranking, we can still go together. Lin Ling said. Alright then, let's continue to work hard. Everyone chatted for a while and then separated. Lin Ling chose to go alone. Before he left, he exchanged all the merit points he won from Jade Lake Heavenly Mother for treasures. 1. The trip to the Sky Cloud Forest this time was bound to be fraught with danger. Therefore, Lin Ling prepared a lot of 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. 2. He had forged a ring for Yu and the rest. It contained 100 strands of law energy and was a locking law energy. When encountering an enemy, it could lock onto a large area. Unless the enemy was a 6th degree realm top expert like Wuxing, otherwise they would definitely be locked onto. Of course, although this ring seemed powerful, it could only be used once. Moreover, the materials required to forge it were expensive and had consumed all of Lin Ling's merit points. Lin Ling was once again broke. Wuxing's cultivation realm, every small step he took, consumed an enormous amount of resources. This was also the reason why the mortal world valued geniuses. Your Majesty's celestial demon tyrannical body is only 1 level away from the peak. However, that level requires more resources. Therefore, I believe that your Majesty should upgrade your dragon claws first. On the way, Elder Z's voice sounded. At the same time, he reminded, Your Majesty, the people who want to kill you in the calamity of the mortal world are getting restless. Your Majesty, you have to be on guard. Lin Ling laughed, I've long been on guard. A black mask appeared on his right hand. The mask was engraved with a ghost head, giving off an extremely demonic feeling. This was a mask engraved with a boundary. Unless it was a strong practitioner like the 7th Emperor, no one else would be able to see through him. Your Majesty is brilliant. Elder Z immediately flattered. Lin Ling put on the mask and changed into a black long robe at the same time. He finally stepped onto the journey. The black long robe represented killing. It meant that Lin Ling had entered into battle mode. Sky Cloud Forest was one of the mystic realms in the past CND world. It was even more dangerous than the Vine Leaf world. In the past, when CND entered the mystic realms for experience learning, he would need some seniors to hold the fort. But now, all the big shots in the mortal world had their own missions, so he could only depend on himself. The most important thing was that there was a demon opening a spatial boundary here, wanting to form a passage. When Lin Ling arrived at Sky Cloud Forest, a dense evil aura filled the air. In front of him was a boundless black forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, taller than the plants in the vine leaf world. According to legend, this forest had existed since ancient times, and it was also the place with the densest evil aura in the mortal world. No wonder the demon world passage was chosen here. The evil aura here is very suitable for the demon race. Lin Ling frowned. Holding the ancient sword, he stepped into the forest. The purpose of his trip was to increase his strength. As for the demon world passage, he would block it if he could, but if he couldn't, he would retreat because he also knew how powerful the demon race was. Moreover, the demon world passage to the mortal world didn't stop here. So even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't. After entering the forest, the silence made Lin Ling more cautious. However, at this moment, he was wearing a black mask and a black robe, which made him look like a demon. His soul power and eye of time spread out at the same time. His soul power locked on to the surroundings, covering an area of 1,000 miles. The eye of time could see things 10,000 miles away, and this was because the evil aura in the forest was too dense. Otherwise, he could see even farther. Compared to the vine leaf world, the spirit herbs and strange fruits here are more obvious. Lin Ling was surprised. One must know that in the vine leaf world, because it was the garden of the gods, all the plants emitted spirit energy. However, the evil aura here was very dense, so all the plants had evil aura. As for those treasures with spirit energy, naturally, they were clearly distinguished. In the south, there are 3 hanging ancient trees. They are good materials for forging barriers. TSK. TSK. This is the crystal flower seen in the mortal world's highest Deacon Palace. It is said that it can't grow without 10,000 years. I actually saw it here. I wanted to buy it a long time ago. It can increase the density of heaven and earth energy. Tisk. That is the 3 lives godly sonar ginseng. Tisk. Lin Ling was surprised at first, but then he was ecstatic. The treasures here were even rarer than the vine leaf world. For example, the 3 lives godly sonar ginseng was one of the most bizarre spirit ginseng in the world. It could see through a person's 3 lives and emit godly sounds. If used to increase soul power, the effect was very significant. It was even better than the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. Lin Ling hurried forward, bypassing many ancient trees. Along the way, he encountered many black demonic beasts, but they were too weak and were all killed by Lin Ling. Some were directly avoided, too lazy to waste time. Gradually, a huge black mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was black and dazzling, and the evil aura was extremely dense. Looking from afar, it looked like an ancient tomb. Seeing this, Lin Ling's left hand appeared with a dragon claw. His physical strength erupted, and he smashed at the mountain. Rumble. The sturdy mountain cracked open heavily, unable to withstand Lin Ling's terrifying power. In the end, the entire mountain was flattened by Lin Ling, and a colorful spirit ginseng appeared. Moreover, a divine sound drifted out. It was beautiful and magnificent, as if one had entered a fairyland. As expected of a spirit ginseng. Ha! Lin Ling smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not be affected. He strode forward, and his right hand wanted to take the spirit ginseng. But at this moment, a colorful light suddenly bloomed. In the light, Lin Ling's 3 lives, and even Lin Ling's life on earth could be seen. Moreover, he could see a few more lives, which surprised Lin Ling. However, he was not in a hurry. He watched slowly. He was already clear about his previous life in the ghost realm. Chapter 1879. A life and death crisis. You definitely won't be able to see my 100th reincarnation. Lin Ling laughed. Sure enough, within the multicolored light, the scenes froze. It seemed that the ginseng couldn't see Lin Ling's 100th reincarnation because it was Li Xiaoyao. You've failed. Obediently accept your capture. Otherwise, I don't mind eating you. Die. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and grabbed the ginseng. At this time, the light shone brightly. In Lin Ling's eyes, the ginseng disappeared. Lin Ling was stunned. Was this thing playing with him? Since he started practicing martial arts, this was the first time he saw such an arrogant treasure. You actually escaped from underground. Unfortunately, my soul force is too strong. How can you escape? Lin Ling used the mystic turtle's 9 steps and chased after it on the ground. One man and one ginseng passed through several mountains. In the end, Lin Ling used the Yellow Springs flame to burn the ground and formed a flame dragon to seal the ground within 100 meters. Finally, he caught the ginseng. Run! Why aren't you running? Lin Ling laughed and scolded. He walked forward and stretched out his right hand to grab the ginseng. This treasure could increase one's soul force. It was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. But at this time, hissing sounds came from all around. Lin Ling turned his head and immediately sensed a dense demonic aura. This didn't seem to be a good place. However, with the ginseng in hand, Lin Ling had nothing to fear. Ka ka ka. Finally, the hissing sounds became louder and louder. The black demonic trees in the surroundings moved and turned into black treants. They had black bark and their branches were like arms. It made one's scalp tingle. Lin Ling's expression changed. He sensed that the aura of these demonic trees was extremely terrifying. This damned ginseng. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. It was definitely the ginseng that lured him here. Dragon Claw. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling used the mystic turtle's 9 steps and swept out his dragon claw. He chose to make the first move because these treants definitely didn't come here to reminisce about old times. They were definitely going to harm him. Ka ka ka. Tree bark splashed everywhere. What made Lin Ling surprised was that his full-strength claw was actually unable to cut down a treant. One must know that claw had the strength of over 20 units, and a single treant was already so terrifying. But there were so many of them here. Clearly, the situation was somewhat out of Lin Ling's control. Ka ka ka. At the same time, the surrounding treants were getting closer and closer. They surrounded Lin Ling and covered the sky, causing the place where Lin Ling was to be covered in darkness. At this moment, a branch shot over and was blocked by Lin Ling's dragon claws. After a clang, the strength of the force made Lin Ling feel that it was actually comparable to his physical strength. Terrifying. These treants were probably able to fight against Wuxia, who was in the 5th degree realm. Soaring Dragon. Lin Ling activated the flame laws, burning with flames. Crackle. Although the law of fire wasn't Lin Ling's strongest at the moment, it was still quite effective. However, it had only managed to burn the tree branch. Peerless Divine Sword. Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. He pulled out the ancient sword and the space laws appeared. 50-dimensional space. With a slash of the sword, coupled with the power of the flames, a treant finally fell down. That treant turned into a puddle of blood and the ground was also corroded. Lin Ling's expression became increasingly ugly because he had already unleashed 80% of his strength, but he had only killed one treant and there were still so many around. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, a large number of tree branches shot over, as if the treants were clenching their fists and pouncing on Lin Ling. These treants were connected to this forest and Lin Ling was equivalent to fighting with the entire forest. Clone. Lin Ling bellowed and turned into an army of 10,000 in an attempt to block those tree branches. However, after reaching his realm, the external clone technique was no longer of much help. After all, although there were many clones, only Lin Ling alone knew the laws. Of course, using clones as cannon fodder was still not bad. After all, clones also had the power of the God-Devil Overlord body. Beast, die for me. Borrowing the clone's resistance, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The space turned into a sword and cut 2 treants in half. Bang bang bang. Just as he cut down 2 treants, many tree branches attacked Lin Ling's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Seeing Lin Ling fall, those treants stepped forward and slowly approached Lin Ling, trying to devour Lin Ling. 100-dimensional space, die for me. Lin Ling jumped up from the ground. His eyes were cold, and his black mask was even more like a god of death. At this moment, he was obviously enraged because since he started learning martial arts, this was the first time he had suffered a loss in the hands of a monster. He was even almost killed. Lin Ling's character was extremely stubborn. The more he suppressed, the greater the backlash. Fight! Lin Ling roared to the sky, and the ancient god behind him descended. His left hand was a dragon claw with flames burning, and his right hand was a peerless divine sword. Space exploded. Boom boom boom. The 100-dimensional space slashed out, and the whole space seemed like it was about to be destroyed. There were countless swords slashing and cutting, making the Treants stop in their tracks and let out some frightened sounds. However, after Lin Ling killed a few Treants, more Treants swayed, as if they were furious. To them, Lin Ling was an alien. He dared to be arrogant here, so he must be killed and turned into nourishment. Therefore, when they were angry, the surrounding forest swayed, and more Treants walked over. They were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. I've been through a lot. How can I die here? Fight! Surrounded by countless Treants, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, a surge of battle intent rose to the sky, like an invincible god of war descending to the mortal world. Sword, come! Using the mystic turtle 9 steps, Lin Ling held the peerless divine sword and rushed into the Treants. Boom, boom, boom. With each slash, a large number of Treants were sent flying. The power was so great that it formed a terrible storm in the sky. This kind of battle continued for who knew how long, and Lin Ling's battle intent began to weaken. After all, although his sword was sharp, it could not block the endless Treants. Because there were more and more Treants around, and every one of them was an existence comparable to Lin Ling in strength. It was equivalent to Lin Ling fighting countless of himself. Pa! Lin Ling's sword stabbed into the ground. He knelt on one knee, and blood flowed out from his black face. He did not expect that chasing a spirit ginseng would cause him to fall into such a situation. This also made him understand the mystery of heaven and earth, and that it could never be reversed. Ka ka ka. The Treants around were getting closer and closer, as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper had fallen on Lin Ling's neck. Moreover, those Treants seemed to be a little excited, because they sensed that the human's battle intent had disappeared. Obviously, he had given up. However, this was normal, because they were immortal. No matter how strong that human was, he could not always maintain his edge. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of branches shot over like arrows, but the power was vast, and every one of them was fatal. Pa, pa, pa. Lin Ling's body was penetrated by the branches, and then he was sent flying. He crashed onto the ground and spat out blood again. At this moment, he was even weaker. Seeing this, the Treants seemed to know that the outcome was decided, so they quickened their pace. Pooh! Chapter 1880. Flame destroys the world. Grandfather and the rest are all waiting for me to return. How can I die in this dubious place? Even if I, Lin Ling, must die on the path of assault. Moreover, I, Lin Ling, am the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, free and unfettered for a lifetime, fighting all under the heavens. I will not die in the hands of these beasts. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling suddenly clenched his teeth and stabbed his sword into the ground. Using the sword, he stood up majestically. At this moment, his long hair was fluttering and his eyes were deep and cold. This is the last breath. If you don't die, then I will. Bang! His sword was raised and his eyes looked to the front. It was as if he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Bang bang bang. Those Treants were getting closer and closer. Moreover, the tree branches were connected to each other, forming an ancient tree formation. Looking around, the sky and the surroundings were filled with tree branches, just like sharp knives. And these knives were slashing towards Lin Ling at the same time. It was certain that even if Wu Sheng, a sixth-stage realm expert, was here, he would also be filled with hatred in the underworld. Because the connected tree branches, that strength had reached 50 universes of force. But Lin Ling still stood there like a pine tree, like an immovable wisdom king. They seem as if they won't die, growing and multiplying endlessly. But everything has flaws. Where are their flaws? Bang! What was surprising was that the current Lin Ling was very calm. His eye of time appeared, like Li Xiaoyao overlooking the common people under the heavens. Gradually, his eyes shone with a sharp light. My flame has accompanied me since young. It represents my will, represents my fighting spirit. Bang! My sword cleaves all under the heavens. 10 years of sharpening a sword, the frost blade has never been tested. Bang! Lin Ling's sword was raised. The sword was very straight, without any bending or trembling traces, making Lin Ling like a statue. He had now entered a state of self-enlightenment, as if he had entered the cycle of reincarnation in the past, returning to the cycle of reincarnation for a lifetime. His lifetime of fire martial arts, at this moment, was like the moon in the water, gradually blooming. His lifetime of sword martial arts, at this moment, was like a shooting star in the sky, crossing the sky. But the moment it disappeared, Lin Ling seemed to have caught something. My sword and my flame confused together to form an even more powerful law power. The sword seemed to be breathing, and flames appeared on the blade. Those were white flames, and they were extremely dazzling. The power of the two laws seemed to be fusing together. Regardless of whether it is the sword or the flame, they both represent my will to fight. Lin Ling's voice became louder and louder like thunder, causing the trance in the surroundings to pause one after another, and actually gave birth to a feeling of panic. But the more it was like this, the faster the trance sped up, wanting to kill Lin Ling. The sharp branches were getting closer and closer at this moment. World-extinguishing flame. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling moved. He slashed out with his sword. It looked like a very ordinary sword strike, but it was the most dazzling sword strike of his life. This was because this was a sword attack that was formed by the combination of two god-level talents. This was also a sword strike formed by the combination of two great laws. The sword did not slash towards the trance, but instead slashed towards the earth. It was like a terrifying half-moon space fire slash, destroying the world with flames. The weakness of the trance was their roots. After all, no matter how invincible and undying their demonic bodies were, they still had to take root in the earth. Because if they did not have roots, they would not be trees. Xiao. With a slash of the sword, all the trance froze, unable to block that terrifying sword strike. In the next moment, they fell down one after another, and turned into ashes that dissipated with the wind as if they had been burned by fire. The forest became quiet, and only Lin Ling stood there. His black mask was cold, and his long hair fluttered in the wind, as if he was a great demon king from the devil domain. Suddenly, a roar filled with fighting spirits soared into the sky. I have once again stepped over the threshold. I, Li Xiaoyao, will be back soon. After experiencing a life and death calamity, Lin Ling once again created a great killing move. Kill. At this moment, the sword became more and more dazzling, ruthlessly slashing out. Everywhere it passed, the trance were cut off and turned into ashes. Carefree. Dripping. That feeling of fighting to the point of boiling, that moment of impending death, Lin Ling had not experienced it for a long time, but he liked it very much. This was the saying, if you don't go crazy, you won't survive. After a long time, Lin Ling powerlessly sat down on the ground. His whole body felt as if it had split open, and he was extremely tired. However, his heart was carefree because it had been too long since he had fought to his heart's content. There are green sprouts on the ground? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes looked around. He saw that the ground was black, but green sprouts were slowly growing out. Could it be the treants from before? Lin Ling stood up and walked forward. He pulled out a green sprout, and his face suddenly changed. Carefree sprout? He had Li Xiaoyao's memories, so he naturally recognized this rare treasure. The carefree sprout was a great tonic. Not only could it heal bones, it could also heal heart wounds. As the saying goes, heart disease is difficult to treat, and this kind of strange sprout can cure it. Even Li Xiaoyao did not know where this treasure was born, but he had seen it by chance. The reason was that after the treants withered, they would sprout again, and only then would they be able to give birth to the carefree grass. And when ordinary people encountered the treants, most of them would retreat, so no one knew the secret of the carefree grass. I don't know where these treants came from, but before they die, they left me a little reward. Lin Ling laughed and hurriedly collected them. Moreover, he had a great harvest, so he directly swallowed them. Your Majesty, leave 100 of these carefree grass, and use the rest to increase the power of the dragon claw. Elder Z suggested. Lin Ling pondered for a while, and finally nodded. At present, Lin Ling's cultivation realm and fiend god overlord physique consumed a lot of resources, so the dragon claw's effect was more significant. Moreover, not only was the carefree grass a great tonic, it also had the effect of increasing soul power. As for the triple life god sonar ginseng, it was the most precious thing. Lin Ling did not plan to use it immediately, but he would keep it by his side and increase his soul power at all times. He would only use it after the effect of the ginseng weakened. In the Purple Palace, Lin Ling appeared on the 8th floor. This was the world of law sky. It could increase the power of law, and there were also large amounts of world extermination law. However, Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memories, so the 8th floor was not of much help to Lin Ling. Obviously, as his strength increased, the Purple Palace, which was used to nurture sovereigns, would gradually become ineffective. The end point of the Purple Palace was to become an sovereign. But Lin Ling's goal was to become a realm overlord. Of course, the power of the Purple Palace to freeze time was still very important to Lin Ling. After a full year, Lin Ling came out of the Purple Palace. He stretched out his left hand. The dragon claw had already transformed into the power of 10 claws, which increased the power of 2 claws, and the dragon claw gave him the power of 5 universes. In addition to his physical strength, he had a total of 23 universes. Lin Ling could be said to be a giant beast in the human world. His defense was extremely terrifying. The increase in strength made Lin Ling want to roar towards the sky. Because the demon race was invading, danger was lurking all around, and the human world was not a monolith. There were many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, after increasing his strength, Lin Ling's danger was not as big as before. Killing a demon, the reward is 1,000 merit points. If I kill a demon of the same realm, the reward is 2,000 merit points. If I kill a demon of a higher realm, the reward is 3,000 merit points. I am a genius of the human world, so the reward is 4 times. Chapter 1881. Snatching Battle Merits. TSK, this human's meat smells so good. The Demon King told us to wait patiently. Once the 5 great Demon Kings arrive, we can go all out. The human race is very strong. There are many ancient experts. The Demon King also told us to be careful. Under a tree that was nearly 100 meters tall, several figures walked past. These demons had strange appearances. Some had wolf heads, some had 6 wings, and some were 5 meters tall. But at this moment, they all looked up and saw a man standing on top of the tree. He was wearing a black mask and a black robe. He looked like a black angel descending from the heavens. Who is it? They sensed that this person did not have any demonic aura. The one who will kill you. In the sky, the ancient god sovereign descended. His dragon claws roared and smashed into the ground. Kill him. The demons roared, but when the figure in the sky approached, they all panicked. Because they were demons, but now they realized that this person's strength was as strong as a demon king. Boom! A claw swept down like the breath of a divine dragon. The demons were all cut in half. These demons were all clan leaders and were extremely powerful. But they still could not withstand the might of the dragon claw. Demons, they also cultivate the power of laws. Their dantian is the source of demonic power. That person stood on the ground and muttered to himself. It was Lin Ling. At the same time, the jade token on his waist shone. With just one attack, Lin Ling received 20,000 merit points. Awesome! Lin Ling was excited. He was like a hunter, looking for prey again. Hee, the human girls are as beautiful as the Azura women. But they are not as powerful as the Azuras. I heard that the first batch of humans have all tasted the sweetness. We can't be slow. On a hill, several demons with rhinoceros heads gathered together and ate meat. If one looked carefully, they were actually eating human meat. Dirty. At this moment, a figure slowly walked up from the hill like a god of death. Human? The demon's eyes lit up. Within the soaring dragon universe. The person who came was Lin Ling. He did not bother to say much. The yellow spring's flame turned into a dragon and burned those demons. After doing all this, Lin Ling turned and left. Ding! At the same time, the jade token on his waist shone again and a large amount of merit points were obtained. Human? I heard that many humans have entered this place and we have killed quite a number of them. I didn't expect that we would be so lucky to meet humans. It's my good luck. Rumble. As Lin Ling walked forward, the jade pendant at his waist kept flashing, causing Lin Ling to smile. These were all cultivation resources. The sky cloud forest was dominated by 4th to 6th levels of the martial saint realm. Still, with Lin Ling's current strength, he really had no need to fear anyone. But through the demons' mouths, Lin Ling found out that many CND were also killing demons to stop the void array from opening up. Of course, there were also quite a number of CND who died in the hands of the demons. This world was so cruel. If one's ability was not as good as others, then one could only become a ghost under the blade. Let's find a higher realm demon to try. Lin Ling's Eye of Time appeared. He gave up on the weak demons and searched for a stronger one. Moments later, he used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps and headed towards a certain direction. On a vast plain, a 10-meter-tall giant sat on the ground. The surroundings were filled with black wild grass. On the wild grass, there were a large number of corpses. They were all human corpses. They should be the CND experts who had died in the hands of the demons. CND, the existence who dominated the world in the past, had turned into white bones today. Just thinking about it made one feel sorrowful. The source of the demon is very strong. It should be Wu Sheng's 4th stage realm. Lin Ling appeared on the plain. Black mask and long robe, as mysterious as ever. That giant also saw Lin Ling. This demon was covered in muscles and had 3 heads. He was holding an unknown beast's bone, looking extremely valiant. I hope you can make me use 50% of my ability. Lin Ling spat out a word and pounced over. If he used his full strength, he would naturally be able to kill the other party easily. But he needed to fight now to regain his past state and familiarize himself with his own ability, so he suppressed his ability. Shameless boasting. That giant let out a sky-shaking roar and his body dispersed, turning into a meat mountain. Dragon Claw, strength to uproot mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's energy exploded and was actually stronger than the demon by 1 notch. 1 man and 1 demon battled for 2 hours and finally Lin Ling raised his ability to 60%. Only then did the demon start to retreat in defeat. But just as Lin Ling was about to kill the demon, a terrifying sense of danger came over which made Lin Ling frown. The black tortoise's 9 steps appeared and disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, a black arrow flew past Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was slower by 1 step, he would have been killed by that arrow. Boom! But after the arrow flew past Lin Ling, it killed the demon and snatched away Lin Ling's merit points. 30 strands of law energy. Lin Ling frowned. That arrow was very strong. It could shoot down everything under the heavens and hit a terrifying law energy. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw a figure floating in the sky. He was wearing a large cloak and a mask. His eyes looked at Lin Ling with disdain and then disappeared without a trace. Anger. Anger filled Lin Ling's heart. He was sure that it was a human. Most importantly, that person wanted to kill him as well. Of course, that person didn't want to kill Lin Ling. His goal was to snatch the merit points. Killing Lin Ling was just a matter of convenience, as if Lin Ling was an ant. And now, all the humans were killing the demon. But that person didn't distinguish between friend and foe and even launched a sneak attack. How could Lin Ling not be angry? Disdainful eyes? Lin Ling thought of that person's eyes when he left. It was as if that person was telling Lin Ling that you're very lucky to have avoided my arrow. As a reward, you can live. Don't let me find you. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although the demon race was invading, there were still many scum in the human world. They weren't worried about the human world. Instead, they were excited about the demon race's invasion because that was the stage for their massacre. And toward such people, Lin Ling absolutely dared to kill them. If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. Lin Ling once again embarked on his journey. But after killing several demons, Lin Ling once again met with people who wanted to snatch his merit points. Apparently, there were many powerful Xiandi. Their ambition wasn't to stop the demon race's invasion but to seize the opportunity to snatch more merit points. In front of a snake man that Lin Ling was about to slay, several figures descended. These people were all dressed extremely elegantly, and their strength was not weak either. They had all reached the 5th level of the martial saint realm, and one of them had even attained the divinity realm. Which alliance are you from? After they appeared, the 7 of them looked at Lin Ling indifferently. One of them pondered for a moment and said, I'm the ancient Ji family's Flip Xiandi. Answer me. Although this person was Wuxia 5th stage realm, he had obviously cultivated for a long time, so his strength was comparable to the crystal 7 talents. Looks like he's not from the alliance. Otherwise, he would have answered by now. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Scram. 2. Die. Chapter 1882. North Immortal Emperor's men in their eyes. The young man in front of them was wearing a black mask and a black robe, giving off a mysterious feeling. However, his cultivation realm was not high, so he was not worth their concern. Lin Ling was also looking at them. Other than the experts of the ancient Ji family, he could feel the power of faith. The others gave him a different feeling. Suddenly, he guessed that these were the experts of the saint's great domain. If you want to kill the devil race, do it yourself. What's the point of robbing others? Lin Ling spat out a sentence. His mood was getting worse and worse because this was the 2nd time he had been robbed. What made him speechless was that with his strength, he didn't even try to rob others, but others had come to rob him. Are you trying to reason with me? In this world, strength determines everything. Don't think that ants like you can do whatever you want just because the devil race is invading. Let me tell you, I'm one of the 4 great immortal royal families of the saint's great domain, Wuxia Xianxia of the North Immortal Emperor. The man in the lead shouted coldly, you should have heard of my name, so you only have 3 breaths of time to scram. Wuxia Xianxia? Lin Ling frowned and spat out another sentence, causing the 7 people present to be stunned. Where did this little cat and puppy come from? I don't know them. I only know that you have 3 breaths of time. Before my anger erupts, scram immediately, or die. The 7 people were furious when they heard the word die. Wuxia was a genius who was stronger than the crystal 7 talents. Because his talent was not weak, and he had cultivated for a longer time. As for the North Immortal Emperor, he was also a giant in the mortal world. The only difference was that they only ruled over the saint's great domain. But now, a person of unknown origin was telling them to scram. How arrogant! Huh, what an ignorant junior. I can see that you've cultivated for less than 500 years, and to have such a cultivation is considered rare. Whereas I, Wuxia, have cultivated for 1,000 years and my ability is exceedingly powerful. You're the first person who dares to ask me to scram, and your ability is merely Wuxing 3rd degree realm. After Wuxia got angry, he also smiled calmly. It was his first time coming to the mortal world. He didn't expect that the mortal world was full of arrogant warriors who couldn't see through him. Scram! Lin Ling's anger grew stronger and stronger. This time, he growled again, telling the other party that he was telling him to get lost. This time, Wuxia could no longer smile. His face darkened. As for the others, their expressions changed drastically. This young man is dead for sure. You will die a horrible death. Although your cultivation time is shorter than mine, even if you have cultivated for a longer time, you are still not my opponent. Die. Northern Celestial Talisman Palm. Countless mysterious runes appeared and turned into a resplendent palm. Then, it slapped towards Lin Ling. At this moment, his first-grade god-ranked talent also exploded. This Wuxia indeed had some skills. Because he possessed over 50 strands of the laws. Arrogant words. The mortal world is invaded by the demon race because there are too many ignorant people like him. That ancient Ji family Xiandi snorted. Moreover, as the mortal world Xiandi, not only did he not help Lin Ling, he actually spoke up for the people from Saint's great territory. Most importantly, he blamed the demon race's invasion on Lin Ling as if he was complaining that there were too many trash like Lin Ling in the mortal world. Unfortunately, if he thought that Lin Ling was trash, then he was worse than trash. Lin Ling disdained to talk nonsense. Dense killing intent exploded from his body. A dragon claw appeared and a terrifying force collided with the giant palm. What surprised Lin Ling was that when he swung his dragon claw, there was a mysterious force that slowed down his speed. It was as if his dragon claw was entangled by countless threads. Wuxia's god-ranked talent was a little strange. No, it was those runes. But against Lin Ling's 2 god-ranked talents, what was the use of those runes? Pa. Power exploded and the invisible bindings were all broken. Under the dragon claw, the giant palm was shattered. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was only Wuxing's 3rd degree realm while Wuxia was Wuxing's 5th degree realm. Moreover, he had a first-grade god-ranked talent. But in their first confrontation, Wuxia didn't have the upper hand? This was too fake. Who are you? Wuxia's expression congealed. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily dispelled by the opponent. You can't win, so you ask who I am? Can you be any more childish? You are Xiandi who has cultivated for 1,000 years while I am Xiandi who has cultivated for less than 500 years. You want to say that even if you have cultivated for a short time, I am not your opponent. But let me tell you now, even if you have cultivated for 1,000 years, I will still kill you. Lin Ling took a step forward and his voice was filled with ridicule and coldness. Arrogant, I underestimated you previously. Now I will show you my full strength, Rune World. Wuxia's expression turned even uglier. Numerous runes appeared and formed a mysterious world. Being in the world of runes, Lin Ling felt as though he was in water and couldn't move at all. My talent can lock down everything. In front of me, how can you be arrogant? Wuxia laughed out loud. Kill him, this person dares to steal our merit points. Don't let him live. The others were also in high spirits. Moreover, they said that Lin Ling stole their merit points. Perhaps they thought that the devil they saw belonged to them. If others attacked, it meant that they wanted to steal it. Scum! Lin Ling's black mask emitted a cold light. He was sure that the number of Xiandi who died in the hands of these people was not small. These people were all scum. You think your world of laws is very powerful? In front of me, you are too weak. Break for me. Lin Ling held the sword hilt and the crystal sword finally appeared. He slashed out fiercely and with a crack, the runes were split into two. 100 Dao laws. Wuxia and the others were stunned. It was too scary. The other party was only Wuxing's third stage realm, but the number of Dao laws was comparable to Wuxing's sixth stage realm. When did the human realm have such a terrifying monster? Flipping Xiandi's expression changed drastically. He knew many powerful Xiandi, but he wasn't familiar with the person in front of him. In fact, even if Lin Ling took off his mask, he didn't think that mad god Lin Ling was so strong. After all, Lin Ling had been in seclusion for a year. Although his strength was not bad, there weren't many people in the human realm who knew what kind of limit he had reached. Only when he was in the human realm prison did Eternal Fairy and the others know. Go to hell, scum! Lin Ling held the ancient sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. I am one of the North Celestial Emperor's men. Now that the devil race is invading, you attack your own people. Do you want to offend the human race? Seeing that dazzling sword, Wuxia was shocked. Unfortunately, his words were filled with sarcasm. When they killed people, they didn't say that they had offended the human race. Therefore, Lin Ling's sword didn't stop. Instead, it became even more determined. Swoosh! With one slash, Wuxia's head flew up and blood spurted from his neck. He pointed at Lin Ling and fell down before he could say anything. The others' expressions changed drastically. After the shock, Xiandi from the Great Saint Realm turned green with anger. You are crazy. You dare to kill Wuxia. If the North Celestial Emperor knows about this, how are we going to answer to him? You must go to the highest deacon palace in the human realm and surrender yourself. Otherwise, we will not rest until you die. Chapter 1883. Snatch. Lin Ling laughed. He had never seen such a tyrannical and foolish person. He was too lazy to say more. Die. Die. You dare. Die. Inform Emperor Beima immediately. Die. Those people roared angrily, took out their jade tokens, and notified the others. But just as they finished, they raised their heads to look at Lin Ling. Only then did they realize that the demon-masked youth in front of them was like a dark angel, making them feel as if they had done something wrong. Instantly, they calmed down and felt fear in their hearts. The other party had the strength to kill them, but not only were they not afraid, they even reprimanded the other party and brought out their backer. This was an action of courting death. I have never seen such shameless people like you. You snatched my merit points and wanted to kill me. I resisted, but you are angry? The one who should be angry should be me. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. He was wearing a black robe and was decisive in killing. Plop. Those people all knelt down. Sir, we are sorry. We were impulsive before. You have to pay the price for being impulsive. Lin Ling raised his sword, causing those people to turn pale. Were they all going to die? Before you die, do you dare to say who you are? At least let us know who killed us. That Xiandi seemed to know that he couldn't escape death. He looked up at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling also looked at him. The reason why I wear a mask is because I know many people want to harm me. However, that doesn't include you because you don't have the strength to do so. As for who I am Mad God Lin Ling. It's you. That Xiandi's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had grown to such a stage? One had to know that during the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration, there were rumors that Lin Ling should be stronger than the Crystal 7 talents. However, it was still a guess. Now, the facts proved everything. Lin Ling, you're growing too fast. Flipping Sky Xiandi also knew why Lin Ling was wearing a mask. If Lin Ling wasn't wearing a mask, then the ancient Ji clan would have killed Lin Ling without a doubt. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. Several heads flew out, and blood splattered onto Lin Ling's face, causing him to shake his head. The blood of scum really stinks. Then, he collected all the merit points recorded on the jade tokens of these people and touched them to his own jade token. Instantly, all the merit points were obtained by Lin Ling. 500,000 merit points. So many. These guys have snatched a lot of merit points. As expected of scum. Lin Ling spat out these words in disdain. Not only did he not feel guilty for killing these people, he felt extremely carefree instead. This was because these people had done all sorts of evil. They had taken advantage of the chaos of this era to steal from the dead. However, if they could steal from the dead, why couldn't Lin Ling do the same? With Lin Ling's personality, if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. Stealing from innocent people was something he couldn't do, but stealing from ruthless and tyrannical people was something he would be happy to do. Then, in the Sky Cloud Forest, Lin Ling was like a ghost, constantly killing demons. At the same time, he encountered the ancient Ji clan, Xianyuan clan, and Xiandi from the Sky clan. He stole all of their merit points. These people were his enemies. If he was weak, then they wouldn't have minded killing him. Then, Lin Ling would definitely have taken the initiative to gain the upper hand. And as he sensed his merit points crazily rising, Lin Ling was overjoyed. These were massive cultivation resources. The demons here are endless. It seems that it's impossible to stop them from opening the void enchantment. However, this has nothing to do with me. My goal is to accumulate merit points and find the archer who launched the sneak attack. I want to see if he can show me that disdainful look again when I appear in front of him. Lin Ling secretly thought to himself as he observed the entire battlefield. He discovered that the Xiandi that entered here all had alliances. Some were strong, some were weak. This reminded him of a year ago when the Xiandi gathered at Heavenly Witch Mountain. At that time, they were discussing about alliances. But what left Lin Ling speechless was that these Xiandi alliances weren't interested in stopping the enchantment in the void. Their goal was to accumulate merit points. However, all of this was as Lin Ling had imagined. And at this moment, in a large grassland, there were flames, lightning, ice and snow raging on the ground. A large number of Xiandi alliances gathered there. They were staring at a fallen ice devil black flame dragon and confronting each other. This ice devil black flame dragon was one of the strongest clans in the demon race. Its only flaw was that its intelligence was very low. So the Xiandi joined forces and defeated it. However, when it came to who should kill the demon, the Xiandi apparently had different opinions. Lin Ling was like a black messenger, staring at the Xiandi arguing from afar. He couldn't help but laugh. The Ice Devil Black Flame Dragon was equivalent to Wu Xing's 6th degree realm power. If he used all his strength, he could also kill it. But he didn't expect that he would take advantage of the situation. Stop arguing, these merit points belong to me. While everyone was arguing, Lin Ling was like an emperor descending. With the ancient sword in his hand, he slashed down viciously. Boom boom boom. With one slash, the Ice Devil Black Flame Dragon was killed by Lin Ling. Everyone was stunned. This person was so domineering. They spent a lot of effort to defeat the demon race, but this person directly snatched the merit points. This was too abominable. You, how dare you? One of the CND Alliance members pointed at Lin Ling and said. Hee, the merit points belong to the capable. Standing on the huge ice devil black flame dragon, Lin Ling's black mask emitted a cold light, which made the eyes of many CND Alliance members twinkle. They had heard of this person before. He was a lone ranger with great strength and had snatched many of CND's merit points. Sir, this demon was killed by everyone. Aren't you afraid of provoking everyone's anger by snatching the merit points by yourself? A woman walked out and said craftily. Her words were very clever. She didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling alone, so she used the entire alliance to suppress Lin Ling. If I remember correctly, you are CND from the Xianyuan clan. Is your alliance very clean? In the east, 5 CND died. They are from the same alliance, so it should be your alliance that killed them. And you, not long ago, you snatched the merit points of 15 demons. Why didn't you say you were domineering at that time? Only the government can set fire, but not the common people. You are simply slapping your own face. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. His long hair was also fluttering, which made the faces of the CND who were talking turn ugly. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. If they were the dominant force, they would have already swallowed the merit points. It was because they were afraid of the other party's strength that they used righteousness to reprimand him. So, strength is everything. If you want to blame others, you should at least do it yourself. Of course, if there is anyone who is not convinced, come out. After laughing wildly, Lin Ling let out a roar. Others snatched the merit points first, so he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Silence. The surroundings were silent. No one dared to speak because they had all heard of this ghost mask Lone Ranger. According to what they knew, this Lone Ranger's strength was extremely terrifying. Wuxia rarely had any opponents in the 5th degree realm. Perhaps only Wuxia, who was in the 6th degree realm, could defeat him. But here in the CND Alliance, there was no one who was in the 6th degree realm like Wuxia. Who is not convinced? Chapter 1884. CND's Alliance, sir, don't be too arrogant. Finally, someone couldn't endure it any longer. It was an immortal emperor from the Grand Sage region. After he walked out, everyone in the Alliance stared at him with anticipation. Because, they had never personally witnessed the strength of this Lone Ranger before. But now, they would be able to personally witness it. I'm Wuxia, a 5th stage realm cultivator with a 1st grade divine rank talent. Others may be afraid of you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Let's fight for 300 rounds. CND shouted coldly. Of course, although he seemed to be challenging Lin Ling, he was actually summoning more people from the Alliance. At that time, no matter how strong the lone warrior was, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many people. 9 steps of the black tortoise. However, just as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed and a sword hung on his neck. You lost. Everyone heard this sentence. Was it over just like that? Weren't they going to fight for 300 rounds? CND's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Ling whispered in his ear, "Which alliance are you from?" "Feather Alliance." CND replied subconsciously. "Very well, all CND from your Feather Alliance, hand over your jade tokens." Lin Ling said something that shocked everyone. Snatching battle merits wasn't considered overbearing. Robbing them of their battle merits, this was the real tyranny. You. CND was so angry that his body trembled. Everyone from his alliance was furious and looked at CND with resentment. It was because of him that everyone had to give up their gains. If you don't hand it over in 3 breaths, kill. Lin Ling's voice turned cold. After the incident in Sky Cloud Forest, he knew that he couldn't rely on others. He could only rely on himself. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't be afraid of the invasion of the demon race. If he relied on others, they would only betray him. Li Xiaoyao used to guard the 3 realms, but after he disappeared, who remembered him? Shang Qianshi and the others guarded the mortal world, but in exchange, they were imprisoned for 10,000 years. Therefore, this time, Lin Ling would definitely not be cannon fodder, nor would he be the vanguard. If he really wanted to protect, he would protect the people he should protect, not these selfish people. I'll pay. Me too. After pondering for a moment, the CND Alliance handed over their jade plates. They knew that this Lone Ranger was not a soft-hearted person. Lin Ling waved his left hand, and all the jade tablets floated over. He was overjoyed. It was another great harvest. Thank you for your contribution points. I know that you hate me, but I can tell you that when you are strong enough, you can come and find me. The big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimps. This is the law of Sky Cloud Forest. As for those pretentious words, I can tell you that if you are working hard for the mortal world, I will help you, and I will even be the vanguard. But since you are all selfish, then I'm sorry, but if I want to be cruel, I will be even crueler than you. Get out of here. Lin Ling kicked the CND Alliance away, causing the CND Alliance to roll on the ground like a gourd. In the end, he was so angry that his face turned pale. The other CND Alliance members were obviously shocked by Lin Ling's means. Sir, you seem to be a Lone Ranger. At this moment, an old man walked out and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in confusion. Why don't you join our alliance? The old man stated his purpose, causing the other alliance members' expressions to change. That fellow's speed was too fast, he actually tried to recruit a Lone Ranger. All the alliances were unwilling to accept this. Lone Rangers were strong, and if they joined, then they wouldn't need to fear anyone in Sky Cloud Forest. Sir, if you join us, I can guarantee that you will get 80% of the contribution points. Join us, we have Wuxia who is a 5th degree realm top genius, and even more powerful seniors. Joining us will definitely be beneficial. Our alliance's backing is Wuxia who is a 6th degree realm expert. One by one, the alliances opened their mouths, causing Lin Ling to be startled. This time in Sky Cloud Forest, he was here to be the bad guy, but who knew that these scum were really despicable? The more vicious they were, the more they feared them. One had to say that even the devil was afraid of the bad guys. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the few CND from the ancient Ji family. You said that your alliance has Wuxia who is a 6th degree realm CND? That's right, sir, join us. Those few CND alliance members instantly became complacent, as if they had already recruited Lin Ling. Wuxia is a 6th degree realm expert, is he very powerful? Too bad, I don't like to be with scum. I'm sorry, all of you are eliminated. Lin Ling sneered. If the ancient Ji family knew that their CND alliance was recruiting him, he wondered how angry they would be. Scum. Those CND alliance members were instantly infuriated, feeling that Lin Ling was toying with them. Join us, not only will you get 80% of the merit points, most importantly, all the rewards here will belong to you. The other CND alliance members shouted again, while the first old man's face turned gloomy. Their alliance had suffered heavy losses. Not only had their strongest CND left, he had also brought many CND alliance members with him. Without any strong experts to hold the fort, their alliance would be eradicated any time. That was why he wanted to recruit Lin Ling, but facing the competition from the other alliances, he had no bargaining chip to take out. But at this moment, Lin Ling looked at the old man instead, because Lin Ling also saw that this old man was seriously injured, and many people in their alliance were also injured. He asked, "What alliance are you from, and who are your people?" Seeing this, the surroundings became silent. Many CND alliance members revealed an envious look, and then said craftily, "Hee, Your Excellency, they are from the Purple Alliance. They were very strong at the beginning, but unfortunately, some people in the alliance were too unsightly, so all the strong experts left, and now they have only themselves to blame. Moreover, the old, young, women, and children are all injured. Joining their alliance is equivalent to carrying a burden. Your Excellency, please think thrice. It's just a useless alliance. Lin Ling ignored the voices around, still looking at the old man, and the old man smiled bitterly. They are right, our alliance is about to collapse at any time. 2/3 of the strong experts left, and the rest are also seriously injured, but this is not because we are unsightly, but because someone betrayed us, and that person is the strong expert who was in charge of our alliance in the past. If you haven't done anything wrong in your life, why are you afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night? You are saying that people betrayed you. It's better to say that you are too greedy. Many people sneered, making the old man grit his teeth. In the past, when their alliance was strong, these people did not dare to say such things. They could only say that everyone kicks a man who is down. Who is in your alliance? Lin Ling asked again. Although he did not want to join the alliance, he sympathized with the old man, so he wanted to know if there were any enemies in the other party's alliance. There are not many people left, the strong forces have all left, and only the newcomers are left. A few managers are still around, including Lin Yanchen, Mu Tian, and Lu Susu. The old man said bitterly. What? Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. It was actually an alliance of female profiteers? Chapter 1885. Purple Alliance, Your Excellency, join them? Your Excellency, you must know that those managers are all seriously injured. If you join them, it's equivalent to leading a bunch of trash. All the alliances were shocked, not understanding why Lin Ling chose to join the Purple Alliance. What does it have to do with you? Whoever dares to blabber, hand over the jade token. Yes. Lin Ling looked coldly at the people around him. The more he looked, the more disgusted he felt. He guessed that Lu Susu's alliance must have been very strong in the beginning, so these alliances respected her. But after Lu Susu's decline, these people hit her when she was down. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. And that old man was agitated, not understanding how he managed to recruit such a strong person to join them. Bring me to them. Yes. Without further ado, Lin Ling followed the old man and left. Along the way, Lin Ling roughly knew the whole story. It turned out that when the Purple Alliance was first established, it was in the limelight and was seen as the alliance with the most potential by the CND. However, due to an accident, the alliance's top experts left, causing the alliance to fall apart. More than 100 CND had left, leaving only a dozen people. Who was the leader of the Purple Alliance in the past? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Wu Sheng, who had the first transition, 5th degree realm expert Yan Yeming. This person had cultivated for 2,000 years and was an ancient genius. His law was extremely strong and he also had the talent of a first-grade god rank. That old man said. First transition? Lin Ling frowned. That's right, first transition. As everyone knows, after Wu Sheng reaches the 5th degree realm, as long as he has the cultivation resources, he can step into the 6th degree realm of Wu Sheng. But many strong CND choose the first transition in order to go further in the future, which means to make the origin of void energy stronger. A successful first transition can give birth to 10 laws. If he steps into the 6th degree realm of Wu Sheng, every time his origin of power increases, he can give birth to 2 laws. The old man said. Lin Ling also knew what the first transition was. There were even second and third transitions. It was said that if the third transition was successful, then one's realm would increase by 10 laws. And in the future, there was a high chance of stepping into the martial emperor realm and becoming an emperor. Yan Yeming met a few strong CND from the Xianyuan family and left with them in the end. Finally, the old man sighed softly. Lin Ling silently assessed. Currently, he possessed more than 50 strands of the power of law. The peerless divine sword could also support him with 50 strands of the power of law. In total, he had more than 100 strands of the power of law. Furthermore, these strands of the power of law were not weak. If he were to encounter a first transition martial saint, he had the confidence to fight. Of course, Lin Ling did not underestimate the other party. Because the other party had cultivated for a long time, he could crush many CND. Rumble. After a long time, a transparent crystal pagoda appeared in front of them. It suppressed the ground, and in the pagoda, a large number of demons were roaring. Damn bastards! They had left, but they came back and attacked Miss and the others. Seeing the scene in the distance, the old man's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling could also tell that the crystal pagoda contained the power of laws. It had about 60 laws and could trap others. Most importantly, the trapped ones were fiends. Clearly, the person who had attacked was very sinister, attempting to make the fiends kill the people in the pagoda. Let's go. Lin Ling took the mystic turtle's 9 steps and rushed forward. At this moment, the sacred crystal pagoda was emitting a dazzling light. The laws were extremely powerful. Lin Yanchen, block that side. Be careful. In the pagoda, a large number of voices rang out. It was like a battlefield. Dozens of warriors were resisting the demons. There were a total of 50 to 60 demons, and they were not weak. Demonic aura surged and their killing cries filled the sky. Previously, they had been patrolling everywhere and then encountered these humans. Most importantly, these humans were severely injured. Moreover, someone had activated the crystal pagoda and trapped these humans here. This made it easier for them to kill these humans. Go to hell. A demon tore a CND into 2 halves. Hong Yi. The rest of the people shouted, their eyes red. Today, they would not be able to escape this calamity. It was Yen Yeming. This person had betrayed them and left. Who knew that he would return? When they were in danger, he used the laws to trap them. His goal was naturally to kill them at the hands of the demons. Sister Lu Susu, it seems like we will not be able to escape today. However, we can't die without knowing why. Those bastards from the Xianyuan family, Yen Yeming, and the people from the Divine Marquis residence must know about their evil deeds. Therefore, all of us will protect you and leave this place. A voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to turn to a woman in a long robe. She had an enchanting figure, but her face was pale and she could not walk properly. Even her legs seemed to be injured. The woman smiled bitterly. She looked pitiful and beautiful. She shook her head and said, "Look at me. Can I leave this place?" When they heard the woman's words, everyone's faces fell. They were all injured and trapped. How could they leave? Damn it! If I was strong enough, I wouldn't be afraid of them. Sister Yanchen, Sister Susu, and the rest wouldn't have died here. One of the CND said angrily, hating himself for being too weak. It's not your fault. Before Yen Yeming betrayed us, he had already ambushed us. How could we have defended ourselves then? The woman called Lin Yanchen shook her head and looked into the distance. The demons were getting closer and closer, their demonic aura filling the sky. Hey, little beauty, if you fall into my hands, you will suffer a fate worse than death. The demon's tyrannical voice rang out, causing Lu Susu and the rest to tremble. In the end, they gritted their teeth. They knew that the demons were cruel and ruthless. If they fell into their hands, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Sister Susu, I will make a move first. Lin Yanchen's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Lu Susu finally nodded. But at this moment, the giant crystal tower that was like a barrier began to sway. A sword slashed down from the sky, and countless beautiful worlds appeared. The giant tower was actually split apart by the sword, and after a loud rumble, all the power of laws scattered. Then, a figure in a black robe walked over slowly like a dark angel. At that moment, no one knew whether it was a demon or a human. This. Lu Susu and the rest were shocked. As for the demons, they were also stunned. However, soon, they began to roar wildly. Although they didn't know whether it was a human or a demon, it was obvious that this person had interrupted their good deed. Because the crystal pagoda had been destroyed, all the humans had been freed. Kill! Kill! Many demons rushed towards the dark angel. Be careful. Yes. Lu Susu instinctively opened her Hongyan mouth. These demons weren't weak. Each of them was comparable to Wu Sheng's fifth realm. If they were in the human world, they would be a disaster. However, in everyone's eyes, this person seemed to be unaware of the strength of the demons. He walked forward with an ancient sword in his hand, like a peerless sword god. 50 dimensions. With a slash of the sword, all the demons were split into two. They were unstoppable. So powerful. Who is he? Chapter 1886. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Join. Your strength is not bad, but do you think you can stop all of us by yourself? Devouring heaven and earth. A demon venerable roared and transformed into a huge black mouth. It descended from the sky and tried to swallow the cold man. Dodge! Lu Susu and the rest were anxious, but in their eyes, the dark angel was still walking forward fearlessly. Rumble! The huge mouth swallowed the man, causing Lu Susu and the rest to turn pale. However, in the next moment, a dragon roared and a never-before-seen dragon claw appeared in front of them. The dragon claw had 10 claws, and with a vicious swipe, the huge mouth was torn apart. Seeing this, Lu Susu and the rest were numb. 80-dimensional space. Another cold shout was heard. The sword light turned into a sword arc, as if it was going to destroy the world, causing a rain of blood on the ground. All the demon clan members fell. In less than half an hour, the cruel and merciless demon clan members were turned into ashes. This scene was like a dream. What a strong strength. This person seems to be in Wu Sheng's third stage. He has too many laws, and they are all very strong. Could he be a first transition expert in Wu Sheng? That's impossible. Only a cultivator of the fifth layer of the martial sacred realm can achieve the first rotation. Everyone in Xian Di mumbled to themselves. It was no wonder that they were shocked, because the strength of this person was comparable to the former number 1 in the Purple Alliance. Miss, are you all right? At this moment, another person came from behind. It was the old man. Uncle Fu. Everyone shouted. Uncle Fu was a servant of a big shot, but he had been with him for a long time, so his strength was at the level of Xian Di. He is the helper I invited, and he wants to join our alliance. The old man came in front of everyone and said happily. Previously, he had seen Lin Ling kill the demon clan members alone and break the terrifying power of the laws. This meant that he was right to invite this person. This also meant that the outside world's understanding of this Lone Ranger was only on the surface. This Lone Ranger was still hiding his strength. He wants to join us. The Purple Alliance is declining, and he is willing to join us. This is great. Everyone was overjoyed. After all, the strength of the newcomer was obvious to all of them. How could they not be happy that such a person was willing to lower himself to join them? At this moment, Lin Ling was standing 10 meters away, looking at the crowd with a faint smile. However, his black mask was somewhat cold, giving people the feeling that he was a proud swordsman. Only Lu Susu stared at Lin Ling. She thought of the huge sword and the dragon claw. A familiar figure appeared in her mind, but she was not sure. After all, this angel-like man was much stronger than that person. As for the great sword and the dragon claw, there were countless martial artists in this world, and he wasn't the only one who used the great sword. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Susu walked over to Lin Ling with her long and slender legs and bowed slightly. At the moment when she lowered her body, her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. "Thank you for your help." The others also hurried over to pay their respects. However, they were somewhat in awe of Lin Ling. "It's just a small matter." Lin Ling replied indifferently. Everyone laughed and asked curiously, "May I know why you joined our alliance?" In fact, they had been curious about this question for a long time. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said thoughtfully, "To return a favor to someone." His gaze finally fell on Lu Susu, and he frankly told everyone his purpose of coming here. "Sister Susu?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. They couldn't help but look at Lu Susu with gratitude. If it wasn't for her, this mysterious expert wouldn't have come. Lu Susu was also stunned and blushed. However, she stared at Lin Ling and asked telepathically, "Little guy, it's you, right? Are you Lin Ling, the mad god?" "Lord Lu, you have a good eye," Lin Ling admitted with a smile. Lu Susu's heart trembled. She was inexplicably moved. When she was at the end of her rope, the person who saved her was actually a junior. She couldn't help but feel like she was dreaming. In the past, this junior was very weak. Because of a deal with her, they had interacted several times. Because of that, as long as she had the ability, she, Lu Susu, would help this junior. And now, this junior had spread his wings and soared high. His strength had already surpassed her. That kind of feeling was like watching her own brother grow up step by step and finally protect her. "This time, I won't pay you for protecting me." Lu Susu suddenly smiled and her eyes were a little moist. "I knew it." Lin Ling shrugged. It was impossible to let this profiteer suffer a loss. Lu Susu suddenly smiled even more happily. Her smile was even more charming and moving. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Sister Susu really knew this man. They couldn't help but look at Lu Susu curiously. "A friend of mine, in the past, made a deal with me and owed me a lot of money. So, he will use his life to repay me." Lu Susu suddenly smiled when she saw everyone's gaze. She was very smart, so she didn't expose Lin Ling's identity. Because she guessed that Lin Ling must have his own reasons for wearing a mask. In fact, now, it didn't matter whether Lin Ling wore a mask or not. He just wore a mask at the beginning, so naturally, he would wear it forever. However, Lu Susu's words made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. When did he owe Lu Susu money? And when did she say that he would use his life to repay her? She was indeed a profiteer. Someone is a man of his words. He will definitely not go back on his words. Lu Susu said again. "Then you can follow me for a lifetime. I will slowly repay you." Lin Ling replied helplessly. He didn't mean it, but it made Lu Susu freeze on the spot. In an instant, her beautiful face turned even redder. The others were also secretly laughing. Following him for a lifetime was equivalent to marrying him, wasn't it? At that moment, Lu Susu suddenly lost her balance and fainted. However, Lin Ling immediately sensed it. He took a step forward and quickly carried this enchanting woman. When he glanced at her, he frowned. Lu Susu was indeed seriously injured. He looked at the rest and realized that all of them were seriously injured. There was a mysterious law wreaking havoc in their bodies. It was our former leader, Yen Yeming. We found the Emperor's horoscope map here. That guy wanted to keep it for himself, so he betrayed us and took the map away. The others said immediately. "Let's treat our injuries first." Lin Ling shook his head. "Our injuries can't be treated at all. That law can enter our hearts and dig out our inner secrets. If we could treat our injuries, we would have killed those demons." Lin Yanchen sighed. The law of the person who attacked them was extremely strange. He could hurt them and turn them into mental illnesses. "Senior Lone Ranger, can you help them?" Uncle Fu hurriedly looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Although he had followed the big shots for many years and had seen a lot, he instinctively thought that this mysterious man had a way to treat them. You guys are lucky to have met me. Chapter 1887. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Divine Marquis Mansion. What? You can heal us? Lin Yanchen and the rest were shocked. Who was this person? How did he possess such power? They couldn't help but feel grateful to Lu Susu. If it weren't for her, why would this expert help them? Don't make a fuss. This is just a small injury. Of course, I need to pay for my help. Let Lu Susu repay the favor. Just give me some merit points. Lin Ling said softly. Then, he carried Lu Susu to the foot of a quiet mountain and began to treat her. After some time, Lu Susu woke up. Her expression changed instantly because she realized that the remnant power of the law in her body had disappeared. All her injuries had healed. She wanted to stand up, but her legs were unstable. Then, she realized that her injury hadn't healed. Her eyes darted around and saw a slender figure standing in front of her. He was looking at her with concern. It was Lin Ling. I've healed everyone in your alliance. However, the remuneration is very high. When you leave this place, you have to pay me back. Lin Ling said. I realize that you're the unscrupulous one. Lu Susu rolled her eyes. However, Lin Ling stared at her slender legs and said, You were hit by an arrow there. The arrow contains 30 laws and can continuously absorb your vitality. If you don't get rid of the arrow, you won't live long. It's an arrow from the Divine Marquis Mansion. Lu Susu frowned. It should be an archer hiding in the dark. I'm also looking for that guy because he owes me a sword. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He guessed that it was the person who had attacked him. That person had almost killed Lin Ling and Lu Susu. Naturally, Lin Ling would take revenge. He's not weak. He's Wuxing's 6th stage expert. It's said that he has gone through the first transition and has god-level talent. Lu Susu said. In the human world, I'm not afraid of most of the 5th stage experts in Wuxing. However, that person is indeed capable. What's his background? Yes. Lin Ling knew that this person was indeed not simple. He's from the Divine Marquis Mansion of the Great Saint Domain. You should know that there are 4 great immortal emperors in the Great Saint Domain, and the Divine Marquis Mansion is one of them. According to the legends, the Divine Marquis Mansion also belonged to the mortal world in the ancient era. Later on, they were expelled from the mortal world forever. That's why the overall strength of the Divine Marquis Mansion is comparable to the 9 deacons of the mortal world. Lu Susu frowned. The other party was clearly several times stronger than the Crystal 7 talents. This was because their talents were the same, but the other party had cultivated for a longer period of time. Moreover, he was at the first transition and had more laws. In a battle between powerhouses, if their talents were the same, then they would clash to see who had more laws. No matter who he is, since he dared to kill me, Lin Ling, I will kill him. Lin Ling calmly replied, his words causing Lu Susu to laugh. The little brat of the past was getting stronger and stronger. As expected of the mad god Lin Ling. That's right, what did you experience in the Sky Cloud Forest? I found that you're getting stronger and stronger. Lu Susu asked curiously. I met a lot of Ents and almost lost my boat. Lin Ling sat down and took out a wine flask to drink. His tone was calm, but it caused Lu Susu's heart to tremble. She knew that the mad god Lin Ling was fearless and would not retreat even if the sky fell. But now, Lin Ling actually said that he almost lost his boat. This meant that the situation at that time was very dangerous. What made them even more speechless was that Lin Ling was able to talk about such a dangerous situation so casually. Ents? Could it be the Cloud Treant? Then, Lu Susu sucked in a breath of cold air. The Cloud Treant, even Wusheng, a 7th stage realm powerhouse, doesn't dare to face it because they can't be killed. Moreover, their strength is very strong and comparable to the laws. You actually came out alive from the hands of the Treant? I didn't come out alive. I killed them. Lin Ling calmly said, causing Lu Susu to be stunned. There was only one word in her heart: abnormal. What about you guys? What did you meet again? Lin Ling did not want to talk about the previous topic, so he asked. Because most of the attempts to seal the void enchantment failed, so we mostly killed demons. We were lucky enough to find the Emperor's horoscope map, but when we were about to go, a scumbag appeared in the Purple Alliance and betrayed us. He went to look for the Emperor's horoscope with other alliances. Lu Susu frowned and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Emperor's horoscope? Lin Ling was curious. In the 4 great eras, Emperor Yun's inheritance. This Emperor Yun was a character from the ancient era and he finally fell. He divided his emperor's horoscope into 9 parts and hid them in the human world. But now, we can confirm that it is in the Sky Cloud Forest. It is said that if you can obtain an emperor's horoscope, you will have the majesty of the emperor and your talent will increase by 1 grade. Lu Susu explained. It was harder to increase one's talent than to increase one's cultivation level because it required a lot of resources. However, to increase one's talent, it required the corresponding treasures. The requirements were stricter. The Emperor's horoscope was a way to increase one's talent, but it could only increase one's talent to the divine level. Your Majesty, if you can obtain an Emperor's horoscope, even if it's just one of them, your celestial demon overlord flesh will reach the final layer. At that instant, Elder Z's excited voice could be heard, causing Lin Ling's heart to skip a beat. The reason being that it would require a lot of resources to reach the final layer, thus obtaining an Emperor's horoscope was the easiest way. Has the map been stolen? Lin Ling asked with an anxious look. Lu Susu shrugged her shoulders and giggled. Have you ever seen me lose out in something? Even though the map has been stolen, I still remember it. Hearing this, Lin Ling raised his thumb. We'll each get an Emperor's horoscope. Alright, deal. Lu Susu's smile became even more charming. With Lin Ling around, it was not impossible for her to obtain an Emperor's horoscope. However, she soon frowned, but I'm still injured. It's going to be difficult for me to compete for an Emperor's horoscope. Let's make a deal. Give me 100,000 merit points and I'll make sure you're alive and kicking after tomorrow. Lin Ling laughed, causing Lu Susu's beautiful eyes to narrow. You can even heal here? I realize that you're really omnipotent. Lu Susu's leg had been hit by an arrow, and it was an arrow of law. If that arrow was not removed, Lu Susu would not be able to fight. If she was not strong enough, she would have died soon. However, Lin Ling was very familiar with this kind of treatment. Because that arrow was a boundary immortal weapon, others could not do anything to it, but Lin Ling was not one of them. Lie down. It might hurt a little, but it'll be fine soon. I'll just remove the arrow's barrier. You know about barriers? I know a little. After all, I'm still a 1-star barrier master. Lin Ling smiled confidently. However, after Lu Susu lay down, he immediately frowned because the arrow had hit her thigh. Why are you in a daze? Are you shy? Bullshit, I have a son. I've seen everything. How can I be shy? Then do it. Hearing this, Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was not a lustful person, but Lu Susu was a seductress. It would be a lie to say that he did not have any reaction when he saw her fair, jade-like legs. I'm just thinking about how to remove the arrow's barrier. You're overthinking it. Chapter 1888. Realm breakthrough, please, the arrow hit my left foot. You kept touching my right foot, can you pull out the arrow? Or are you trying to take advantage of me? Sure, just give me money. Lu Susu's helpless voice floated out. Lin Ling blushed with shame. He was too nervous. After a long time, Lin Ling pulled out the arrow, left behind the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid, and fled. Rest for a day, we'll set off tomorrow. As Lu Susu watched the slender figure leave, she suddenly smiled seductively like a demon. What a shameless female profiteer. On the other side, Lin Ling played with the arrow in his hand and curled his lips helplessly. However, when he looked at the arrow in his hand, his eyes turned cold. Divine Marquis Mansion, he remembered that he was chased away by Li Xiaoyao. He didn't expect that he would step into the human world again. Moreover, he wanted to kill him, Lin Ling. Archer, I'll find you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he entered the purple mansion to cultivate. This time, he kept plundering merit points and a large amount of heavenly treasures. Therefore, he used this one day to increase his strength again. He knew that there would be a fierce battle coming up. Your Majesty, the limit of the celestial devil overlord body is the 2nd grade of the divine rank. After reaching the limit, as long as your Majesty's cultivation realm increases, you'll be able to reach the same height as the great Emperor Zhai Xing. In the Purple Palace realm, Old Z looked at Lin Ling and said. He sighed in his heart because he had watched Lin Ling grow stronger step by step. Now, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the end of the Purple Palace realm. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He then said, the celestial devil overlord body is reaching the limit. However, I still can't use the underworld flames at full strength. However, this flame talent is definitely not the 1st grade of the divine rank. The underworld flames was of a higher grade than the celestial devil overlord body. After all, it was one of the 10 great divine flames. Therefore, although Lin Ling didn't have more than 10 laws of fire, its power was comparable to 20 laws of fire. The increase in my cultivation level will allow the power of my underworld flames to increase again. This time, it's the martial dais of the Central Earth ranking. I must enter the top 10. Lin Ling was clear that the entire human world was trying to stop the devil race. He couldn't change everything. However, he wanted to dominate the Earth list. After all, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. No one could soar to the heavens in a single step and become invincible under the heavens. During his 1 year in the Violet Palace realm, Lin Ling had used up all of his treasures, finally stepping into the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. That source of illusory power within his dantian grew even more mysterious, allowing Lin Ling to possess the power of 4 laws. Lin Ling's Yellow Springs flame was even more powerful, and it could restore 70% of his Yellow Springs army's strength. As for the Fiend God Overlord physique, its defense was even stronger now. The majesty of its power was probably the strongest below the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. Coupled with the power of 50 dimensions, Lin Ling could be said to be truly powerful. The Peerless Sword has 100 dimensions. I can use 80 dimensions now. Adding them all up, Lin Ling's power of laws was comparable to 200. Standing up, Lin Ling left his Zifu. Outside, the devilish qi was still vast and mighty. When Lin Ling found Lu Susu, the latter had already recovered her strength. Lu Susu was actually at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, and also possessed a talent of the 1st grade of the Divinity realm. However, Lin Ling had the feeling that Lu Susu's strength was probably extremely powerful after just a single transformation. True geniuses would choose the first transition to lay the foundation for the future. The crystal's 7 talents were the same. Of course, the path of martial arts was never smooth. The power of the first transition was strong. But if the origin of the void failed, the effect would be terrifying. The cultivation would regress and the latter would have no hope of advancing for the rest of their lives. Therefore, only the truly brave would dare to choose the path of the first transition. You've broken through. Lu Susu said in surprise as she stared at Lin Ling's black mask. After all, it had only been a day and Lin Ling had broken through. This was beyond her imagination. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had obtained so many treasures. If he still couldn't break through, then he wouldn't need to practice martial arts. He had to admit that he had gained a lot from this trip to the Sky Cloud Forest. Then let's go. There are many alliances looking for the Emperor's horoscope map. We can't be slow. Lu Susu was used to Lin Ling and smiled. Everyone nodded. They had all practiced martial arts for many years and had seen many things. They knew that if they wanted something, they would have to pay a price. Therefore, although this trip was dangerous, they would not miss it. Moreover, Alliance Master Lu Susu had recovered her strength and had the help of a night angel. Their confidence had increased greatly. Do you know? In the Sky Cloud Forest, you're known as the Night Angel. Lu Susu said with a smile. She knew that even the ancient Ji family and the Xianyuan family wanted to recruit the Night Angel. If they knew that the Night Angel was Mad God Lin Ling, she wondered how they would react. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't really care about the false reputation. However, he was looking forward to the next trip. That was because Lin Ling had fought against the Xian Di, who was stronger than the Crystal Seven Talents. However, Lin Ling hadn't fought against the genius Xian Di who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, Lin Ling had never fought against the first transition Xian Di. Therefore, Lin Ling hoped to fight against them. If he wanted to become stronger, fighting was the best way to do it. As they moved forward, they seemed to be getting closer to the void enchantment boundary. A large number of demons appeared. Similarly, many of the Xian Di alliance were killing the demons. They obviously didn't care about the void enchantment boundary. Their goal was still to obtain merit points. Obviously, they weren't fools. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. We're almost there. According to the map, there's a historical site after this dense forest. The historical site is the place where the Emperor's horoscope is. Sigh. Everyone stopped on a hill. Lu Susu looked into the distance and said. It was dark in front of them. The forest was so tall that it reached the clouds. It was pitch black. Birds flew out from time to time, as if there was a terrifying existence in the forest. At the same time, an oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He then shook his head and said, it seems that there are many people who know about the map. There are many powerful Xian Di alliance in the forest. Sigh. His eye of time saw that the strong people in the forest were all at the 5th degree Wuxing realm. How do you know? Sigh. Lu Susu and the others' faces changed drastically. I sensed it. However, it's more important to save people now. I saw a few familiar people. I'll go help them. Help. Lin Ling's eyes were still looking forward. He suddenly said calmly. In his eye of time, he saw the eternal fairy, the great Buddha, and one of the Crystal Seven Talents. They had formed an alliance. Moreover, they hadn't encountered any demons. Instead, they were entangled by other alliances. Then, they shot towards the ancient forest. In the Sky Cloud Forest, the strong people of Xian Di realm didn't care about the 3 great legends of the mortal realm. They only cared about alliances. Therefore, even if they were under the same legend, they might attack each other. In the depths of the forest, the atmosphere was oppressive. A large number of strong people had gathered there. Moreover, the 4 alliances were the strongest among all the alliances. They were called the Heaven Alliance, the Sanctuary Alliance, the Slayer Alliance, and the Wings Alliance. They came from various forces. There was the Sky Clan, the Fire Clan, the ancient Ji family, and the powerful alliance formed by the great Saint Regions. Chapter 1889. Recruiting Alliance Experts, kill anyone who comes. Kill. Endless darkness engulfed the forest. A large number of Xian Di were invaded by the darkness and gradually turned into white bones. No one could stop the attacks of the four great alliances because the strength of the experts of these alliances was slightly stronger. They were ranked in the top 50 of the Central Earth ranking. Therefore, when the weaker alliances stepped into this place, they would be completely reshuffled. Wait, let's leave immediately. Kill. Many of the alliances chose to retreat. If you come, you will die. Kill. A man in black sneered. He opened his hands and countless bats flew out. If one looked closely, those bats were formed by a law. If one was bitten by the bats, the void energy in one's dantian would wither. Unless one had a divine-level talent, it would be difficult to escape death. How terrifying. Is that the Xian expert from the Saint's great domain? Kill. That's the Black Bat King. Kill. The crowd trembled with fear. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to. It seemed that the only outcome was death. What made them angry was that the people from the Sky Alliance, Holy Alliance and Wings Alliance were watching with folded arms. Among those people, many of them were their senior brothers. Let's kill them. The Emperor horoscope is about to appear, and it's going to appear at the boundary of the void. It's likely that the powerful demon tribe will appear soon, so let's get rid of those who are in our way. Someone from the four great alliances said calmly. Remember, their deaths will be blamed on the demon clan. Another person said. This made the faces of the people in the forest pale. They never thought that there would be a day like this. The mighty Xian was like an ant in front of them. Just as they were about to attack, a large number of people came from the forest. Many people looked over and their faces changed slightly. The Purple Alliance. One of the most powerful alliances in the past. They actually came. The four great alliances were extremely surprised. Didn't the Purple Alliance collapse? How could they come here? Moreover, this place was occupied by the experts of the Central Earth ranking. The Purple Alliance came here to die. Hehe, the highest deacon palace of the human realm sent us here to stop the devil race. It's a pity that some people don't care about the devil race. Instead, they only care about themselves and want to take the treasure for themselves. Lu Susu's tender voice rang out, causing countless people to look at her. The people from the four great alliances sneered. They weren't in a hurry. They wanted to see what Lu Susu had to say because in their hearts, Lu Susu was only ranked in the 40s on the Central Earth ranking. She wasn't worth mentioning. Lu Susu didn't look at the people from the four alliances. She looked at the other alliances. The mortal world is facing a great calamity. Everyone is only concerned about themselves. But now that the monarch horoscope has appeared, why should they be the ones to obtain it? Shouldn't such a treasure belong to the capable? They're blocking the way here and killing anyone who enters the forest without mercy. This is too domineering. They're treating us like ants. Therefore, I think that we should form an alliance and fight against the four great alliances. Following Lu Susu's last words, the entire forest fell silent. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. All the alliances should form an alliance. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Lu Susu was indeed a profiteer. She was able to gather people's hearts with just a few words. The Purple Alliance was declining, but if these alliances joined, the Purple Alliance would instantly rise. From an alliance that was about to be eliminated, it would quickly become one of the strongest alliances. Only Lu Susu had such ability. The people from the four great alliances' faces turned ugly. They had never expected Lu Susu to be so powerful. Lu Susu is right. They're trying to kill us. Our alliance alone is no match for them. So, why not form an alliance? If we join the Purple Alliance, we can at least protect ourselves. But, if we join the Purple Alliance, will we be part of it from now on? Voices of discussion drifted out from the forest. Some of the Xian people were from ancient families and some were from the three great legends of the human realm. But now, they had to listen to the Purple Alliance? One had to know that the CND experts were all giants in the human realm. Now, they had to listen to someone else's orders. Who would be able to accept it? Hehe, Lu Susu, your plan seems to have failed. But I have to admit that you have some tricks up your sleeve. Of course, if you want them to join the Purple Alliance, sometimes you can sell them something. For example, your body. Hehe, maybe many people will join you. An ordinary-looking woman from the 4 great alliances laughed. This woman was not weak. She was ranked 6th on the Central Earth ranking. She was a female island lord from the sea. It's better to accompany me than to accompany them. Beside her, a man stared at Lu Susu's body and licked his lips. Lu Susu snorted coldly and ignored them. She continued to look at the people around her. However, no one took the first step. They were all hesitating. Could it be that you still can't let go of your so-called face? You have to know that if we don't form an alliance, everyone will die. Lu Susu shouted again. Many people's hesitation wavered. I'll join. At this time, a voice finally sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was one of the Crystal 7 talents. He was ranked 58th on the Central Earth ranking. Hehe, only one person? The people from the 4 great alliances were stunned and laughed even more loudly. However, at this time, another voice sounded, causing the people from the 4 great alliances to frown instantly. I'll join. Eternal Fairy also walked out. Behind her was a large Buddha. The crowd immediately frowned. The Crystal 7 talents, Eternal Fairy, and CND were ranked in the middle of the Central Earth ranking. However, they were geniuses from the mortal world and had boundless potential. In the future, they would definitely have a chance to reach the top of the Central Earth ranking. Lu Susu was also secretly surprised. These people had provided timely help. However, she did not understand why they were willing to join them. She did not know that after Lin Ling had arrived with the Purple Alliance, Eternal Fairy and the others had noticed him. Although Lin Ling was wearing a mask, they had interacted with Lin Ling in the prison of the mortal world and recognized the ancient sword behind him. Therefore, they naturally joined the Purple Alliance with Mad God Lin Ling. The genius CND is proud and arrogant. Since they have joined, why can't we let go of our face? That's right. If we don't unite, we will die. In that case, what is face worth? I'll join too. A large number of voices were heard in the forest. The CND Alliance members joined one after another. In an instant, the Purple Alliance became stronger. Lu Susu and the others stood there excitedly. Not long ago, the Purple Alliance was about to collapse. Now, it was strong again. Sister Susu, this is great. This is great. Lin Yanchen exclaimed excitedly. She was one of the leaders, so naturally, she was happy. Lu Susu nodded and looked at the 4 great alliances. Although the 4 great alliances were stronger, they had more people. Slap. 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 Lu Susu is indeed smooth and slick. I have to admit that I'm impressed. Now that the Purple Alliance has become stronger, it seems like we can't do whatever we want. Someone from the 4 great alliances smiled faintly. Are you afraid now? Now, make way and let us move forward. Lu Susu sneered coldly. Afraid? Chapter 1890. Central Earth ranking, we're just surprised. Do you think we're afraid? Although your alliance has more people, they are all useless. On the other hand, our 4 great alliances have gathered the immortal emperors ranked in the top 50 of the Central Earth rankings. Do you think we are afraid? Moreover, let me tell you, your alliance doesn't mean anything. A real alliance needs a strong practitioner to hold the fort. You're the leader of the Purple Alliance, Lu Susu. But if you hold the fort, can you convince everyone? The people from the four alliances said disdainfully. Lu Susu's side fell silent. An alliance couldn't rely on numbers alone. It also needed a flag. Otherwise, if there was trouble and no one was willing to obey the orders of the other, then it would be like a plate of loose sand. Now, although Lu Susu was the leader of the Purple Alliance, she still lacked some weight as the flag of the Purple Alliance. Although there were many Xiendi who had joined, they were only thinking about their own lives. If there was any danger, they would be the first to run. Lu Susu, you have nothing to say. Seeing Lu Susu's silence, the people from the four alliances mocked her as if saying that she was too inexperienced. I'll be the strong practitioner who holds the fort. Hearing those words, Lin Ling walked out directly. The current situation didn't allow Lin Ling to reject. Moreover, he didn't want to waste too much time here. Lin Ling? Seeing this, Lu Susu's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. The surrounding people's expressions changed slightly. Black mask, black robe, ancient sword behind. Could it be the mysterious Dark Angel? Apparently, everyone present had heard of the Dark Angel. The people from the four alliances' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect the Dark Angel to join the Purple Alliance. This strong practitioner's power was very mysterious. It was said that Wusheng had few opponents in the fifth-degree realm. He was indeed qualified. For a moment, they all fell silent. On the other hand, the Purple Alliance's interest was raised as they stared at the people from the four alliances. He's indeed the Dark Angel. Even the top experts in the Central Earth ranking are afraid of him. Hehe, looks like the Purple Alliance is going to rise again. We were right to join. I'd like to see how arrogant the four alliances can be. The people from the Purple Alliance laughed and said. Huh, it's too early for you to be happy. However, just as they were getting excited, the silent four great alliances finally spoke. A burly man said indifferently, I admit that the Night Angels are very powerful. That's why we're afraid of your Purple Alliance. However, this also means that you can leave here alive. What? The Purple Alliance's people's expressions changed. They thought that the people of the four alliances were afraid of them, but who knew that they just didn't want to kill them? You can leave, but you have to leave behind the jade tokens that record your merit points. This is our final reward for you. The woman who was ranked 6th on the Earth ranking also spoke. Obviously, with Lin Ling's appearance, the four alliances didn't dare to go head-to-head with him. However, it was impossible to say that they were afraid of the Purple Alliance. Most importantly, merit points were precious. Even if they let Lin Ling go, they didn't intend to let go of their merit points. Also, Dark Angel, I know that you've stolen a lot of merit points. Many Xiendi in our alliance have been robbed by you. So, you have to hand over your jade token. The burly man stared at Lin Ling. Not only us, but even the Dark Angel has to hand over his merit points. Everyone from the Purple Alliance was stunned. If they handed over their merit points, then they would have come here for nothing. After all, it wasn't every time they entered the Sky Cloud Forest, they would be able to obtain merit points. From another perspective, merit points represented their future strength. If you refuse, we'll fight. You can discuss among yourselves. The people from the four alliances said. The Purple Alliance's people hesitated. If they didn't hand over their merit points, they would fight. If they did, they could leave this place alive. Lu Susu didn't expect the four alliances to be so arrogant. They seemed to be giving them a way out, but in reality, they were still bullying them. Even Lin Ling was stunned. He had to hand over his merit points too. He couldn't help but laugh. I think there's no need to discuss. You're going to hand over your merit points? Hearing this, the people from the four alliances looked at Lin Ling. Sorry, I'm not going to hand them over. I've chosen to fight. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. The people from the four alliances were stunned. They laughed even louder. We gave in before, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of the Purple Alliance. It's just that you've formed an alliance, so we'll have to waste a lot of time to kill you. But now, you want the Purple Alliance to fight. You're killing the Purple Alliance. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Lin Ling's cold eyes revealed a mocking look. You think you're the only one who doesn't want to waste time? Let me tell you, I didn't want to waste time either, so I didn't want to fight. But now, I've changed my mind. A fight is inevitable. Moreover, I actually want to fight you because I'm very interested in the Earth ranking. As for the Purple Alliance? I'm sorry, but I'll fight alone. Boom. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. The Dark Angel had wanted to fight for a long time. Moreover, he didn't seem to be fighting for merit points, but for the sake of fighting. A battle maniac. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. The eyes of the people from the 4 alliances turned cold. What did the Dark Angel think they were? Ants? You'll regret your actions. Come, let's fight. From the 4 alliances, an arrogant old man walked out with a gloomy face. This person was the Ban Xiandi, an expert from 2,000 years ago. Although his talent was average, because he had cultivated for a long time, he had always been at the top of the Earth ranking. One person, and a half-dead old man at that. Let's have a few more. Lin Ling also walked out. Just as he said, he chose to fight because he wanted to see how strong he was on the Earth ranking. Have a few more? Who do you think you are? When I was practicing martial arts, you were still in your mother's womb. The old man's body disappeared and entered the space. The law was extremely strange. The crowd looked at Lin Ling. Although they knew that the Dark Angel was very strong, the Dark Angel had risen suddenly. Therefore, no one knew how strong he was and whether he could fight the top experts on the Earth ranking. What's your ranking? To everyone's surprise, the old man disappeared. Lin Ling remained motionless and asked indifferently. 42nd. In the space, a cold figure shot out from the ground like a poisonous snake hidden in the desert and instantly launched a fatal attack. Boom! The old man's hand turned into the shape of a snake and the law reached 32. A poisonous light bloomed and suddenly hit Lin Ling's chest. He's dead. That's the poison of a snake corpse. The Ban Xiandi is an expert who lived with poisonous snakes for 1,000 years. His body is poisonous and can break through any law. Someone from the 4 alliances said indifferently. 42nd is so weak? What a disappointment. Unfortunately, just as that person finished speaking, Lin Ling's voice floated over. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling stood like a pine tree. The Ban Xiandi's attack did not penetrate Lin Ling's body. Chapter 1891. Boiling battle intent, so powerful. The old man's pupils constricted. Looks like I have to use the poison belly cloud. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Ling spat out a sentence coldly. 20 universes of power erupted as he slapped out. Boom! Blood rained down as the old man exploded like sand. The blood mist turned into sand. Too weak. Let's have a stronger one. Lin Ling said as he stared at the 4 great alliances after dealing with one person casually. The 4 great alliances fell silent. They had never expected the Dark Angel to be so strong that he could kill the 42nd ranked expert in one move. Not bad at all. However, we have been on the Earth roll for thousands of years. You are just a junior who has just risen and is only famous here. How dare you try to violate the dignity of your seniors? Then, let me challenge you. I am Heaven's Legacy Xiandi, ranked 25th. I have 66 laws. Another expert walked out. His words shocked everyone. After all, Wuxia only had 20 laws at the 5th stage. Some geniuses or those who had cultivated for a long time would have more, but they would only have 10 more. Even if they had 20 more laws, they would still be a terrifying existence. However, Heaven's Legacy Xian had 40 more. He was indeed worthy of being ranked 25th. In an instant, the people from the Purple Alliance became nervous, including Lu Susu. Although she knew that Lin Ling was very strong, she did not know where his limit was. Only Eternal Fairy and the rest were not worried because they had seen Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, they thought that Heaven's Legacy Xiandi's words were a joke. Everyone thought that the Dark Angel was only famous in the Sky Cloud Forest. However, who knew that the Dark Angel was Mad God Lin Ling? If they knew, who would dare to say that Lin Ling was a junior who had just risen? At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He used the Black Tortoise's 9 steps and instantly appeared in front of the expert. The power of 50 laws turned into a punch and punched out. This punch was like a shooting star. The space immediately shattered. Boom! With one punch, that Heaven's Legacy Xian was cut into pieces. The crowd was silent. They thought that there would be an intense battle, that they would be evenly matched, but it was still a single move. What was ironic was that Tianyi Xiandi's self-confidence had now become his last words. Even the members of the 4 great alliances sucked in a breath of cold air. Right now, they were finally paying attention to Lin Ling. He had killed 25 of them with a single punch. This Night Angel was simply too ferocious. Kill him. Finally, Xian, who was ranked in the top 10, walked out. Without saying a word, he immediately used his killer move. A total of 7 people. Obviously, they were also furious, so they had to suppress Lin Ling's spirit. The divine light of oblivion, under the heavens, only I reign supreme. There is no heaven, no earth, no me. A sacred light shone down, and the light of treasures shone brightly. Above the earth, time seemed to be frozen. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't that time had been frozen. Instead, time around Lin Ling had been accelerated. It was a very strange power of law. Law of gravity. Rumble. Another expert let out a cold voice, and a total of 80 law of gravity erupted at the same time. This was gravity. It was even more mysterious than gravity. After all, gravity relied on weight to defeat the opponent. There was only one direction, and that was downwards. However, gravity could defeat the opponent from all angles. It could go to the left or up. Everything was controlled by the user of the law of gravity. Most importantly, it had 80 law of gravity. Exploding thunder heavenly bone blade. After the law of gravity, another expert ranked 5th attacked. A blade descended from the sky, and thunder exploded. What was terrifying was that this person had obviously changed his life. The law of gravity was beyond imagination. Moreover, the ancient blade in his hand had an extraordinary origin. The law of gravity surged, surpassing many divine weapons. In an instant, a strong wind blew in the forest. The huge trees were cut in half and flipped in the sky. How terrifying! Retreat! The members of the Purple Alliance retreated. In their eyes, several figures were like gods that had descended from the heavens, suppressing the Night Angel. Lin Ling. Lu Susu frowned and became worried. Amidst the countless powerful attacks, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face looked at the sky. His originally solemn expression revealed excitement at this moment. That's right, it was excitement. Everyone could clearly see that the Night Angel was actually excited. You're qualified to make me use my sword. Lin Ling finally spat out a word. His sword came out like water. He used the Black Tortoise's 9 steps and shot into the sky. When he slashed in the air, 100-dimensional space erupted. All kinds of mysterious worlds slashed toward a person in the sky like a stream of light. Help me. That person's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the law of gravity and the law of time couldn't affect Lin Ling. How could he know that Lin Ling's god-fiend overlord physique was so terrifying that it could be called an absolute defense? Dragon God Shield. When the sword slashed down, a figure appeared beside that person, wanting to block Lin Ling's sword for that person. Countless brown ancient dragons appeared and hovered in the air. They actually merged and turned into a huge shield with brown scales. This shield released the power of 90 laws and was as strong as a mountain. This was the divine dragon warrior of the Xianyuan clan. Rumble. The sword and shield collided. A storm swept through the sky and the law of time was in chaos. Deng deng deng. On the ground, many CND experts were swept by the storm and sat down on the ground. However, they stared at the sky, unwilling to miss anything. However, the sword and shield in the sky were evenly matched. Night Angel? That's all. The divine dragon warrior looked at Lin Ling in front of him through his shield with disdain. The Night Angel wanted to sweep through the 4 alliances by himself? It was simply a fool's dream. Your bloodline is very strong and your defense is also very strong. A good dragon shield. Lin Ling said indifferently, holding the sword in his right hand. Of course, because my law of time is not something you can compare to. The divine dragon warrior said proudly. Is that so? Then take another strike from me. Humph. Lin Ling's sword swung out once more, unleashing the power of 110 laws. He could block the first strike, but could he block the second strike? What? You can still increase the law of time? Could it be that you changed it in one go? The divine dragon warrior's face changed dramatically. Unfortunately, the answer he got was a sword, an incomparably resplendent sword that slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Rumble. The space exploded and the dragon's shield shattered. Even the fragments seemed to be sucked into another world. As for the 2 people behind the dragon's shield, they were killed by the sword. This sword is too sharp. Humph. Everyone's face changed dramatically. The Night Angel fought against 7 of the best CND experts, but he killed 2 of them. This battle strength was too terrifying. Even the Crystal 7 talents sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was a genius of the same level as them. In fact, Lin Ling's cultivation time was even shorter than theirs. But now, Lin Ling had already surpassed his seniors, and by a large margin. Earthburst Meteor, summon CND, help me. Attack. Take my blade. Attack. The remaining experts fought with all their might. The earth shook and meteors shot out. Moreover, there were countless meteors. These meteors were as big as small hills, as if they were summoned from the earth's core. Chapter 1892. Fight, fight, fight. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he swung his ancient sword at the incoming meteors. Take this. Clang. An ancient sword descended from the sky. The power of the law was extremely strong. Most importantly, the timing of this attack was perfect. Everyone wiped the sweat off Lin Ling's forehead. Lin Ling's situation had become dangerous. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. You guys are cooperating well. However, the better the cooperation, the more I like it. This sentence was undoubtedly frivolous and shook the hearts of the people. What was a battle maniac? What was a madman? The more difficult the challenge, the more challenging it was. Clang. Lin Ling's ancient sword was still blocking the ground. A dragon claw appeared on his left hand. With 10 claws, he actually grabbed the sword that was slashing down. Dragon claw? Could it be that person? No, I've seen that person before. Dragon claw doesn't look like that. Many people from the Purple Alliance were shocked. Some people guessed that the Dark Angel was Mad God Lin Ling because everyone knew that Lin Ling also had Dragon Claw. On the other hand, not many people had seen Lin Ling use a peerless divine sword. This was because Lin Ling hadn't used a sword at the Heavenly Witch Mountain and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration. However, no one connected the Dark Angel to Mad God Lin Ling. Firstly, Mad God Lin Ling might be stronger than the Crystal 7 Talents, but he obviously wasn't as strong as the Dark Angel. This was because the Dark Angel was simply ferocious. As for the Dragon Claw, Lin Ling's Dragon Claw didn't have 10 claws. This was even more suspicious. "You blocked my saber?" a tall and sturdy man in the sky exclaimed. "It seems like the reason you're ranked at the top of the Central Earth board is because of this sword. Unfortunately, this sword is indeed good, but the barrier within the sword is too flawed for me." Lin Ling coldly spat out. The power of his dragon claw burst forth and broke the connection between the blade and that person. He actually snatched the blade. Clearly, to him, it was easier for Lin Ling to win against him with a spirit formation immortal armament. Moreover, that immortal armament had a flaw in the spirit formation. Moreover, Lin Ling could easily break through the spirit formation and snatch the blade. "You!" The tall and sturdy man's face paled. Without the sword, his strength was at most ranked in the Central Earth board. "The sword is mine from now on. Because of your sword, I can let you live. Get lost." Lin Ling's dragon claw swept out and swept the burly man away. The burly man's heart was about to explode. He had never imagined that his strongest trump card would be taken away in this battle. "Dark Angel, I'll fight it out with you. Everyone, attack together." There were only 4 peak experts left. There were both young and old among them, but all of them had cultivated for a very long time. Among them, there was even a First Revolution Immortal Emperor. In addition, they had summoned the Immortal Emperors of the 4 great alliances to act together. As a result, the pressure Lin Ling faced was even greater. "Help him." Lu Susu saw that the situation wasn't right and immediately shouted, "Fight!" Everyone from the Purple Alliance felt their blood boil. They didn't expect that the Dark Angel alone would cause the 4 alliances to move out. "Don't move. I'll take care of them." However, just as they moved, Lin Ling's cold shout came from the sky. Everyone stopped in their tracks and stared at the sky in disbelief. The Dark Angel had chosen to fight alone. However, when they stared at the sky, they realized that the Dark Angel wasn't afraid at all. Instead, a flame of battle was dancing in his pupils. The Dark Angel was getting crazier. The more he fought, the braver he became. Lunatic, he was a complete battle maniac. At this moment, the crowd finally knew why the Dark Angel was so strong. It was because he was a martial arts maniac. This guy. Lu Susu smiled bitterly. She didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a choice. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the sky. The black mask made him look like an angel hidden in the darkness. The black robe and the huge ancient sword made him look even more like a peerless sword god. Lin Ling naturally felt pressure when the 4 alliances attacked together. However, the greater the pressure, the more excited he was. Fight! 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 He wanted to continue fighting. He wanted to know his limits. He had lived in seclusion for a year and had calmed down. However, the horn of battle had sounded. Therefore, Lin Ling had to fight with his sword. If he retreated today, how could he stand firm in this merciless world when the demon race invaded? "Come, let's fight." The ancient sword boiled. In the sky, the space shattered like glass. Cracks appeared around Lin Ling's body like endless lightning. It was extremely dazzling. Kill! A terrifying chaotic battle broke out. Countless talents were displayed, and the mysterious and domineering power of laws gushed out. The sky, the earth, and the forest were like the land of the world's great calamity. The terrifying power seemed to have cracked the horizon. 130-dimensional space bloomed on Lin Ling's ancient sword. A dripping battle enveloped Lin Ling's body. Die. Every sword strike took the life of an expert. Watching from the ground, it was soul-stirring and shocking. Of course, Lin Ling would be attacked by others with every sword strike. His injuries were getting worse and worse. However, at this moment, the godly demon overlord physique showed what was called an absolute defense. At the same time, Lin Ling was also showing his willpower and fighting spirit. His fighting spirit was not extinguished. Instead, it became more and more vigorous. What an arrogant guy. I saw before that he was injured to the bone by the power of law. However, he still held his sword and fought. Perhaps this is a true swordsman. When a swordsman strikes, he doesn't consider himself, but how to kill the enemy. The people of the Purple Alliance were all stunned. However, the fighting spirit in their hearts was also sprouting. It was sprouting because of the man in the sky. Too weak. You seem to be called Black Bat King. Since you cultivate the law of darkness, why do you cultivate the law of flame? Don't you know that fire and darkness are conflicting? If you can't control them, then you'll be controlled by them. This is the strength of the top 10 of the Central Earth leaderboard. After cultivating for so long, your law of strength doesn't even reach 200. How embarrassing. First transition Wusheng, did you not eat? Lin Ling's heroic voice was constantly heard in the sky. Rumble. Everyone saw the Night Angel clashing with several experts. He smashed a rock with 100 law of strength with a punch. Moreover, the bones in the Night Angel's left hand cracked. However, in the next moment, the Night Angel's fighting spirit did not decrease. Instead, it became more vigorous. This guy is abnormal. Is he invincible? Retreat. I'm not fighting anymore. The people of the four alliances were terrified. It was as if they had met a battle maniac. They began to retreat with fear on their faces. Fight. The focus of the battlefield was undoubtedly Lin Ling. At this moment, he was charging towards the four alliances. To him, this battle was like raising the flag and releasing the fighting spirit that he had been hiding from the world for a year. Very scary. However, the Night Angel, from today onwards, you're mine. Come over here and kowtow to your master. Just when everyone was afraid, a dignified voice suddenly rang out. A handsome man floated in the sky. He opened his hands, and a multicolored light enveloped him. It's an expert from the Great Sage region. Chapter 1893. Battle lunatic, with my life, seal the demon god, fight the southern sky, fight the eastern sea, fight the northern lands, fight the western regions, fight the heavens, fight the earth, fight the heavens, fight the earth, fight the mad devil seal. A voice filled with heavenly might suddenly sounded, Demon God, look over here, guard the Son of Heaven's seal, God's sealing stamp. Along with his voice, a mysterious five-colored light turned into a stone tablet and fell from the sky, smashing towards Lin Ling. It's the Northern Xiandi's man, that's the God sealing stamp. Legend has it that in the Saint's big domain, some people were born with divine rank talent, but this talent couldn't increase any attack power, defense power, etc. Its only effect was to seal the god. Once sealed the god, this talent would disappear forever, and the sealed god would only listen to the Son of Heaven's orders for the rest of his life. It seems like the Night Demon God has become the Night Demon God. The people of the four alliances were in high spirits. Tian Nu Xiandi had made his move. Tian Nu Xiandi wasn't on the Martial Pavilion's list, but his strength was strange, everyone had heard of it. Now that the Night Angel was sealed with the slave seal, they would be their slaves from now on. Good, good, good. Good. The people of the four alliances shouted. The five-colored divine tablet in the sky suppressed Lin Ling, reaching the ground, shaking the earth. As for the expert who used the God sealing stamp, he seemed to have aged a few decades, his hair turned white, but he had an excited smile on his face. Obviously, this god-sealing stamp was too heaven-defying. It could seal the 3 lives and 3 worlds, so the price he had to pay was huge. It was his lifespan. But it was enough. To have the Night Angel as a slave, wasn't he satisfied? Night Angel, come, kowtow 3 times to the master. Good. The expert stared at the 5-colored divine tablet and sneered. The 5-colored divine monument sat on the ground, silent and motionless. At this moment, Lin Ling's brows were tightly furrowed. A mysterious power wrapped around his body, directly entering his destiny and rushing towards 3 lives, 3 lives, 3 lives. He could sense that his life had been sealed. Seal me? You even sealed my previous life and my next life? I, Li Xiaoyao, have been free for a lifetime. No one has ever been able to seal me, no one in the martial god world, and even more so here. Lin Ling's fighting spirit became even more exuberant, resisting the seal of fate. Moreover, when the power of the sealed divine steel reached the 100th generation, a fighting spirit that was even more terrifying than Lin Ling's erupted. If Lin Ling's fighting spirit was a small stream, then that fighting spirit was an ocean. It was Li Xiaoyao's battle intent. Bang! The 5-colored god sealing stamp. This scene caused everyone's jaws to drop. Boom! In the next moment, the 5-colored divine steel shattered, and a slender figure walked out with firm steps. At this moment, the world of immortal emperors became deathly silent. The expert who used the god-sealing stamp, he spat out a mouthful of blood, pointed at Lin Ling, and was speechless. One had to know that the Night Angel was already exhausted from the battle with the 4 alliances, so he chose to take action at that time. Generally speaking, the success rate of sealing a god was 100%, but who would have thought that the mysterious Night Angel would break out of the seal? How was this possible? Remember, some heaven's wills cannot be sealed. Suddenly, the expert remembered his master's words. Are you the heaven's will? The expert said incoherently. My will is your whole family. Lin Ling's hair fluttered, and at this moment, he was more like an angel walking out of the darkness, black and dazzling. He took a step forward, and the black tortoise's 9 steps allowed him to appear in front of the expert. He held the expert's head and slammed it heavily on the ground. Kowtow 3 times. Bang! Bang! The ground shook, and the expert who was held by Lin Ling directly fainted. The surroundings were silent. The Night Angel wasn't sealed. What was going on? Who is it? Let's fight again. Lin Ling threw away the expert in his hand like trash, his gaze sweeping across the 4 alliances, and his domineering voice floated out. The flames of his battle still hadn't been extinguished. He still wanted to fight. Because this group of experts didn't let him reach his limit, they didn't let him use his final trump card, so he didn't have enough fun fighting. Silence. The 4 alliances had suffered countless casualties, and the top 10 experts had all fallen. How could Xian Di dare to fight? Today, they met a battle maniac, and they were beaten to the point of being afraid, and even worshipped by him. In the world of martial arts, wanting to defeat an opponent wasn't difficult. But wanting to subdue an opponent was obviously difficult. This was because even if a battle was lost, a martial artist's fighting spirit wouldn't be lost. But now, their fighting spirit had been defeated by Lin Ling's berserk combat strength. Of course, if Lin Ling's strength was much stronger than theirs, even if they admitted defeat verbally, they wouldn't admit defeat in their hearts. However, Lin Ling's strength seemed to be only slightly stronger than theirs. The reason why he was able to continue fighting was not only because of his terrifying physical body, but also because of his indomitable will to fight. It was precisely because of this that they were scared by his crazy power. Hand over all your jade tokens. Seeing that no one dared to fight, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel disappointed, and then he shouted coldly. I'll hand them over. Me too. The 4 alliances were like a group of dragons without a leader, and all of them lowered their heads and handed over their jade tokens. "You can leave your own alliances," Lin Ling said again, and the people of the 4 alliances smiled bitterly. The Night Angels seemed to be disintegrating their alliances. But now, did they have the right to object? Obviously not. "Let's leave the forest," many people said weakly, their fighting spirit crumbling. "Get lost." The people of the Purple Alliance were in high spirits, and they shouted in unison, causing the people of the 4 alliances to leave like stray dogs. Then, everyone looked at the Night Angel, their hearts beating violently. They had never thought that the Night Angel would be so powerful. With such strength, he could probably fight with the 3 strongest people on the Earth list. Who exactly is this Night Angel? Curiosity rose in many people's hearts, especially the goddess-like immortal emperors. They stared at the black-robed youth as their hearts pounded violently. One had to admit that the mysteriousness of the Dark Night Angel was extremely attractive. At this rate, it won't be long before Lin Ling, the Mad God, can fight with Huang Zizi and the rest. Eternal Fairy, Great Buddha, and the rest were more surprised than anyone else, because they had watched Lin Ling become stronger. From the beginning, he had surpassed them, and now, they could only look up to him. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's crazy fighting spirit, they felt that everything was normal. "Let's go." Lin Ling did not plan to stop, and he continued to move forward. After all, the goal of this trip was the Emperor's horoscope. However, this battle was also very beneficial to Lin Ling. It made Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to the days when he was fighting, because this was the real battle for him. The people of the Purple Alliance also followed, and their numbers were increasing. However, they did not dare to be greedy for the merit points that they had collected previously, and all of them belonged to the Night Angel, which made Lin Ling happy. Along the way, it was obvious that no one could stop the Purple Alliance. As they got closer to the ruins, everyone's hearts beat faster. Chapter 1894. Colluding with the demon race, he's definitely going to get a share. Lu Susu thought to herself as she looked at Lin Ling, who was recovering his strength as he walked. Lin Ling was recovering his strength with the help of the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid, but he was also looking forward. He knew that there were experts ranked in the top 3 on the Earth ranking in front of him. He was looking forward to it even more. Most importantly, the archer who ambushed him should be in front of him. The Eye of Time quietly appeared. Then, Lin Ling saw a cloaked man forming a barrier in the depths of the ruins. There was a black void barrier in front of him. A large number of demon race members were gathered in the distance, but they ignored the cloaked man. It was impossible not to be surprised by how they interacted with each other. A barrier master. Then, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What's going on? Lu Susu, who was beside him, naturally did not know what Lin Ling had seen. She asked curiously. A human is helping the demon race to open the void barrier. Lin Ling said with a frown. That person was the archer who ambushed him. What? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Then, they gritted their teeth in anger. Could there be a traitor in the human world? Next to the void barrier is the Emperor Horoscope tomb. Yan Yeming and the others want to get the Emperor Horoscope. We have to speed up. After that, Lin Ling left those words and took the lead to rush into the ruins. The archer who ambushed him wanted to open the void barrier and even wanted to get the Emperor Horoscope. Then, Lin Ling would play with him. A look of disdain. Sorry, but the ant is here. Everyone increased their speed. There were so many of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was like the leader of the group, leading Xian Di. Gray land began to appear in front of them. At a closer look, the land was made of huge bricks. Modeled ancient pillars were erected, giving off an extremely ancient feeling. However, there were many such ruins in the Sky Cloud Forest. Therefore, if it were not for Emperor Yun's monarch horoscope, no one would have come here. The so-called Emperor's horoscope was not a cultivation base left behind by an expert, but a type of destiny. It was said that when a cultivator defied the heavens and changed their fate, their strength would greatly increase, and they would be able to avoid the 3 tribulations and 6 tribulations. When the final tribulation arrived, this destiny would dissipate, but if one could obtain it before it dissipated, they would be able to obtain a portion of it. If they could use it to increase their cultivation base, it would be more effective than any treasure. More and more stone pillars appeared in the surroundings, and a huge circular altar began to appear in front of him. Above the altar, a huge black hole appeared, and billowing demonic energy filled the air. At the same time, a man in a black cloak floated there, constantly forming barriers. Everyone looked over from afar, and their expressions changed. Sure enough, someone in the mortal realm had colluded with the enemy. They couldn't understand why someone would help the demons. Could it be that they had reached an agreement with the demons? Lin Ling's eyes scanned the surroundings, and he realized that there were a large number of demons around the altar, and they were extremely powerful. If he came here alone, he would not be able to win. Fortunately, there were countless experts in the Purple Alliance, and he could fight them head-on. There are demons all around, and there are only 3 humans. Among the 3, one of them is Yan Yeming. I didn't expect him to betray the Purple Alliance and collude with the demons. Why did he do that? Lu Susu also stared into the distance and said, "There's no such thing as loyalty. He didn't betray them at the beginning because there was no bargaining chip for him to betray them." Lin Ling said indifferently. He didn't know what kind of agreement the 3 of them had reached with the demons, but the benefits were definitely not small. Of course, what made him puzzled was, were the 3 of them colluding with the demons? Or were the forces behind the 3 of them colluding with the demons? This was a problem that he had to take seriously. If the forces behind the 3 of them colluded with the demons, then Lin Ling would be in danger in the mortal world. Compared to that, he did not want to be stabbed in the back at a critical moment. This matter must be reported to the highest executive hall in the mortal world. Lin Yanchen, who was beside Lu Susu, said angrily. Many CND people nodded in agreement. Who is it? At this moment, a cold voice was heard from afar. Although Lin Ling and the rest were far away, there were too many powerful figures at the altar. Hence, they had sensed Lin Ling and the rest. On the altar, the 3 powerful figures looked over and frowned. They had already stopped their alliance from coming here, but there were still people coming. Furthermore, there were so many of them. What were these people doing here? Scram! A cold harumph was heard once again. The 3 powerful figures didn't act rashly. Instead, they spoke coldly. Among the 3 of them, 2 of them were the strongest on the Central Earth leaderboard. As for the number 1 expert on the Central Earth leaderboard, he came from a supreme clan. However, this person had fallen in the Sky Cloud Forest. The one who killed him was actually the mysterious archer. In this way, the 3 of them could be said to be the rulers of the Earth role. However, the 3 of them couldn't stop Lin Ling and the rest from advancing. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One of the men in purple was displeased. Do you think you are the leader of the alliance? Use your dog eyes to see if we are your allies. Lin Ling led the group forward as he spoke coldly. What? The man in purple's expression changed drastically. At first, they had thought that these people were their allies. However, it seemed like this large group of people had nothing to do with them. What alliance? The man in purple frowned. He was the former flag bearer of the Purple Alliance, Yan Yeming. The Purple Alliance used to be one of the top forces among all the alliances. Part of the reason was that Yan Yeming was in charge. He was the 2nd strongest on the Earth role. The Purple Alliance. This time, Lin Ling didn't speak. He just looked at Lu Susu. Lu Susu smiled gratefully at Lin Ling and said proudly. In the past, Yan Yeming had betrayed them and almost killed them. Today, they had made a comeback. Didn't everyone in the Purple Alliance die? It's you, Lu Susu. You are still alive. I should have trapped you. How is this possible? Yan Yeming was even more shocked. He stared at Lu Susu and Lin Yanchen as though he couldn't believe his eyes. His shocked expression made Lu Susu happy. Of course, she was even more grateful to Lin Ling. You don't have to thank me. After this is over, just give me a few million merit points. Lin Ling chuckled softly. I realized that you are actually a profiteer. However, I don't have money. If you want my life, I won't give it to you. I can only repay you with my body. Do you dare to take it? Lu Susu pouted coquettishly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. She was indeed a greedy profiteer. However, she would repay him with her body. Lin Ling stared at Lu Susu's alluring body and couldn't help but lick his lips. So it's Lu Susu. I couldn't tell that you are indeed a capable woman. However, things changed that day, so I left in a hurry. All of you should leave now. After this is over, I will give you an explanation. I will even sit on your alliance's flag again. Yan Yeming pondered for a moment before speaking softly. His words were filled with rewards and arrogance. However, after he spoke, many people in the Purple Alliance mocked him. Did Yan Yeming still think that he was the Purple Alliance's flag? Chapter 1895. The Emperor's horoscope had appeared. Get out of here. After mocking him, everyone shouted angrily. Yan Yeming's expression changed drastically. In the past, the people of the Purple Alliance had been respectful to him. Now, these guys were looking down on him. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yan Yeming's expression turned cold as he threatened. However, the people of the Purple Alliance continued to move forward. This made him grit his teeth. The Purple Alliance was ignoring him. He couldn't help but want to attack them. However, when he thought of the things he was collecting, he restrained himself. I admit that I was wrong in the past. However, I can guarantee that I will make up for my mistakes. I will even make the Purple Alliance the #1 alliance in this chaotic world. And Lin Yanchen, don't you like me a lot? If you leave now, I will agree to your request to pursue me. As for Lu Susu, I can give you anything you want. This is the last choice I'm giving you. If you don't listen to me, no one will be able to stop me. Yan Yeming's voice slowed down as he tried to negotiate. However, there was a strong threat behind his words. I'm sorry, but when you tried to harm us, I no longer had any respect for you. However, after he spoke, Lin Yanchen immediately smiled and said, besides, the person I admire has appeared. He is the new flag of the Purple Alliance. After hearing this, Yan Yeming's expression turned even uglier. It was as though all his glory had been taken away. However, this wasn't just because of one thing. If I'm not wrong, you can't leave the tombstone now because you are collecting the Emperor's horoscopes. Therefore, you used words to ask us to leave and take the Emperor's horoscopes for yourself. Unfortunately, a toothless tiger has lost its dignity. No one will listen to you. Lin Ling also spoke. His words made Yan Yeming and the people beside him change their expressions. That person actually knew all their secrets. Lin Ling was right. If they could leave now, they would have done so because they were collecting the Emperor's horoscopes. Who are you? Yan Yeming stared coldly at Lin Ling. I'm sorry. I'm the one who stole your glory and took over your mess. They call me the Night Angel. Lin Ling shrugged and said indifferently. So it's you. Yan Yeming's eyes turned even colder. No wonder the Purple Alliance was so daring. It was because of the Angel of the Night. Just as he was about to tell Lin Ling how powerful he was and let Lin Ling back off, Lin Ling had already unsheathed his sword and slashed out in the 130-dimensional space. You said before that we shouldn't provoke you, or the price is not something we can bear. Now, let's see what the price is. The sword light was like water, decisive in its killing. Yan Yeming and the experts beside him were furious. They never thought that Lin Ling would make the first move, 130-dimensional space. Who is this person? Why are there so many laws? Could it be the second transition Wusheng? The most terrifying thing is that not only are there a lot of them, they are also extremely powerful. He's definitely not second stage Wusheng because he seems to be only fourth stage realm Wusheng. The sword in his hand is definitely not simple. At first, Yan Yeming and the other man were disdainful. However, as the sword light got closer and closer, their expressions changed drastically. The angel of the night was so powerful? Retreat! The two of them retreated from the tombstone and shot to both sides like shooting stars. The sword light was too sharp and they had to avoid it even if they didn't want to. Rumble. After the two of them left, the tombstone shook as if it was no longer suppressed by the two of them. A terrifying aura shrouded the tombstone and turned into a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. What's that? The crowd was shocked. The tombstone shot out of the pillar of light? What was going on? In the air, Yan Yeming and the third dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They had almost succeeded but failed at the last step. Even the black-robed man in front of the spatial boundary in the sky frowned. It's simple. They were collecting the Emperor's horoscopes and were about to succeed. However, our appearance disrupted their collection. While everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's calm voice drifted out. No wonder they didn't attack earlier and only asked us to leave. They can't attack us. Despicable, trying to monopolize the Emperor's horoscopes. Are they treating us as cannon fodder? However, it's obvious that they have failed. Great, this is great. If it weren't for the Angel of the Night Sword, they would have succeeded. The people of the Purple Alliance were both furious and excited. They were furious because Yan Yeming and his crew were too greedy, but they were excited because they had failed to take advantage of the situation. You're going to die, you're definitely going to die. Yan Yeming's face reddened as he glared at Lin Ling. I didn't mean it. However, what made him even angrier was that Lin Ling's calm reply seemed to have nothing to do with him. Didn't mean it? Lin Ling had brought the people of the Purple Alliance here and disrupted their plan. On top of that, Lin Ling had even attacked them, causing them to almost succeed in collecting the Emperor's horoscopes. How was that unintentional? I know you're furious, but the most important thing now is to compete for the Emperor's horoscopes. If you're any slower, you might not even be able to obtain one of the 9 Emperor's horoscopes. Lin Ling laughed once again, causing Yan Yeming and his crew's faces to turn pale. The light pillar that soared into the sky began to vibrate and split into 9 different colors, scattering in all directions like a fairy scattering flowers. Attack! Before Yan Yeming and his crew could react, Lin Ling yelled at the same time. At this moment, everyone knew what to do. It was obvious that the Emperor's horoscopes had not been collected successfully, thus they were about to disappear after leaving the tombstone. In the process, whoever managed to obtain the Emperor's horoscopes would obtain a great opportunity. Lu Susu led the people of the Purple Alliance and charged forward. There were 9 Emperor's horoscopes, and it would depend on one's luck to obtain them. Furthermore, since the Emperor's horoscopes had been separated, it was impossible for Yan Yeming and his crew to monopolize them. I'm going to kill you. Seeing the crowd charging toward the Emperor's horoscopes, Yan Yeming and the third dragon lost their minds and charged toward Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling only laughed coldly and did not fight them head-on. Instead, he charged toward a golden ray of light, which was obviously an Emperor's horoscope. Mystic Turtle's 9 steps. Lin Ling entered the space and caught up with the Emperor's horoscope when he reappeared. Then, his dragon claw appeared and grabbed at the Emperor's horoscope. The Golden Emperor's horoscope was like a fist-sized firefly. After being grabbed by Lin Ling, it kept struggling, but it could not escape from Lin Ling's dragon claw and was trapped in his mind palace. Hee, not bad. Thank you for your emperor's horoscopes. Then, Lin Ling smiled at Yen Yeming and his crew. This smile made Yen Yeming's hair stand on end, because they had gained nothing at all at the moment. I'll kill you later. Hee. Yen Yeming and his crew knew the key to the matter, so they charged toward the other emperor's horoscopes. Hee, don't be too greedy. It's enough to obtain one emperor's horoscope. However, just as Yen Yeming and his crew moved, Lin Ling appeared in front of them with an ancient sword in his hand and a ghastly mask on his face. Chapter 1896. Just an ant. This action was even worse than killing Yen Yeming and the rest. Lin Ling had obtained an emperor horoscope, but he had stopped them from obtaining the other emperor horoscopes. He had even reprimanded them to not be too greedy. Die. The two of them attacked one after the other, hysterical. Descent of the Dragon Ancestor. Die. Mark of the Dark Knight. Die. Their power of law was extremely terrifying. Both of them had reached 150, which was more than Lin Ling's. Obviously, they were wuxing experts who had gone through the first transition. Most importantly, they were wuxing stage 6 experts. Lin Ling. Die. Lu Susu and the rest were chasing after the emperor horoscope in the sky. When they saw Lin Ling buying time for them, they could not help but feel grateful. However, they were also worried because Lin Ling had defeated 2 top experts in the Earth ranking. Don't worry about me. Get the emperor horoscope as soon as possible. Die. However, Lin Ling said indifferently with his back facing the crowd. Okay. Die. Everyone nodded. At this moment, the back of the black-robed figure was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Die. 2 powerful laws surged over. There was a dragon and a song, and the dragon was the dragon ancestor. It was said that there were 10 dragon ancestors in the Xianyuan clan. They were all experts among experts. The person in front of them was the 3rd dragon ancestor, who was ranked 3rd among the 10 dragon ancestors. This showed how powerful he was. Lin Ling also felt the intense pressure as if he would be torn apart in the next moment. However, the battle blood in his body boiled even more. He could finally try out his peerless sword. Let's see what my strongest sword is like. Die. With the sword in his hand, he pointed at the sky. Flames were spat out and the spatial laws were destroying the world. World-destroying flames. Die. The combination of the 2 god-level talents formed an extremely bright sword. The flames of the underworld exploded with an all-burning power. Moreover, with this sword, Lin Ling activated the spatial laws in the peerless divine sword, increasing his total number of laws to 150, which was an increase of 20 laws. Rumble. This sword seemed to destroy the world. There was no one on the altar who wasn't moved. In their eyes, the enormous sword light carried the power to slice through space and the domineering aura of burning the heavens as it ruthlessly slashed out. This was also the strongest sword strike many of them had ever seen in their lives. He doesn't have as many laws as we do, but his laws are so powerful. Just what kind of talent is he hiding? Yen Yeming and the others' expressions changed drastically as they dodged the attack. They were certain that none of them were a match for the Night Angel in a one-on-one battle. When did the mortal realm give birth to such a powerful CND? Boom! Boom! Pop! Pop! Wherever the sword passed, the dragon ancestor was severed, destroying all life. Even the expressions of the devil race in the distance changed violently, and they joined the battle successively. In the beginning, they thought that Yen Yeming and Yun Che would be able to deal with everything, but who would have imagined that they'd underestimated the ghost-masked young man? 2 great talents. One is of the 1st grade of the divine rank, and the other is at least of the 2nd grade of the divine rank. Who is this person? In the sky, the archer frowned. The mysterious masked youth's talent wasn't weak, so his laws were very powerful. What a terrifying sword strike. The Night Angel actually hit a trump card. It seems like more and more hidden experts are appearing in the mortal realm, and the Night Angel is one of them. Quick, take this opportunity to get the Emperor's horoscope. After the members of the Purple Alliance recovered from their shock, they sped up. Gradually, the remaining 8 Emperor's horoscopes were snatched by others. 2 of them were taken by Lu Susu and Lin Yanchen, so no one dared to snatch them from them. The rest depended on their luck. I got it. One of the Crystal's 7 talents laughed excitedly. He had obtained the sharp-edged luck, which could improve his sword skills again. Thank you, Lin Ling. Then, he muttered to himself. Yan Yeming and Yun Che were stunned as they watched the Emperor's horoscopes being snatched away. An indescribable feeling spread in their hearts, and it even exploded. That feeling was naturally anger. Since they'd started practicing martial arts, they had always been domineering existences. However, this was the first time they'd been played by someone else. They had waited so long for the Emperor's horoscope, but they didn't get anything. Instead, they helped others. The Night Angel was too hateful. You only have yourself to blame. Lin Ling held his sword and looked at the 2 of them indifferently. He knew that the 2 of them were very angry at this moment, but he was happy to see them like this. I'm going to kill you. Kill, kill, kill. Yan Yeming and Yun Che's eyes were red and they were on the verge of going crazy, especially Yan Yeming. He used to be the flag of the Purple Alliance, but now, he was being played like an ant. Lin Ling, let's stop him. Since the Emperor's horoscopes had been snatched away, the members of the Purple Alliance immediately rushed over. They also knew that Lin Ling had fought many battles and needed time to recover. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded immediately. Now that the demon race was coming, he couldn't deal with them all alone. Moreover, his opponent was the man in the sky. Trash, scram. Lin Ling stepped forward and flew towards the sky. Do you think you can leave? Yan Yeming roared. How could he let Lin Ling leave? You don't have the right to be my opponent. Lin Ling said without looking at him. His voice was calm, but it was filled with endless arrogance and contempt. Not qualified? To Yan Yeming and Yun Che, this was a great humiliation. After all, they were the top 3 experts on the Central Earth ranking. However, although they were unwilling, reality had proven everything. Because previously, they couldn't even block Lin Ling's sword, so they didn't have the right to speak. Dragons don't coexist with snakes. Your opponent is us. At this moment, the experts of the Purple Alliance flew over. They had more people, so they weren't afraid of Yan Yeming and Yun Che. The rest of the experts were fighting against the demon race. However, their eyes were more or less fixed on the sky, because that was the battle between the strongest experts on the Central Earth ranking. Rumble. In the sky, the void boundary rotated and emitted a terrifying pressure. In front of the void boundary, a man in a black robe with long hair and a mask stood there quietly. He carried a bow and arrow on his back and watched Lin Ling walk forward step by step. This person gave off a cold feeling. Previously, Lin Ling had disrupted their plan, but he didn't get angry. This showed how shrewd he was. Of course, there was also pride hidden in his shrewdness. It was as if he thought that everything an ant did wasn't enough to anger him. Who are you? When Lin Ling appeared in front of him, the man finally spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. Just an ant. Lin Ling said indifferently. An ant? The man frowned slightly and said again, I've seen you before. Of course you've seen me before. However, with your arrogance, I'm afraid you can't remember an ant like me. Lin Ling said with a smile. This made the man frown even more. In fact, he did have some impression of Lin Ling. However, he had killed many people, so he couldn't remember who Lin Ling was. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "It's you." Chapter 1897. The confrontation with the mysterious man, however, he did not expect this ant to appear in front of him. Was this still an ant? As he thought of this, his eyes that were as calm as an ancient well finally flickered with surprise. This was because he did not expect this ant to be so powerful. Not only did he summon the Purple Alliance, but he was also able to face him alone. All of this was like a dream. "It seems like you have remembered. I'm sorry, but I'm here to see your disdainful eyes." Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Not long ago, he had said that he would find this guy. Now, he had found him. "I can't show you my disdainful eyes anymore." The man spat out coldly. It was obvious that he valued Lin Ling greatly. If he had known that this ant could ruin his plans, he would not have attacked Lin Ling from the start. The price he had to pay was too high. "What are you here for?" the man asked again. "No one has ever been able to sneak an arrow from me and leave safely. Therefore, you owe me a sword," Lin Ling said calmly. "You think you can succeed?" the man sneered. Although he valued Lin Ling, he did not think that Lin Ling could hurt him. However, his smile disappeared instantly after Lin Ling's words. "When you shot me at the start, did you think that I would find you?" This sentence was undoubtedly an extremely resounding slap to the face. At the start, the man had treated Lin Ling as an ant. However, didn't Lin Ling come to find him? Therefore, his previous words were actually a slap to his own face. The great tribulation of the human world and the mandate of heaven changed. Many dark horses were born. It seems like you are one of them because I have never heard of your name. However, I can tell you that you are still too young to return my sword. The history of the divine constabulary is not something that you can understand. The man shook his head. As he spoke, he waved his left hand and the bow on his back appeared in his hand. Then, he pulled the bowstring with his left hand and released a powerful arrow. What was infuriating was that he wasn't shooting at Lin Ling, but at the Purple Alliance below him. With one arrow, a cultivator from the Xian Alliance had fallen. To him, killing Xian from the Purple Alliance seemed like the most normal thing to do. Cold and gloomy. Extremely gloomy and cold. This person was like a hunter hiding in the forest. There was only ruthlessness in their eyes. Whoosh! Another arrow was fired, and another Xian expert died below. The expressions of many people in the Purple Alliance changed drastically. What a terrifying arrow! Not only was it fast, but it also contained powerful precepts. It was simply impossible to defend against. Don't be afraid of him. The flag of the Purple Alliance will stop him. However, Lu Susu suddenly gritted her teeth and spat out a sentence. Apparently, the man wanted the Purple League to be afraid of him and retreat. Therefore, he kept killing people. Lu Susu would never let him do as he wished. The man in the sky seemed to have heard Lu Susu's words. His face was expressionless as he aimed his arrow at Lu Susu. His nomological laws erupted as the arrow struck the ground. As an ant, you should have the awareness of an ant. At the same time, his calm voice floated out. He was like the emperor behind the scenes, looking down at the world. Whoever he wanted to die, they would die. Moreover, he was trying to intimidate Lin Ling and threaten Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. There was anger in his heart. One should know that he had seen all kinds of people since he started learning martial arts. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as ruthless and cold as the archer. It felt as if the entire human world was controlled by the other party. Whoever he wanted to die, they would die. However, threatening Lin Ling? Unfortunately, the other party had found the wrong person. Because the more oppressed Lin Ling was, the more fiercely he resisted. I'm sorry. As an ant, I don't know what awareness I should have. Stop it. Stop it. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. His voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable majesty in it. Woo woo. Some ghosts floated out, and more of them turned into ghost experts. Then, they pounced forward without fear of death and blocked the arrow midway. Rumble. However, the arrow was extremely powerful. After piercing through a few ghosts, it still shot towards Lu Susu. Clang. At this moment, a huge white skeleton appeared with a white bone shield in its hand. In the end, it blocked the arrow, but the arrow also caused cracks to appear on the white bone shield. The man's eyes flickered. He had not expected the Night Angel to be so powerful and able to control ghosts. He was expressionless as he aimed the arrow at the next person. It was Lin Yanchen. Attack! Attack! Lin Ling floated in the sky and spat out a sentence coldly. More ghosts flew out from his purple mansion, making him look like the great emperor of the netherworld. The power of the netherworld flame was also released. These ghosts all had 70% of their original strength and were extremely powerful. For example, if Wu Sheng, who was an 8th stage realm expert, retained 70% of his strength, he would be around the 6th stage realm of Wu Sheng. How could he be underestimated? In the sky, a large number of ghosts blocked the second arrow. So powerful. Both of them are the most mysterious experts on the Earth roll. They are also experts who don't exist on the Earth roll. The crowd gasped. They knew that the Night Angel and the Archer were fighting. The origins of these two people were the most mysterious. One was an angel of darkness, the flag of the Purple Alliance, and the other was a mysterious archer. Even the second and third place on the Central Earth ranking had to listen to them. Their strength was obvious to all. And now, the two of them were competing to see who would be the first on the Central Earth ranking. One killed. The other saved. Who was stronger? Swoosh. Swoosh. Countless arrows were shot out and slaughtered the ground. The ghosts were howling and blocking the arrows continuously. Night Angel, go for it. Gradually, many people began to shout. On the side of the Devil Clan, many Devil Clan members began to support the archers. This battle between kings was undoubtedly extremely intense. However, the archer had obviously failed. His arrows appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, the law was strong. However, Lin Ling's netherworld army was unpredictable and blocked those ruthless arrows. Finally, the archer looked coldly at Lin Ling with an ugly expression. I'm just an ant. Lin Ling said sarcastically. However, the archer was too embarrassed to say the word ant again. You're cruel and ruthless. Moreover, you're very calm. No matter what you encounter, you can remain calm and won't get angry. You have all the qualities of a divine archer. However, I'm looking forward to seeing the angry look on your face. Lin Ling said again. The divine constabulary's divine archer will never have such emotions. The man replied indifferently. Is that so? Previously, you were the one who attacked. Now, it's my turn. Lin Ling's pupils on the ghost mask emitted a sharp light, causing the man's expression to change slightly. In fact, he couldn't see through the Night Angel because the other party's strength was beyond his imagination. He was even more terrifying than the Desolation's opponent in his heart. Now that the other party was about to attack, how could he attack? At this moment, the ground was silent. The battle seemed to have stopped. Countless eyes stared at the sky, watching the two kings' attacks. They also wanted to know what the Night Angel's attack would be. You can't hurt me. Chapter 1898. Heavenly Flying Immortal, your goal is to open the void barrier, right? Then, I'll stop it. Lin Ling also spat out a sentence, but this sentence caused the man's expression to change drastically. The Night Angel had made a move, and it was an extremely ruthless move. His goal today was to open the void barrier. For that, he had to succeed even if he didn't want the Emperor's horoscope. However, Lin Ling knew what he was thinking and wanted to disrupt his plan. If he failed, then his trip to the Sky Cloud Forest would be in vain. But soon, a smile appeared on his mask. The void barrier isn't something you can stop just because you want to, especially in front of a white-robed world spiritist. Break the 5-direction barrier. Heaven's destruction soaring heaven barrier. Fire ring rising dragon barrier. However, just as the man finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling's hands forming complicated barriers. There were offensive barriers, support barriers, and even trapping barriers. Under each barrier, the void barrier in the sky would shrink, and the speed of rotation would also slow down. You're also a white-robed world spiritist. At that moment, the man who had been calm all this time finally roared. The ranks of world spiritists were divided by color. White-robed was the lowest rank, but it was the rarest existence in the entire mortal realm. And now, the dark angel opposite him was also a white-robed world spiritist. He could even see that the dark angel's level was above his. So, how could he not be shocked? Even if the sky fell, even if a blade was hanging on his neck, as a godly archer, he could calmly face it. But now, he couldn't calm down. Was the dark angel omnipotent? The dark angel is so powerful. The crowd below was also in an uproar. Lin Ling's attack was crazy. It could be said to be a storm of counterattacks that dealt fatal damage to the man. I don't know what a white-robed world spiritist is, but your barrier is too weak for me. It's only a 1-star barrier. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, causing the man's expression to change drastically. He quickly formed barriers, wanting to open the void barrier again. However, he was shocked to find that compared to barriers, he was no match for Lin Ling. In the end, he gave up and could only stare fixedly at Lin Ling. Was this still an ant? Right now, he felt even more like an ant. You can't escape from my sword. Die. A bow and arrow appeared in the man's hand. With a fierce pull, a black ball of light bloomed from the bow and arrow, and it grew bigger and bigger. Clearly, he had decided to release a fatal arrow. This also meant that Lin Ling had blocked his move, but he clearly hadn't been able to block Lin Ling's move. He could only allow the final battle to reach the pinnacle. At this moment, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the fatal arrow. His hands madly formed barriers, causing Lu Susu and the others to anxiously shout. Whoosh! Finally, a terrifying arrow was shot out, and it actually reached the power of 200 laws. Moreover, its talent was also at the divine level. 200 energy laws, even if it was in Wuxing's 6th stage realm, not many people would be able to withstand it. Boom! This arrow was like a blooming heavenly flower. Darkness descended and it actually turned into 10,000 arrows, shooting towards Lin Ling from all angles. It was as if even if Lin Ling was a speck of dust, he would still be shot to death by the arrows. This was also the characteristic of an archer, to kill with one shot and never miss. Dark Knight Angel. Seeing this, the people from the Purple Alliance shouted even louder. As for Yan Yeming and Lu Susu, their faces were pale. They had seen that arrow before. It was called the Deity Overlord Heaven Exterminating Arrow. Previously, the number 1 expert in the Earth chart had died under that arrow. Moreover, although the pressure from heaven and earth wasn't strong when the arrow was shot out, this was the characteristic of a divine archer. Because the assassination arrow required the power of law to be restrained, on the surface, it naturally didn't look strong. He's dead meat. After that, Yan Yeming and the others said coldly. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling quickly sealed the void boundary and shouted angrily, "Return!" Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Yellow Spring Army flew over majestically and actually turned into a wall of ghosts, blocking the terrifying arrows from all directions. Boom boom boom. Many ghosts exploded, forming a turbulent air wave. A resplendent scene appeared in the sky, as if the Yellow Spring Emperor was forcefully resisting the most terrifying arrow of darkness. At this moment, among the countless ghosts, Lin Ling's face was solemn. He also knew that the arrow was powerful, so he had to use all his trump cards to compete for the number 1 spot on the Earth chart. Freeze time. Lin Ling didn't turn his soul power into a soul knife. Instead, he froze time with all his soul power because he knew that a divine archer also had extremely powerful soul power. Therefore, soul power attacks didn't have much effect on him. At the same time, time froze, the wind stopped blowing, and the clouds stopped floating. With Lin Ling's current soul power, freezing time was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Follow me to kill the enemy. Lin Ling let out a thunderous roar, as if he was summoning all the emperors in the world to fight for him. Boom boom boom. Countless Yellow Spring army followed Lin Ling and rushed towards the divine archer. At this moment, the divine archer's face changed drastically. His soul power was indeed not weak. Therefore, even if time was frozen, he could still see everything that was happening. He saw countless ghosts flying over, he saw ghost masks, he saw black robes. He also saw the most dazzling arrow. This sword caused space to explode, burning the heavens. With flames to destroy the world, it was like a flying immortal. Not good. He roared in his heart. Naturally, he could block that sword, but he found that he couldn't move at all. The only thing he could move was his thoughts. One must know that a divine archer was an extremely powerful existence. Every arrow was fatal and could kill in one shot. It represented darkness, fatality, and time. Darkness meant that the divine archer was hiding in the dark. Fatality meant that the divine archer had destructive power. Time meant that for any arrow, time was the most important. But now, the divine archer's advantage didn't exist. Because time was frozen, the fast arrows became slow arrows. Moreover, he couldn't move. He floated out of the darkness and became a live target. Most importantly, the divine archer wasn't a warrior, so his defense wasn't strong. He couldn't help but start to daydream. Not long ago in the grasslands, he saw a third-stage realm junior Wuxian killing the Devil clan. At that time, he thought that the junior's ability wasn't bad, so he shot out an arrow. But in the end, the junior was lucky enough to avoid the arrow. As a senior, he couldn't be bothered to kill him. It could be considered as a reward for the junior, to let him live. But now, that junior had killed his way to his doorstep. When kings clashed, each move was ruthless. Even the most dazzling sword made him feel that he was the ant. Swoosh! The sword pierced over like a flying immortal. The divine archer's neck was pierced through and space was sliced apart. Flames were burning him. At the same time, time freeze ended. Numerous gazes stared at the sky and instantly, there was a deathly silence. Blood dripped from the sky. The crowd saw that there was a sword mark on the divine archer's neck. Fresh blood flowed down his neck and it was a ghastly sight. Chapter 1899. Demon Race Great Elder, did he win? The Night Angel is indeed powerful. Does he have no limit? On the side of the Purple Alliance, the people were trembling in fear. As for Yen Yeming and the other one, they were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. At this moment, they couldn't say anything. Previously, the Dark Angel had disdained to fight with them. Now, they realized that the Dark Angel was indeed qualified. What a sharp sword! At this moment, in the sky, the archer seemed to have been hit by the sword, but he still spat out a voice. However, his voice was filled with shock and disbelief. You gave me an arrow, and I returned you a sword. It's just reciprocity. Lin Ling held the ancient sword and said indifferently. He was a little surprised because the archer had a powerful barrier immortal weapon. It actually allowed him to block the fatal sword. Therefore, he was only seriously injured and didn't die. It's indeed reciprocity. Indeed, courtesy demands reciprocation. You finally returned my sword. Originally, I thought that in the human realm, only the Son of Desolation was powerful, but clearly, I underestimated the human realm. Your potential is not below the Son of Desolation. I look forward to meeting you again. I am the son of Divine Marquis Mansion. Cripple. The archer's body exploded, turning into darkness and disappearing. At the same time, a black feather was left in the sky, slowly floating down. This feather was the barrier immortal weapon, but now it was dim. It was obvious that its effect had been exhausted. Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't stop him because he could see that the archer had already left the moment he was hit. The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion, no wonder he's so strong. The Divine Marquis Mansion used to be an extremely powerful existence in the mortal world. They cultivated the 32 imperial arts and had the talent of a Divine Marquis to devour the heavens. Unfortunately, they were too unsightly and were driven away by Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. He understood that there was always someone stronger. There were 4 great eras in the human world, so there were countless experts. The archer from before was actually very strong, but Lin Ling's methods were slightly stronger than his. If it wasn't for the Yellow Spring Army, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to block the archer's arrow. The experts on the Earth list are already so powerful. What if they are on the Earth list? Lin Ling's heart was filled with a strong fighting spirit. He was looking forward to fighting against the experts on the Earth rankings. At this moment, the Earth was silent. The human race and the demon race were all staring at the black-robed figure in the sky. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of a king. After all, the first place on the Central Earth ranking was not something that anyone could achieve. Once one became the first on the Central Earth ranking, the next step would be to enter the Earth ranking. As for the Earth Proclamation, that was the stage of the human realm's giants, as well as the stage of Huang's son. For a moment, everyone was even more curious about who the Dark Angel was. Of course, if they knew that the Dark Angel was Mad God Lin Ling, they would be shocked to the core. This was because not long ago, Mad God Lin Ling had only just entered the Earth rankings. You spoiled my plans. Die. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The slowly closing void enchantment, a giant hand suddenly grabbed out, forming a terrifying devil chi power that swept towards Lin Ling. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that even Lin Ling did not notice it. Grand Monarch of the Devil Race. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They could only watch as Lin Ling disappeared into the void enchantment. Profiteer. Lu Susu was stunned. Then, she strode towards the sky with her slender legs. Unfortunately, the void enchantment emitted a powerful pressure that blew her away. Everyone was stunned. Was the Dark Angel dead? For a moment, no one could accept what was happening in front of them. At this moment, within the void enchantment, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He could not control his body and rushed madly through the void passage, engulfed by the terrifying devil chi. The demon race's great sovereign. Lin Ling sensed that the person who attacked him was very strong. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling absolutely could not be brought into the demon realm. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. Lin Ling's expression immediately turned gloomy. He spread out the remnants of his soul power. Although his soul power had dimmed, the void passage was not big. Soon, he saw the ancient runes on both sides of the passage. Mountain Shifting Eagle, destroy the cloud rune mark for me. White Bones, attack the eye mark with all your strength. With life and death approaching, Lin Ling kept shouting. He controlled the remaining Yellow Spring Army to attack the enchantment in the void passage. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression became more serious. He kept shouting in his heart. Hurry up. I have to hurry up. If Lin Ling was brought into the demon realm, he would be greeted by a large number of devils. Therefore, he had to destroy the void passage before he reached the demon realm. In the depths of the void passage, the powerful devil race Grand Sovereign also sensed Lin Ling's resistance. It immediately erupted with an even more terrifying suction force and quickly pulled Lin Ling into the demon realm. Boom! At that moment, the void passageway began to collapse, like a city wall collapsing. The sweeping force tore apart the suction force, and almost at the same time, Lin Ling also regained his freedom. He did not say much, but moved his feet and rushed back. Rumble. Behind him, the void passage continued to collapse, allowing Lin Ling to escape this great calamity. You froze time before. You are Li Xiaoyao. In the chaotic atmosphere behind him, a pair of mysterious eyes appeared and stared indifferently at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also stopped. He knew that the other party could not catch up. He said indifferently, "Why are you so sure?" "Because you froze time, and this is not a small area freezing. This is one of Li Xiaoyao's methods. Among the 4 great eras, only Li Xiaoyao can do it." A deep thunderous voice drifted over. The devil race Grand Sovereign obviously knew Li Xiaoyao and even fought with him before. Perhaps, this was the reason why he wanted to bring Lin Ling into the demon realm. It was just that he failed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This time, he was silent. He could see that the devil race Grand Sovereign was only suspecting and was not sure. "Who are you?" The voice was extremely cold and carried a strong murderous intent as it asked again. Li Xiaoyao was so terrifying that he could be called the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras. Whether this young man was Li Xiaoyao or not, he had to be killed while he was still weak. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. "This one is Luo Fan." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. He was wearing a ghost mask and the devil race Grand Sovereign was obviously too far away to see his real body. Therefore, Lin Ling naturally spread the blame. What's more, who in the mortal world didn't know that Luo Fan was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? "Luo Fan, good, I will find you." The huge eyes looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if trying to remember Lin Ling's appearance. Finally, the eyes slowly closed. Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If he hadn't asked the Yellow Springs army to break the barrier around him at the critical moment, he would have been in danger. Now that he had escaped this calamity, Lin Ling could foresee what would happen next. The devil race would definitely try their best to assassinate Luo Fan. Chapter 1900. Qin Huelin Ling left through the tunnel. Meanwhile, the members of the Purple Alliance were still staring at the sky. They had killed all the demons around them. However, at that moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared in the sky. The members of the Purple Alliance were shocked and they burst into laughter. The Night Angel wasn't dead. Good. The 7 crystal talents, Eternal Fairy, and the Buddha were all excited. "You're not dead." As for Lu Susu, she excitedly leaped into the sky and hugged Lin Ling in front of countless people. Many people were stunned. Although Lu Susu was smooth and slick and was known as a social butterfly, in reality, this was the first time they saw Lu Susu hugging someone of her own accord. Haha. Sister Susu has always played with men in the palm of her hand. She once said that men are just tools. This is the first time she has fallen in love. Lin Yanchen chuckled, but she was puzzled. Lu Susu wasn't an ignorant girl. Had she fallen in love with the Night Angel just because he had helped them? That was obviously impossible. There was only one explanation. Perhaps Lu Susu had known the Night Angel for a long time and they had a close relationship. Lin Ling had just escaped when he saw someone pouncing on him and hugging him. He couldn't help but be startled. However, the woman hugging him had tears in her eyes, which made him feel touched. "Alright, female profiteer. Don't wipe your snot on my clothes," Lin Ling said helplessly. Lu Susu finally calmed down and blushed. She looked even more enchanting as she said coquettishly, "You took advantage of me. I'll write off the fact that you helped the Purple Alliance in the past." Fuck. Lin Ling's eyes widened. Who took advantage of who? She was the one who pounced on him. She was indeed a profiteer. Huh. Lu Susu chuckled when she saw Lin Ling's startled expression. Lin Ling glanced around helplessly. Seeing that the situation was settled, he chose to leave. "Everyone, let's go." Under Lin Ling's lead, everyone left the sky cloud forest one after another. However, everyone was extremely happy because they had gained a lot from this trip. This was especially so for Lu Susu, Lin Yanchen, and the Crystal Seven Talents. After obtaining the Emperor horoscopes, they could choose to improve their strength or their talents. Of course, more people would choose to improve their talents because it was harder to improve one's talents than one's realm. They had to possess the corresponding treasures. Obviously, if they chose to improve their natural talent, then they would definitely be able to attain the second grade of the divine rank. It was even harder to raise one's divine rank talent. From a certain perspective, having a second-grade divine rank talent meant that their one strand of power of law was equivalent to 3 or even 5 strands of power of law for an ordinary CND. Even Lin Ling was certain that after this trip to the Sky Cloud Forest, the mortal world would give birth to even more geniuses. If he, Lin Ling, didn't come to the Sky Cloud Forest, these geniuses would definitely surpass him. Luckily, Lin Ling had also acquired a monarch horoscope, and a great amount of contribution points. Night Angel, thank you for today. I hope to be under your command again next time. After leaving the Sky Cloud Forest, the CND from the Purple Alliance looked at Lin Ling and said. The Night Angel was the flag of the Purple Alliance, so they didn't intend to leave. Don't worry. This fellow will fulfill all your requests. He will never leave the Purple Alliance. Lu Susu smiled brightly, gathering everyone's hearts. She also knew that the biggest reason why these people had joined the Purple Alliance was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly when he heard this. Did Lu Susu treat him as a free bodyguard? He took a step forward and wrapped his arm around Lu Susu's waist. He looked at everyone and said, with Lu Susu around, "Of course I won't leave." Many people laughed when they saw this. However, in their eyes, Lu Susu was a peerless beauty, and the Night Angel was cold and mysterious. They were a perfect match. Lu Susu frowned when she sensed Lin Ling's shameless actions. This fellow was taking advantage of her. However, she couldn't do anything now. After all, who asked her to boast before? It had to be said that Lu Susu's waist was very nice to touch, which made Lin Ling forget to leave. Of course, he didn't take advantage of her on purpose. He was telling Lu Susu that if she wanted him to be a free bodyguard, she would have to pay something, such as contribution points. After a short conversation, Lin Ling also took his leave. The people of the Purple Alliance also left one after another. Lin Ling went to the earthly paradise. He had obtained a great amount of contribution points, so he could exchange them for treasures. When he came to the earthly paradise again, Lin Ling had already taken off his ghost mask. A sense of nostalgia rose in his heart. He glanced around and saw that there were many people on the vast sky island. He guessed that the strong people of the mortal realm had dispersed to stop the demon clan. Moreover, among those scattered strong people, Lin Ling didn't know many of them. However, the mortal realm was facing a great calamity, and people could enter the earthly paradise at will. In addition, there were many rising strong people, so naturally there were many unfamiliar faces. That's Jianghu. In the past, the prison of the mortal realm was broken by the demon clan. Jianghu used that opportunity to escape. Now that the mortal realm is facing a great calamity, he was summoned by the mortal realm and joined us. His strength is very terrifying. It is said that he is a second-stage wuxing expert and has reached the 8th stage of wuxing. In the Devil Prison Mountain Range, he helped Prince Xiao Yao and killed many demon clan. It seems that he is going to become one of the 10 CND heroes. It's hard to say. All the strong cultivators have tasks to do, but it's not time for rewards. Whether he can become one of the 10 CND heroes or not, we still need to confirm it. Lin Ling looked at a man in the distance under a gigantic tree. That man was wearing red armor. He was tall and sturdy. He was holding a sword that was even taller than him. He was standing there calmly, as if he was a celestial general. Second stage Wusheng, 8th stage of Wusheng. Lin Ling was surprised. That person's cosmic energy wasn't weak, but he could tell that he wasn't one of the 3 legendary CND cultivators. He was a hidden strong cultivator from the mortal world. It seemed like hidden strong cultivators couldn't be underestimated. Qin Hu, I'm Xia Nan from Champion University. Can we get to know each other? At this moment, a voice rang out. A handsome young man spoke to Qin Hu. Clearly, this young man wanted to gain Qin Hu's friendship. After all, Qin Hu wasn't one of the 3 great mythological characters. If he could recruit Qin Hu, there would be no harm in doing so. Even if he couldn't recruit Qin Hu, it wouldn't be bad to become friends with Qin Hu. Xia Nan, Wusheng is a cultivator of the 6th stage of Wusheng. He's extremely strong, but he hasn't broken through to the 1st stage. Said many people, staring at the handsome young man. To Tian Di of Champion University, that young man was like a teacher to him. Not interested. However, Qin Hu still closed his eyes and said indifferently. That man didn't want to lose face. He smiled and said, could it be that I'm not strong enough to be friends with you? Indeed. Chapter 1901. Abuse. You're saying that I'm only powerful now, but I'll be trash in the future? Xia Nan's expression turned even uglier. Qin Hu didn't explain too much, but he agreed with Qin Hu's words. This made Xia Nan feel even more embarrassed. This was because there were many Heavenly Emperor-level martial artists in the surroundings. They all looked up to Xia Nan and treated him as their master. But now, their master was being looked down upon by others. They didn't even bother to speak any nonsense. This was extremely humiliating. Currently, there are many strong cultivators in the human realm, but they're all out on missions, so I don't have the right to be called one of the CND 10 heroes. The only one who can make me pay attention is that young man. Qin Hu's voice was low, but it was powerful. He looked at the black-robed young man in the distance. Instantly, countless pairs of eyes looked at the black-robed young man. Because Qin Hu rarely paid attention to Xia Nan and praised the young man instead, everyone was curious. Who could be so important to Qin Hu? At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with the matters in the square. But when Qin Hu spoke, he immediately noticed countless pairs of eyes looking at him. Qin Hu was more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Ling had concealed his aura, planning to exchange for treasures and leave immediately, but Qin Hu still sensed his strength. Wusheng, 8th degree realm, 2nd transition Wusheng, and 2nd grade divine rank talent. Lin Ling looked at Qin Hu indifferently and muttered to himself. He was indeed very strong. I was just lucky. His voice was very soft, but Qin Hu seemed to have heard it. He laughed. This was the first time he laughed. He seemed to have been a prisoner for too long, so he didn't like to interact with others. If one wanted to make him smile, they would have to see the other party's strength. Moreover, he didn't give face to powerful seniors. Instead, he would show the same courtesy to the younger generation. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was one of the younger generation. Boom! Everyone's hearts exploded. Qin Hu, an ambitious person who had cultivated for 5,000 years. He had once dominated the border of mystic origin, and no one dared to offend him. In the end, he made a huge mistake and attracted the attention of the human realm's highest deacon palace. He was imprisoned in the human realm until the demon race invaded, and this ambitious person was freed. Moreover, he was recruited into the human realm's highest deacon palace. Such a powerhouse with an ancient history actually smiled at a junior. This caused many people to stare at Lin Ling, especially the celestial emperors of the seven emperors' heaven. They were the first to recognize Lin Ling, and immediately, a strong sense of pride rose in their hearts. Mad God Lin Ling, it was actually Mad God Lin Ling. He was also one of the mortal realm's geniuses. To think that he was valued by Senior Qin Hu. This was a tremendous honor. This was because with Qin Hu's strength, even the symbol ancestor and other experts would have to step aside when placed in the seven emperors' heaven. "Who are you? Tell me your name," said Xia Nan coldly. He was an elder of Champion University, but a young man had stolen his position. He was furious. Moreover, he had also seen that the junior was merely Wuxia at fourth stage realm. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, but didn't say anything. He continued walking forwards. Although Xia Nan's realm was higher, he was obviously much weaker than a master archer. Xia Nan was probably someone who took advantage of his seniority. Lin Ling naturally had no interest in such a person. "Stop. Did I say you could leave?" But Lin Ling's silence made Xia Nan even angrier because Lin Ling was ignoring him. He didn't even greet him. Lin Ling finally stopped. He looked at Xia Nan indifferently and said, "Do I have to stop just because you want me to? May I ask, are you my friend or do I know you?" Xia Nan's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he laughed coldly. "You aren't qualified to be my friend, and I don't know you as well. However, you ought to know me. I've guided countless juniors, and you ought to know my name from them." "You're very confident." Lin Feng smiled. "You were just rejected and you act as if you lost respect. You don't understand why you're qualified to teach people. Besides, you introduced yourself in such a high-profile way. Even though I'm not interested in knowing you, you're unlucky because people are talking about you. You're Xian Di from Champion University, you're also Xian Di's teacher. Your name is Xia Nan." Xia Nan frowned. The young man in front of him knew who he was and still dared act so arrogantly. "Since you know who I am, you should also know what I'm capable of. Slap yourself, kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, even if your teacher Xian Di comes, I'll teach you a lesson in front of him," Xia Nan said coldly. At the same time, a powerful martial saint aura and talent pressed down on Lin Ling. It was overbearing, majestic, and cold. Xia Nan's eyes flickered with a cold light. Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high. He only needed to release his aura and it would be enough to suppress him to the ground. Besides, Xia Nan could also show Qin Hu how strong Xia Nan was. He was strong enough to stand on the same level as him. However, Lin Ling remained indifferent in front of Xia Nan's qi. He just stood there calmly. He realized that Xia Nan's cosmic energy was only 100. He couldn't do anything to him. Wuxia could defeat Xia Nan when he was only at the 5th level. For example, the 2nd and 3rd cultivators on the ranking list. "You want me to kneel down and kowtow to you?" Sigh. Shaking his head, Lin Ling took a step forward and slowly walked towards Xia Nan. This scene undoubtedly caused Xia Nan to frown. The aura he emitted became more and more tyrannical. "Your cosmic energy is only 100. You're so weak, don't embarrass yourself." Sigh. Lin Ling said as he walked. Everyone's eyes trembled. What an arrogant fellow. He actually asked Xia Nan not to embarrass himself. The 7 Emperors' Heaven's experts were extremely excited. Lin Ling represented the 7 Emperors' Heaven. But he was able to go against a senior. His strength was very strong. Nonsense. Sigh. Xia Nan's face turned colder. At the same time, an even more overbearing qi soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky were split apart and the majestic power of cosmic energy lingered around. Mentor Xian Di, don't embarrass yourself. Sigh. However, Lin Ling's footsteps were steady and powerful. It was as if an ancient god had descended. It was as if he was going to conquer the world. It was overbearing and magnificent. Space seemed to be crushed by his footsteps. Large amounts of space shards bloomed like thunder, causing the sky to change color. The pressure was extremely strong. Everyone's heart trembled. This aura was like the sun of heaven. It was as if the heavens were majestic. How terrifying! Mad God Lin Ling was a genius on the same level as the 7 crystal heroes. At the same time, Xie Nan's face changed. It was as if he could see the Son of Heaven walking towards him step by step. At this moment, his cosmic energy was extinguished. Who is he? Why is he so strong? Xie Nan was shocked. He was sure that this was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was not high. Moreover, he looked much younger than him. Why was his strength able to make him feel so pressured? He could even easily defeat him. Could it be that this youth was a genius of the mortal world? Yes, only a genius of the mortal world had the strength to fight above their realm. However, there were many geniuses in the mortal world. Who was this youth? Chapter 1902. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Skill. Boom boom boom. Xie Nan, Xian Di's teacher, was blown away. How ironic. He had taught many strong cultivators, including Tian Di and Xian Di, but now, he had been blown away by a young cultivator. This scene caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Elder Xie Nan was unable to retaliate in the face of wild god Lin Ling's palm. This point was beyond many people's imagination because they had guessed that the geniuses of the Crystal 7 talents would not be able to achieve this. In the distance, Jianghu's eyes were twinkling, but he didn't think it was a big deal. Among all the strong cultivators there, only Lin Ling wasn't someone he could underestimate. "All right!" shouted the members of the 7 Emperors' world. Xie Nan had scolded them a lot. Xie Nan was Xian Di, a teacher of Champion University, but he had also scolded the members of the 7 Emperors' world. Boom! Xie Nan crashed to the ground. His face was as black as blood. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "Who are you? How ridiculous. You're spreading your name everywhere, but you don't know who your opponent is. Do you think you're strong enough to dominate the Xian Di world? No wonder the masters said you weren't strong enough to compete with him." "You're right." Lin Ling continued walking forwards. He arrived in front of Xie Nan and looked at him indifferently. "Master Xie Nan, that's crazy god Lin Ling, one of the geniuses of the human world," shouted someone finally. Xie Nan's eyes twitched. Crazy god Lin Ling, surprisingly, it was crazy god Lin Ling. How had he become so strong? It was said that before crazy god Lin Ling had gone into seclusion, he was on the same level as the 7 crystal warriors. Besides, even if crazy god Lin Ling had surpassed the 7 crystal warriors, he was only as strong as Wu Sheng. How could he defeat Xie Nan so easily? Good, good, good. I underestimated you. Let's meet again in the future." Xie Nan stood up and glared furiously at Lin Ling before turning around and leaving. He never thought that he would kick an iron plate today and lose all his face. "Stop!" However, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Previously, he had disdained to pay attention to Xie Nan, but Xie Nan had insisted on keeping him here. Now that he knew he was weaker than him, he wanted to leave with just a few words. If that was the case, everyone would want to experience Lin Ling's strength and leave after knowing that they were no match for him. Then what time would he, Lin Ling, have to cultivate? What else do you want? Let me tell you, in the 7 Emperors' heavens, I am comparable to the supreme Xian Di, the symbol ancestor. Xie Nan said coldly. Could it be that Lin Ling still dared to touch him? According to your request, slap yourself 3 times, kowtow 3 times, and then you can leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. However, the aura on his body became even colder, causing the surrounding space to shatter like glass. 3 kowtows 9 times? Xianan doubted his ears. Lin Ling actually dared to make such a request of him. Looks like I have to do it myself. Lin Ling muttered to himself and shook his head. He used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps and arrived in front of Xianan, who was about to leave. Then, he slapped out. You're courting death. Xianan had a reputation of virtue and prestige in the mortal world. Moreover, he had a graceful demeanor. How could he allow Lin Ling to humiliate him again? Therefore, he also attacked. However, how could he stop Lin Ling when he attacked anxiously? Lin Ling's physical strength was so strong that it could sweep away the power of laws. Slap. Xianan's punch was directly slapped away by Lin Ling. Moreover, his bones were shattered. Lin Ling's slap even smashed Xianan into the ground. Then, Lin Ling grabbed Xianan and slapped him loudly. Everyone looked at Xianan in shock. At this moment, his handsome face was swollen as if a balloon had been blown on it. Was this still their mentor? Was this still the respected senior Xianan? As for Xianan, he was completely stunned. In the past, he was the most respected existence. But now, he was being slapped in the face in front of everyone? The mortal world's great calamity. Everyone is improving their strength. Only you are proving how outstanding you are. What a senseless act. Lin Ling grabbed Xianan and slammed him on the ground 3 times. That was 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows. Then, Lin Ling grabbed Xianan's collar and used his ancient god power to throw Xianan several hundred meters away like a sandbag. When the sound of Xianan hitting the ground came from afar, the crowd's hearts trembled. As expected of the mad god Lin Ling. He dared to be arrogant even in the heavenly realm. Lin Ling didn't care about what the crowd was thinking. He strode forward again as if he didn't want to waste any more time here. As for Jianghu, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. He guessed that Lin Ling could probably fight against Wuxia, who was at the 7th stage. As long as his strength increased by a little, he would be able to threaten Huang's son. The facts have proven that Senior Jianghu's judgment was right. Among all the people here, only mad god Lin Ling could enter his eyes. As for mentor Senior Xianan, he is just a joke. Many people stared at Lin Ling's back and were secretly shocked. Their eyes were filled with deep admiration. The mortal world's great calamity had arrived. Many strong cultivators had appeared and many geniuses had been born. Mad god Lin Ling was one of them, and he was in the limelight. No one could stop his rise. Such a genius was undoubtedly the idol of the entire mortal world's younger generation. Lin Ling didn't have the time to care about what the crowd was thinking. He came to the place where merit points were exchanged and quickly checked it out. As for the old man in charge of exchanging treasures, he was a little surprised when he saw Lin Ling. This was because he discovered that Lin Ling had far more merit points than he had imagined. Most importantly, Lin Ling was a genius of the mortal world, so the merit points he received were several times greater. The Law of Light Ancient Book. Cultivators can cultivate the power of 10 laws. This is only the first part. There are 16 parts in the entire ancient book. The ancient divine weapon, which killing net. A treasure from the primordial era. It can trap and kill enemies. A divine weapon has the power of 100 laws. TSK. How is this a divine weapon? This is a boundary immortal weapon. It is only slightly weaker than my peerless divine sword. The profound battle chi flower. Any type of law can be increased by 5. Lin Ling looked at the treasures floating around and his heart beat violently. This time, there were more treasures than before. Moreover, they were even more ancient. However, their prices were beyond his imagination. The 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Pill. A pill of mysterious origin. It can allow Wu Sheng's realm to reach the legendary 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Force source. Lin Ling's gaze fell on a pill with a 3-colored halo. His heart beat violently. 3 Revolutions. It was actually the 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Force source. Why didn't anyone exchange for such a precious pill? Who cares? He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Lin Ling immediately exchanged for the 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Pill. Then, he continued to search for treasures. Mu Rant's eyes lit up again. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's famous martial art. Its laws are powerful and can form the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. However, it requires the Yellow Spring Flame to cultivate. This is it. This set of law martial art was simply created for Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memories and knew a large number of laws, Li Xiaoyao did not have a law martial art that targeted the Yellow Spring Flame. However, this set of law martial art was expensive. It consumed all of Lin Ling's merit points. However, to Lin Ling, it was worth it. Chapter 1903. Emperor's Qi, Your Excellency has a lot of merit points. Don't you want to buy more treasures? Just these 2? The old man in charge of exchanging treasures looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling also noticed that the old man was not weak. He was an existence that surpassed Wu Sheng's realm. However, since the old man was polite, Lin Ling was also polite. Senior, thank you for your reminder. I don't plan to exchange any more. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, this is a set of law martial arts. It was won by an expert in ancient times who fought with the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. However, without the Yellow Spring Flame, no one can practice it. It is even dangerous and can be sucked into reincarnation at any time. This set of law martial arts has been here for millions of years. No one has ever exchanged it. Are you sure you want to exchange? As for the 3 Revolutions Tai Hong Immortal Pill, this is an immortal pill of mysterious origin. It can let a warrior reach the 3rd revolution at any time, but no one has ever succeeded. It is said that this pill fell from the martial god realm. There were originally 3 pills. 2 of them were swallowed by 2 people. One of them exploded and died, and the other became a cripple. So, do you really want this pill? I'm sure. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The old man shook his head helplessly. He could also see that this handsome young man's strength was not bad. However, it was not worth it to waste his life for this. However, he did not persuade Lin Ling anymore. In the end, he watched Lin Ling leave. What an interesting little guy. His soul power is very strong, especially the sword behind him. It is a boundary immortal weapon, so his power of law is very strong. Unfortunately, his temper is a bit stubborn. The old man said indifferently. At this moment, Lin Ling left earthly paradise. However, he also saw that more and more experts were returning. Obviously, many people had completed their tasks. Is that the Golden Wool Boy? I heard that he sealed the demon race's void enchantment on the Earth list. Amazing. But he is so small. I'm afraid he is only 5 or 6 years old. Crazy. Are you crazy? You actually dare to talk about him like this? He is an existence that will become one of the 10 heroes. In the Immortal Emperor world, outside of Huang's child and a few others, who could be his match? Legend has it that the Golden Wool Boy was the favorite disciple of the Immortal Zhenren, the head of the Xianluan sect in the Xianyuan Grand region. Because he stole his master's 108 youth recovery pills when he was 6 years old, his body never grew any bigger. But because of this, he was able to practice the transmutation 1 Qigong. If it wasn't for the great calamity of the mortal world, he wouldn't have come out. The crowd was in a heated discussion. A few people flew down from the sky. The one in the lead was a 5 or 6-year-old child. His hands were like lotus roots, each holding a pair of huge golden wheels. He looked like a child, but his eyes were ruthless and cold. Are they from the hidden sect again? Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He realized that the child's strength was only weaker than Qin Hu's. The 4 great eras of the mortal world were indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The mortal realm that he had seen before was actually just the tip of the iceberg. Only when the mortal realm was undergoing a great tribulation would those hidden experts enter the mortal realm to experience the tribulation. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling left the heavenly earth. He took out the dragon turtle battleship and headed for the sea. At present, most people in the rainforest Holy Land had gone to True Spirit Island. Only those with good strength stayed in the rainforest Holy Land. Ancestor Taiyan and Yu naturally went to True Spirit Island as well. Along the way, the sky was blue and the sea was sometimes as calm as a mirror and sometimes as turbulent. The dragon turtle battleship was very fast. In just one day, True Spirit Island appeared in front of them. This time, Lin Ling went to True Spirit Island mainly to see how his family and friends were doing. Next, he was going to look for the second stone sculpture. After Lin Ling landed, Immortal seemed to have sensed him and appeared on the island with everyone. "Ha, Lin Ling, you're back." When Lin Ling walked down from the sky, Immortal immediately greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, Senior Kame." Lin Ling stopped and also bowed. Ancestor Taiyan and the others looked at Lin Ling with gratification. Because of the great tribulation of the mortal realm, they were worried about Lin Ling's safety. Fortunately, Lin Ling had passed through another tribulation and returned safely. "Father, you're back." Ia ran over from the crowd. Lin Ling smiled and hugged him. He glanced at the crowd. There were people from the Starry Sky Palace and the Blazing Flame Palace. They were led by Shang Qianjun and their strength had increased greatly. Kur's strength had also increased greatly. Then, Lin Ling took out many cultivation resources for his family and friends to use to increase their cultivation. In this world, strength was everything. If his family and friends increased their strength, Lin Ling would not have any worries. "Thank you for your hard work." Yu and the others held Lin Ling's hand. They knew that during the great tribulation of the mortal realm, this man had come out of seclusion and once again embarked on a journey. The only thing they could do was to take care of this family and let this man fight outside without worry. "Thank you." Lin Ling's heart warmed as he looked at Yu and the others tenderly. He also knew that they had worked hard. At present, the devil race has invaded, but many void enchantments have failed to stop them. It will not be long before the mortal realm will be cleansed and danger lurks everywhere. However, many experts have also been born in the mortal realm. They are called the Xian-Di-10 heroes. Their strength is only below that of the desolation. After talking for a while, Immortal led Lin Ling to the depths of the island as he spoke. "Yes, the mortal realm is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Lin Ling nodded. He had been to the heavenly earth before and also saw those rising experts. Moreover, in addition to those experts, the geniuses of the mortal realm were also rising. Obviously, this world was fair. Lin Ling had opportunities, others also had opportunities. When the time comes to award merits, the Xian-Di-10 heroes will be born. Immortal said. It was not time to award merits because some secret realms would take a year from start to finish. Therefore, the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm was also waiting. Lin Ling could not help but look forward to it. He had sealed the void enchantment in the sky cloud forest. Presumably, the reward would not be small. But now, he could only wait. After talking with his family and Immortal for a while, Lin Ling entered into a state of cultivation. At present, he had a lot of cultivation resources, enough for him to increase his strength again. In the Purple Mansion, Elder Z looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Your Majesty, Emperor's Mandate, what is it? The Emperor's Mandate is divided into 9 parts, each of which is different. Generally, it represents 9 kinds of power. As for what kind of power it is, it depends on what means Emperor Yun was good at in the past. Lin Ling was also excited. He spread out his right hand and a golden light appeared. Moreover, it was out of control and wanted to fly up like a worm. Of course, it was quickly caught by Lin Ling. It is the Emperor's providence, great. Elder Z looked at the Golden Emperor's Mandate and laughed excitedly. Emperor's providence? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. Chapter 1904. Dominating the world sounds great. Lin Ling nodded. The celestial demon overlord physique was originally an emperor physique and possessed the emperor's aura. Hence, its defense was extremely strong. With the addition of the golden providence, the celestial demon overlord physique's defense would be even stronger. In fact, when Lin Ling fought with others, it seemed like he had fewer laws, but he could still win. The celestial demon overlord physique was a great help as its defense was too strong and could resist certain laws. In addition to his powerful physical body, he could also break through laws with brute force. However, these advantages could not be seen on the surface. Lin Ling hurriedly took the golden ball of light and was just about to refine it when Elder Z reminded, Your Majesty, why didn't you consume the triple-cycle grand immortal pill that you obtained with your merit points? Could it be that Your Majesty is afraid of the side effects of the triple-cycle grand immortal pill? 2 people had consumed the 3-revolution supreme immortal pill before. One of them had exploded and died, while the other had become a cripple. Hence, no one had ever exchanged for it. Lin Ling smiled. Elder Z, this is a pill used for cultivation in the martial god realm. Of course, it can't be consumed alone. It has to be combined with the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. I see. This must be Li Xiaoyao's memory. No wonder no one in this world could succeed. This time, I also bought a large amount of materials for the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid to forge the spiritual liquid. With Elder Z's reminder, Lin Ling began to forge the spiritual liquid. After 3 months, he began to consume the 3-revolution supreme immortal pill. At the same time, he began to refine the Golden Emperor horoscope. The Golden Emperor horoscope contained the Emperor's aura. With providence, Lin Ling's ancient divine emperor physique became even more condensed. His eyes were majestic, as if a King Kong had descended. The terrifying thing was that not only was the ancient divine emperor physique domineering and majestic, but it also had the aura of the emperor, noble and mighty. The last stage, dominating the world. Looking at the golden ancient divine emperor physique, Elder Z was so excited that his mouth was wide open. Tears welled up in his eyes. The former number 1 emperor of the star-picking nation had finally returned to the world. Battling the heavens and earth, there was nothing he did not fight, dominating the world, this was the last stage. The Purple Mansion Realm's World Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, an unparalleled domineering aura erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. The ancient god emperor appeared like a giant, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground. Roar! At this moment, Lin Ling also roared towards the sky. His long hair suddenly turned golden, and so did his pupils. An aura of supremacy bloomed from his body. Who else but me? At this moment, his battle intent was boiling. It was as if he would even dare to fight against the firmament realm. He punched out, and 20 universes of power erupted. Without using the dragon claw, he was able to erupt with 20 universes of power. And when the fist reached its peak, 100-dimensional space appeared, forming space cracks around Lin Ling, like a thunder pool. Genesis. Lin Ling said softly. The 9th tier of the world annihilation physique possessed the power to annihilate the world. The 10th tier of the world domination physique was the creation of the world. It was as if he was saying that he was the master of his world. Peerless divine sword. Lin Ling roared angrily once again. With his sword in hand, he revealed his sharpness. I am the master, who dares to not obey. The aura of the world domination physique also affected Lin Ling, making him feel as if he was the master of the world. Genesis. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and actually activated all the spatial laws of the world domination physique, forming a total of 200 laws of power, and fiercely slashed forward. Rumble. The purple mansion was split open by the sword. Seeing this, Elder Z sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the world domination physique. After a long time, Lin Ling's golden pupils slowly disappeared. His eyes also regained their calmness, but his face was filled with shock. So strong. Really strong. The peak of the divine devil overlord physique was really the world domination physique. Right now, the talent of the divine devil overlord physique had also reached the second grade of the divine rank. Ha! Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. That long-lost feeling was once again approaching. After experiencing his blood and sweat, the feeling of dominating the world had returned. I've broken through and reached Wuxia stage 5. After that, Lin Ling's expression changed again. It seemed that the triple revolution Taihong immortal pill had taken effect, allowing him to smoothly step into a new realm. Moreover, he sensed that the power in his dantian had not ended, and the void energy source was still rotating. The triple revolution Taihong immortal pill could allow the user to undergo 3 revolutions. Why isn't there any effect? Lin Ling frowned again. Your Majesty, the first revolution of the void energy source is the most difficult. Many CND experts even gave up on the first revolution and wanted to step into Wuxia stage 6. That's because if the first revolution failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even if your Majesty swallowed the pill, there wouldn't be an immediate effect. Elder Z guessed. Lin Ling nodded. That was indeed the case. After all, only those with great perseverance could succeed in the first revolution. This meant that the first revolution was difficult, so he could only wait. If I succeed in the third revolution, then after I step into Wuxia stage 6, every time my void energy source becomes stronger, I'll be able to increase the power of 30 laws. Yes. This was the benefit of the first revolution. Not only would he accumulate the previous laws, but he would also be able to increase the power of laws by 1 realm. This meant that if Lin Ling succeeded in the third revolution, he would definitely be the strongest in the same realm. The Yellow Springs flame has finally stabilized at the second grade of the divine rank. However, the Yellow Springs flame can still be improved. If I cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, this flame will definitely improve. Yes. Lin Ling said again. However, he had not succeeded in the third revolution. Therefore, he did not cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation for the time being. Next, Lin Ling stabilized his cultivation and left the purple mansion. Not long after, Daoist came to visit Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling break through, he could not help but be surprised. This was because when others cultivated, breaking through to the next realm would take a few years. However, Lin Ling succeeded in a short period of time. It was as if there was no bottleneck at all. Most importantly, Daoist sensed that not only did Lin Ling break through to the next realm, his strength seemed to have increased by more than 1-fold. At this speed, Lin Ling, you will soon catch up with me. Daoist looked at Lin Ling and laughed. There were so many geniuses in the mortal world. The only one he could not see through was Lin Ling. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head modestly. However, his every move was filled with confidence. The 9th stage of dominating the world gave him a domineering aura. By the way, little flame, have the fire spirit princess and the others returned? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and asked. Not long ago, he entered the sky cloud forest to complete a mission. However, Little Flame and the others went to another secret realm to complete a mission. They have not returned yet. However, I will calculate for you. Daoist came frowned. He took out a tortoiseshell and calculated. Then, his expression changed slightly. Lin Ling could not help but ask, what happened? I calculated that they will all face a calamity. Daoist came shook his head and said, however, their lives are not in danger at the moment. However, this calamity can be big or small. If it continues to develop, then they will all die. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. Daoist came was a prophet of the mortal world. Lin Ling naturally believed his words. I will go to the rainforest sacred land to take a look. Their secret realm mission has already ended. However, they have not come to True Spirit Island. Perhaps they are in the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling, quickly go and take a look. Chapter 1905. Colluding with the devil race, spiritual master came said that they had a calamity. Could it be the devil race? Devil race? Lin Ling's expression was solemn. Little Flame was his younger brother, the 9 spirits of heaven. Bai Yun Tiendi was a brother who had gone through trials and tribulations with him. Therefore, Lin Ling could not bear to see them in danger. Most importantly, the Fire Spirit Princess was among them. The Dragon Turtle battleship was very fast. One day later, Lin Ling landed in Xianpeng province and headed towards the rainforest sacred land. However, when he reached the rainforest sacred land, he realized that the place was in a mess. The cities, streets, and palaces were all destroyed. Moreover, there were a large number of experts attacking. Most importantly, those people were not from the devil race but were humans. This made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. What had happened? At this moment, the sky above the rainforest sacred land was filled with smoke. A large number of experts were attacking. Some were capturing the people of the rainforest sacred land while some were killing them directly. Enough, you guys are acting so recklessly. Aren't you afraid of Mad God Lin Ling? On the ground, many experts were shouting angrily. Their eyes were red. Mad God Lin Ling has committed a serious crime. We are under the orders of the human realm's highest authority to capture him. Everyone who is related to Lin Ling must be brought back. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. A man in armor shouted angrily. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was cold and emotionless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Lin Ling's subordinates. Another person shouted. These people were not weak. They were around the first realm of Wusheng. With such powerful strength, the people of the rainforest sacred land could not stop them. Everything requires evidence. This sir's words have no proof. Aren't you afraid of disappointing the world? On the ground, Lady Shui Wu led many experts and looked at the sky fearlessly. Until now, they still did not know what had happened. Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. The Fire Spirit Princess and the rest have been captured. Moreover, most of Lin Ling's accomplices who colluded with the devil race have been captured. You guys had better surrender, in case we are ruthless. The experts in the sky said coldly. Colluding with the demon race? On the ground, many people's expressions changed drastically. How did their lord collude with the devil clan? It seems that you don't know what happened. Then I'll let you die knowing. When the devil race invaded, many celestial emperors and CND powerhouses went to stop the devil race. However, many people were greedy and agreed to the devil race's reward, so they helped the devil race open the enchantment. The Supreme Deacon Palace of the human realm killed countless celestial emperors and CND powerhouses because of this, and your mad god Lin Ling was one of them. Those people finally revealed their intentions. Moreover, it seemed that it wasn't just the rainforest holy land. Many people in the entire human world were killed, accused of colluding with the demons. Nonsense. Angry shouts came from the rainforest Holy Land. They didn't think that Lin Ling would collude with the devil race, because Lin Ling had done so much for the human realm. How could he collude with the devil race? All of this was fake. This matter, there are witnesses and evidence. In the Sky Cloud Forest, Lin Ling and the two people ranked second and third on the Earth ranking worked together to kill Xian Di, and tried to open the enchantment in the void. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Dark Angel from the Divine Marquis Manor, the Sky Cloud Forest would already be under the pressure of the devil race, and they would have killed their way into the human realm. The Dark Angel is the hero of the mission in the Sky Cloud Forest, and the people of the Purple Alliance have confirmed everything. Above the sky, the experts spoke again, their words carrying endless majesty. Now that the time given to you has passed, for the sake of the human race, all of you will die. As a human, you colluded with the devil race, wanting to turn the human realm into a river of blood and plunge the people into misery and suffering. You scum, what's the use of not dying? Kill. A terrifying killing intent exploded in the sky, causing the earth to tremble. In the distance, Lin Ling tightly clenched his teeth, and his eyes were completely red. He had become a traitor who colluded with the devil race? He and the second on the Earth ranking, Yen Yeming, had helped the devil race together? Moreover, the so-called Dark Angel had become that archer from the Divine Marquis Manor? Distorting right and wrong. Inverting right and wrong. He, Lin Ling, had sealed the enchantment in the Sky Cloud Forest, and had also disrupted the archer's plan. Not only did he not contribute, he was a sinner. Cold. An extremely terrifying and cold aura spread out from Lin Ling's body. The clouds in the sky split open, and the wind stopped blowing. Killing intent filled the air. The experts on the ground and in the sky all felt a terrifying coldness drifting over, and it was so cold that it penetrated their hearts. Suddenly, everyone looked at the other side of the sky. A man in a black robe stood there. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold. An invisible aura of indifference emanated from his body, causing everyone to fall silent. It was too cold, and none of them could withstand it. It was as if they were looking at a god of death, a giant of the mortal world. Sir, who are you? The experts in the sky all trembled with fear as they stared at Lin Ling. You all said that the mad god Lin Ling colluded with the devil race, and the Dark Angel from the Divine Marquis Manor disrupted his plan. Is this correct? Lin Ling finally stepped out, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Plop. Everyone's heart violently jumped. Just by looking at the young man, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yes. This is the order of the mortal world's highest authority. Senior, are you angry at Lin Ling? This Lin Ling really deserves to die. He allowed the devil race to come in, who knows how many people will die in the hands of the devil race. Lin Ling is too cruel. One of them gritted his teeth and said. But as far as I know, the mad god Lin Ling has repeatedly helped the mortal world's highest authority, such as the true martial world, and the news of the devil race's invasion. These were all revealed by him. Whether he colluded with the devil race or not, at least he saved many people. Do you all have to kill him? Lin Ling said softly. His voice was calm, but it gave people the feeling that it was even colder. Senior, you probably don't like Mad God Lin Ling, right? I admit that he has indeed made contributions to the human realm's highest Deacon Palace. However, he is frivolous and lawless. Therefore, he is going to die just because he helped the demon race. No merit can offset that crime. An expert smiled and said. Lin Ling was silent. He stepped forward step by step, but the coldness emitted from his body became even crazier. No one remembered his merit, they only wanted him to die. Even the whole thing didn't seem to be investigated in detail, and Lin Ling was directly sentenced to death. I want to see who can kill me. Lin Ling's anger became even crazier. Finally, those people felt that something was wrong. Someone asked nervously, "Senior, you are?" "I am the mad god Lin Ling who colluded with the devil race." Lin Ling spat out a sentence. The ancient god emperor descended, dominating the world. He fiercely punched. "When I sealed the sky cloud forest's barrier, where were you? When I was pulled into the devil domain by the devil race's great senior and almost died, where were you? You didn't do anything, you don't know anything, you only know how to kill people. Die for me." Boom! With a single punch, over 100 experts were reduced to dust. Blood rained down like rain. No one could block that punch of his that could not be stopped. Chapter 1906. Raging fury. Lin Ling could be killed by others, but he couldn't allow others to use him to kill his friends. Most importantly, the archer who colluded with the devil race had become the hero of the mortal world while he, Lin Ling, was the sinner. He, Lin Ling, refused to accept this. "You're mad god Lin Ling." The experts in the sky changed their expressions. They didn't expect mad god Lin Ling to dare to appear in front of them. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled with fear. Although they were very impressive before, when Lin Ling appeared in front of them, that cold killing intent immediately made them lose the ability to fight. "My friend, where are you?" Bang! Boom! Another punch, dominating the world. Lin Ling's hair turned golden, and his eyes were dark gold. This was the wrath of the Son of Heaven. "You're crazy!" Bang! Those experts all shouted in panic. "My friend, where are you?" Bang! However, what answered them was a punch, an incomparably terrifying punch. Boom! Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Dozens of experts fell. Who could stop the wrath of the Son of Heaven? If these people didn't say anything, then Lin Ling would kill them until they did. Moreover, he was furious today. He wanted to kill his way to the highest administrator's palace in the mortal world and ask those who condemned him for his crimes. If they wanted to kill him, Lin Ling, then come directly. Why did they accuse him? If anyone tried to stop him, he would kill them all. Because he had a clear conscience. Because he was the real angel of the night, not the one from the divine Marquis mansion. The ancient god Empyrean's incomparably terrifying power engulfed those powerhouses. Naturally, those powerhouses would not allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. They also retaliated one after another, bursting forth with their ultimate techniques. However, those powerful attacks that landed on Lin Ling's body were all blocked by a golden light. So many of us working together can't shake him? The experts were shocked. How could Lin Ling be so strong? Mad god Lin Ling, we're not Xian, one of the three great legends of the mortal world. We're from various great powers. Today, we're just here to inform you. Since you don't welcome us, we'll take our leave. The experts didn't dare to stay any longer. One of them coldly said and wanted to leave with his group. But let me remind you, no matter how arrogant you are now, you'll still die when the great powers of the mortal world comes, huh? The remaining people seemed to know that Lin Ling's death was near, so they did not want to fight Lin Ling head-on. However, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, but could they leave? World annihilation. A huge ancient sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He fiercely slashed. The sword light was like an arc, splitting the space wherever it passed. The group of people was stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, their expressions changed greatly. Just as they wanted to say something, each of them was cut in half, leaving only one person standing there in a daze. On the ground, Lord Shui Wu and the other experts were shocked. They didn't expect Lord Lin Ling's strength to become so powerful. Those Xian experts were like chickens and dogs in front of Lord Lin Ling. There was still one person in the sky who didn't die. His body trembled as he looked at Lin Ling walking over. Where are my friends? Lin Ling appeared in front of that person, his face indifferent as he spat out a sentence. I'm telling you, you can't kill me. That person was completely scared, and his mouth was pale. Speak. Lin Ling didn't answer him. He shouted again, and that person didn't dare to hide anything. He directly said, the new mortal world prison is at the border of Xianhuangdao, beside the chaotic demon sea. It's called the Black Castle Prison. Boom. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out, then turned around and left. That person stared at Lin Ling and said with a bitter smile, I said, why do you still want to kill me? I didn't promise not to kill you. Lin Ling's cold voice came from afar, and that person's bitter smile deepened. In the end, his body exploded, turning into endless crystal light and disappeared. My lord. Lord Shui Wu and the others knelt down at this moment, but their hearts were still shaken. The mortal world was facing a great calamity, and a large number of experts had surfaced. However, their lord was still arrogant. Whoever dared to invade would be killed without mercy. Lin Ling nodded, and his cold eyes looked into the distance as he analyzed what those people said before. First, Lin Ling was sure that he wasn't the only one who was slandered. Because of the invasion of the devil race, the giants of the mortal world used this opportunity to eliminate dissidents, and he, Lin Ling, was only one of them. As for the people who wanted to eliminate Lin Ling, it wasn't difficult to guess. It should be the Sky Lord, the Xianyuan clan, and the ancient Ji clan. Of course, there might be other experts who wanted to kill Lin Ling, but these three forces couldn't escape being related. Second, why were they so sure that Lin Ling colluded with the devil race? Because the most dazzling figure in the sky cloud forest was the Angel of the Night, but no one knew the identity of the Angel of the Night. So, someone impersonated the Angel of the Night and used the name of the Angel of the Night to eliminate dissidents. Lin Ling constantly thought about it, and he had a general understanding of the situation. Unfortunately, those people who wanted to harm him didn't know that the Angel of the Night was Lin Ling himself. As he thought of this, the flames of rage in Lin Ling's heart surged. Using the calamity of the mortal world to eliminate dissidents, those giants of the mortal world had a good plan. They weren't worried about the innocent people at all, and they wanted to use this opportunity to rise up. Follow me to the prison of the mortal world. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the dragon turtle battleship appeared. He stepped onto it, and the people of the rainforest Holy Land roared furiously as they leaped into the sky. No matter if Lord Lin Ling colluded with the devil race or not, they would risk their lives and follow him wherever he went. Moreover, Lord Lin Ling had helped the mortal world many times in the past, but today, the highest authority of the mortal world had killed him just like that. They couldn't swallow this insult. Rumble. The dragon turtle battleship rumbled as it flew towards Xianhuangdao at a terrifying speed. In the streets and alleys of the rainforest Holy Land, many commoners looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with excitement. Today, their rainforest Holy Land had almost been destroyed, but the Lord had returned and killed the enemy. He had even killed his way up to the 9 heavens. This was the Lord Lin Ling that they had always loved. The mortal world prison used to be in the Devil Prison mountain range, but after it was broken, it changed its location. It was now at the edge of the chaotic demon sea in Xianhuangdao. At this moment, a huge black fortress had been built there. The walls were thousands of meters tall, and it was like a giant beast sitting on the ground. Around the black fortress, a large number of prison guards in black armor were walking around, and their eyes flashed with a ruthless light. The mortal world's calamity, there are so many people who colluded with the devil race. This Black Castle prison can't hold all of them. The prison in the Devil Prison mountain range is much better. At least it has a great array protecting it. The defense of the Black Castle prison that was built temporarily is much weaker. It's all that mad god Lin Ling's fault. If he didn't cause havoc in the prison, how could the devil race have invaded? Maybe mad god Lin Ling will be the next prisoner. I heard that he is also one of the criminals who colluded with the devil race. Chapter 1907. Black Castle Prison Rumble. However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a huge dragon turtle battleship arrived in a mighty manner. Many warriors in the Xianhuang Big Domain also noticed it, and their faces changed. What a mighty battleship! What is it doing here? However, what surprised everyone was that the battleship was charging towards the Black Castle in an unbridled and lawless manner. Stop! This is the human world's prison. How dare you behave so atrociously here? Are you crazy? The prison guards were shocked. A young man in his 20s shouted angrily. He was the son of Emperor Jin Nyo and one of the guards of the Black Castle prison. Activate the array. The young man waved his hand coldly. Swoosh! 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 The black bricks in the Black Castle shone brightly and formed black light arrows that shot into the sky. These black arrows were the Black Castle prison's defensive measures. At that moment, tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time. It was a shocking scene. Is the owner of the Dragon Turtle battleship stupid? Why can't he talk things out? Why must he barge into the prison? Sigh, what a pity. The crowd in the distance stared at the majestic scene in the sky and shook their heads. They saw that the sky had already turned black, densely packed with arrows. As for the Black Castle prison, the prison guards were laughing. The young man in the lead had a cold look in his eyes. He waved his hand again and wanted the Black Castle prison to stop shooting arrows. However, at that moment, another rumbling sound came from the sky. A majestic battleship with a dragon head and a turtle body appeared. It did not slow down and continued charging towards the Black Castle. Nothing happened? What kind of battleship is that? Why is its defense so strong? Everyone was shocked. The young man in the lead had a drastic change in his expression. He waved his hand again and said, "Shoot!" Clang! Clang! Countless arrows were fired again. However, this time, everyone could clearly see how terrifying the Dragon Turtle battleship was. None of the arrows could penetrate the battleship. Instead, they were destroyed after colliding with it. Who are you? The young man in the lead did not dare to underestimate the intruder. Armageddon. At that moment, a terrifying sword radiance slashed out from the Dragon Turtle battleship. It was like the Grim Reaper's blade was telling them that anyone who stood in its way would be killed without mercy. Rumble. 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 A large number of prison guards were cut in half as their blood spilled onto the ground. No one could block that terrifying sword radiance. Crazy. A large number of people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. The mortal world prison was backed by the highest deacon palace in the mortal world. How dare someone kill a prison guard? He was too arrogant. The expression of the leader of the prison guards changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that more than half of the prison guards beside him had been killed or injured. If he had not reacted quickly and pulled several people beside him to be his scapegoats, he would have been killed by the sword. The strength of the person who came was very strong. He stared at the sky and saw a black-robed young man standing coldly at the head of the Dragon Turtle battleship. He was tall and slender and had delicate features. However, his eyes were cold and emotionless. The coldness in his eyes could penetrate one's heart. Killing God. A terrifying thought appeared in the young man's mind. Suddenly, he felt that the young man was very familiar, as if he had seen him not long ago, but where exactly was he? It's in the Devil Prison Mountain Range. You're mad, God Lin Ling. Finally, the young man let out a terrified voice. Because of his shock, his voice was not soft. Many experts in the distance heard it and were all stunned. Mad God Lin Ling, it was Mad God Lin Ling again. Because the person who had caused havoc in the mortal world prison in the Devil Prison Mountain Range was Mad God Lin Ling. Today, the person who caused havoc in the Black Castle prison was Mad God Lin Ling again. Could it be that his arrogance had reached the point of lawlessness? Mad God Lin Ling, how dare you? The young man immediately roared, but what answered him was a sword that would decide his life. The sword light passed through him, and his head was separated from his body. Almost at the same time, the huge dragon turtle battleship slammed into the Black Castle prison. After a rumble, the prison that had just been built collapsed. Awesome! My friend was wrongly accused and imprisoned without any reason. Now that Mad God Lin Ling has broken through the prison, he is very popular. That's right. The giants of the mortal world are ambitious. They want to become existences that surpass myths, so they are eliminating dissidents to gain more prestige. That's right. Most importantly, although they have wronged others, they have also fabricated evidence. Those experts who have been wronged have suffered unspeakable hardships. That's right. Mad God Lin Ling, continue to be lawless. In the distance, many onlookers were excited. In a world dominated by experts, there was a need for a new force to emerge, and that person, they hoped to be Mad God Lin Ling. At this moment, in the basement of the Black Castle prison, painful cries could be heard from time to time. A large number of people were tied to the wall. Their wrists were shackled with powerful divine weapons. Once they were shackled, no spiritual energy could be recovered. No matter how strong they were in the past, they could only be prisoners now. Pa! 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 Several prison guards held iron whips and whipped the prisoners fiercely. With every whip, thunder and fire bloomed. Hee. How did the former great Yuan prison emperor become a prisoner today? The prison guards sneered. Those who were beaten could not resist at all. Following the line of sight, there was a man in his 40s sitting on a chair in the dimly lit hall. He was completely naked. This was the expert guarding the Black Castle prison, Great Emperor Jianghu. In my prison, everyone is a slave. Even if you were the mentor of the three great myths, Xiandi, in the past, you will still have to worship me as your king. A low voice came from Great Emperor Jianghu's mouth. Beside him, several beautiful and naked women were massaging him, making him look satisfied. Despicable. The mortal world prison is for prisoners. We are not guilty. Why are you imprisoning us? Suddenly, a clear voice came. Among the prisoners, a beautiful woman stared at Great Emperor Jianghu and said, Hee, it seems like you don't understand. In my prison, everyone is a slave. Great Emperor Jianghu laughed. He stood up and waved his right hand. A powerful force came out and brought the person who spoke over. Whoosh! Then, Great Emperor Jianghu let out a violent roar and tore the woman's clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Without waiting for the woman to cry out, Great Emperor Jianghu pressed down on her, making her cry out in pain. What was more terrifying was that the woman's talent and cultivation were slowly being absorbed by Great Emperor Jianghu. Seeing this, the prisoners who were tied up in the hall trembled. They had long heard that Great Emperor Jianghu was cruel and ruthless. Today, they saw that it was true. Falling into his hands was a fate worse than death. Hongyun Xiandi, the sect leader of the Sunset Three Clouds sect. You are as beautiful as a fairy. Today, you have become my slave. Your cultivation is mine. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Great Emperor Jianghu was still pressing down on the woman as he laughed wildly. I beg you, let me go. Chapter 1908. Crippled Great Emperor Nyojin kicked the woman away and swept his gaze across the remaining prisoners. Everyone lowered their heads in fear of being targeted by Great Emperor Nyojin. Especially the women, their bodies were trembling non-stop. Fire Spirit Princess, your talent is not bad. I have long been attracted to you. Come, I will let you enjoy the best time in the human world. Great Emperor Nyojin's eyes finally landed on a lively girl. She was the Fire Spirit Princess. Who in the human world didn't know about the beauty of the fire spirit princess? Moreover, her talent was not bad. If he could absorb her talent, his strength would increase greatly. Great Emperor Niu Jin's talent was extremely mysterious. He had the first-grade divine Niu Yang heavenly root. He could pluck Yin to nourish Yang. All these years, he had ravaged many girls. How dare you? At this moment, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yun, and Xian Di were also tied up on the wall. All of them roared in anger. Hee, don't be anxious. You will have your chance too. Great Emperor Niu Jin sneered as if he was talking to his friends. This made Little Flame and the others furious. Just as Great Emperor Niu Jin was about to attack, the entire basement shook and dust fell from the sky. Rumble. Along with the rumbling, it was as if the Onyx Castle prison had collapsed. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the terrifying tremors. Great Emperor Niu Jin was furious. Who was ruining his mood? He shouted, "Go and see what happened. Isn't my son, Niu Lan, guarding outside?" A prison guard immediately obeyed the order and walked out along the dark corridor. However, just as he walked out of the corridor, he came back and walked backwards. Who asked you to come back? Can't you hear me? Great Emperor Golden Ox was even more furious. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a black-robed young man slowly walking in. He extended his left hand and actually grabbed the prison guard's cheek. Just like that, he walked in with the prison guard in his hand. The entire process was silent, as if the god of death had arrived. Such a scene was undoubtedly shocking. All the prisoners' expression changed drastically as they stared at the newcomer. Little Flame and the others were overjoyed. It's Big Brother is here. Bastard! The fire spirit princess also let out an excited cry. Great Emperor Niu Jin stared at the intruder in astonishment. However, his heart was filled with anger. Who was this person? Why had he barged into his prison? Just as he was about to speak, the young man opposite him spoke first. The so-called human realm prison is actually the dirtiest place in the human realm. These prisoners are cleaner than a scum like you. The young man was Lin Ling. How powerful was his soul force? Even before he entered, he could see what was happening in the basement. This made his anger and killing intent even crazier. Filthy scum, treating the prisoners like adults and almost attacking the second dream, this was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Who are you? Let me tell you, my backer is the ancient Ji clan. Staring at Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jin Niu said coldly. Bang! Lin Ling's left hand clenched tightly, and the prison guard's face blossomed like a flower. His head exploded from Lin Ling's grip. I'm Lin Ling, the mad god. Lin Ling casually threw the corpse away and took a step forward. His aura burst forth like a ruler, dominating the world. Mad God Lin Ling. Hearing this, Great Emperor Jin Niu's expression changed drastically. He thought that mentioning his backer would be enough to make this young man flee. However, this young man was Lin Ling, an enemy of the ancient Ji clan. This young man wasn't afraid of the ancient Ji clan at all. In fact, in the entire human realm, Mad God Lin Ling was the only person who had challenged the ancient Ji clan and the Xianyuan clan and emerged unscathed. Good timing. Since you're here today, let me see how amazing a human realm genius like you is. Great Emperor Jin Niu knew that this young man didn't come with good intentions. He immediately unleashed a powerful aura. Since he was able to guard the prison, he naturally wasn't weak. Rumble. A brown demonic bull rushed out from under his crotch. It was as if it could wipe out an entire army. Bang bang bang. The ground cracked open, and the law of collision spewed out. If it was in the outside world, it could destroy a city. Boom. However, when the demonic bull collided with Lin Ling, the ancient god emperor appeared behind Lin Ling. He lifted his foot and stomped forward. With just one stomp, the demonic bull's momentum was suppressed. Lin Ling's foot stepped on the demonic bull's head, immobilizing it. Dominating the world. Lin Ling stretched out his hands and grabbed the two horns of the demonic bull. Then, his strength erupted. Swoosh! That terrifying demonic bull was actually torn apart by Lin Ling, split into two. Pfft! Great Emperor Niu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The demonic bull was closely related to his innate talent. Therefore, he was also severely injured at this moment. However, he did not expect Mad God Lin Ling to be so powerful. He was actually able to tear apart his demonic bull law attack. Mystic Turtle's 9 steps. Lin Ling didn't intend to talk too much. He came in front of Great Emperor Jianghu and raised his head to look at the burly man. Great Emperor Jianghu's body trembled. Although the person in front of him didn't look old, he felt as if he had seen the god of death. Your talent comes from under your crotch. What's the use of such a dirty talent? From now on, I want you to never trample on others. A peerless archery sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand. He stabbed fiercely and stirred it. Ah! Great Emperor Jianghu let out a painful cry. His talent was destroyed, and his manhood was messed up. This kind of pain was undoubtedly more unbearable than killing him. As for the prisoners in the hall, they were all happy. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. Great Emperor Jianghu was a cruel and merciless emperor, but he met Mad God Lin Ling, who was even more ruthless than him. You crippled me. Great Emperor Jianghu rolled on the ground and let out a hideous cry. His talent was destroyed. From now on, he couldn't increase his strength anymore. The so-called crippling isn't just your manhood. Lin Ling's eyes were emotionless. He took a step forward and came in front of Great Emperor Jianghu. His left hand turned into a claw and grabbed at Great Emperor Jianghu's dantian. Then, he grabbed a source of void force and crushed it with a bang. The source of void force was the source of power for experts like Xian Di. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jianghu was like a deflated balloon. All the power he had accumulated in the past disappeared. His burly body suddenly aged and his face was full of wrinkles. And this was the so-called crippling. Crippling a person didn't mean crippling his talent, but crippling his entire body. You. Great Emperor Jianghu said with difficulty, just kill me. If you want a person to remember what pain is, death isn't the best. You want him to live a life worse than death. Lin Ling looked down at Great Emperor Jianghu and said coldly, all these years, many people have been ruined by you. They will make you suffer a life worse than death. Hearing this, Great Emperor Jianghu's eyes widened. He actually forced himself to get up and kowtowed to Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to kill him with his own hands. Because he was powerless and was captured by those prisoners. His fate was obvious. Men, release all the prisoners in the prison. Lin Ling ignored him and shouted angrily at the hall. Chapter 1909. Rewards according to merit. Mad God Lin Ling, I will never forget your kindness today. Yes. Then, many Xian Di experts bowed to Lin Ling. We were wronged. The giants of the human world wanted to kill us and eliminate the dissidents. Their goal was to become an existence that surpassed the 3 myths and be on equal footing with the master of the martial pavilion. Yes. Because we were eliminated, there were fewer voices of opposition. Moreover, the giants of the human world also made great contributions. The prestige was enough for them to rise. Yes. It's the Sky Lord. Yes. Those Xian Di experts continued to speak, their faces full of anger. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. Especially when he saw the Fire Dragon Princess, the killing intent in his heart boiled even more. The Sky Lord, the ancient Ji family, and the Xianyuan clan. This time, not only did they kill a large number of experts, but they also framed Lin Ling. This feud was set. No matter who came forward, Lin Ling would not give any face. He would kill these experts in his lifetime. Who will go to the heavenly world with me? Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "Boss, I'll go." "Baddie, I'll go too." Little Flame and the others immediately responded. They wanted to seek justice. The Sky Lord wanted to use them as a stepping stone. They would never allow it. Mad God Lin Ling will follow you. Many CND experts also shouted. They could not take this lying down. They came from all over the human world. There were people from the Fire Clan, the E Clan, the Supreme Clan, and so on. As long as they were against the Sky Lord and the others, they were all wronged. Good. Today, follow me to the Deacon Palace of the human world. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward, leading the crowd away. When they came outside, the Dragon Turtle battleship was still there. After everyone boarded the battleship, Lin Ling took out an ancient sword and slashed at the Onyx Castle prison on the ground. Rumble. With this slash, the entire prison collapsed. There's no need to stay in such a dirty place. Then, the Dragon Turtle battleship flew into the sky. And in the distance, many people became excited. Lin Ling once again destroyed the human prison. He was worthy of being called a martial artist of our generation. He was magnanimous, daring to take responsibility for his actions. Where did they go? It seems like they've killed their way into the Deacon Palace of the human realm. Mad God Lin Ling, you're still mad. Many people started to discuss among themselves. They stepped out and flew towards the sky. They wanted to know the outcome of this matter. They wanted to know if Mad God Lin Ling could bring justice to those who were wrongly accused. At this moment, heavenly earth was like a paradise. There were tall buildings, green mountains, and clear waters. However, a large number of experts had gathered on this vast island. Obviously, the missions issued by the human realm had all been completed. Those human realm experts had all returned and were waiting for the time to reward them. In terms of rewards, as long as one completed the mission, one would be able to obtain a large amount of merit points. Moreover, one would be able to obtain the title of Mortal Realm's Calamity, bringing honor and pride to the entire realm. However, even though there were many strong cultivators in the heavenly earth, it was extremely silent. All sorts of ambitious and ruthless people were sitting there. Some closed their eyes, some whispered to each other. The 7 emperors of the 7 emperors' world were sitting together and frowning. They were thinking about colluding with the demon clan. Ridiculous. Many of my people have colluded with the demon clan. That's ridiculous. But they have proof, it's difficult to refute them. Emperor Li Shou and the others were furious, but they had proof, so they couldn't refute. Of course, Lin Ling was one of those who had been wrongly accused, so they weren't happy. On the side of Champion University, Sun and Yu Wushuang looked grim. Even though many people from Champion University had been imprisoned in the human world, there weren't many of them. Therefore, they were wondering if they should help those strong cultivators, or if they should just ignore them. In the end, they chose to wait and see. After all, even though those who had been wrongly accused were from Champion University, they weren't their trusted subordinates. More and more people are coming back, whispered someone at that moment. In the distance, a large number of strong cultivators were coming back. They were all smiling. They had finished their tasks and were going to get a lot of points. It's the first time I've seen such a grand ceremony. All the strong cultivators of the human world have gathered. Hehe, Brother Xiaofeng is a strong cultivator of the Central Earth list. This time, in the mysterious world of the horizontal cloud forest, the empty world was sealed. You've done a great job. I've heard that everyone's points will be doubled. Sister Wuxia, you're overpraising us. We were just lucky. Among the experts who had rushed back, several figures were talking in low voices. One of them was Princess Wuxia. With her current strength, she naturally couldn't enter the Middle Earth ranking. Therefore, she looked up to the Middle Earth ranking. The most important thing was that Brother Qiao Feng was a strong cultivator of the Central Earth list. He was pursuing her, so she was happy. Furthermore, the Sky Cloud Forest's secret realm was also one of the most dazzling places in today's rewards. Because, among all the void boundaries, there were less than 5 sealed void boundaries, and the Sky Cloud Forest was one of them. Therefore, Brother Qiao Feng was going to be famous, which made her even more proud. By the way, have you seen crazy god Lin Ling? If I'm not mistaken, he also went to the mysterious world of the horizontal cloud forest. He's a genius from the human world, so he must be dazzling too, said Princess Wuxia suddenly. Said the handsome man next to her. He also knew about the tensions between Princess Wuxia and Lin Ling. He smiled and said, there are many strong cultivators in the horizontal cloud forest. The most dazzling one is Lu Susu from the Purple Alliance and the legendary Dark Angel. As for Lin Ling, I admit that he's a genius from the human world, but unfortunately, he hasn't matured yet. Besides, nobody knows if he'll rise in the future. Therefore, nobody has seen him in the horizontal cloud forest. He's probably just a passerby. Brother Qiao Feng is still the best. At least you've joined the Purple Alliance because it's an honor to be able to join it. Princess Firecloud suddenly laughed. Her laughter was extremely happy. She was conflicted about Lin Ling. In fact, she admired Lin Ling very much. However, Lin Ling didn't care about her, which made her feel humiliated. Therefore, she subconsciously wanted to see Lin Ling's downfall. Now, she finally had the chance. She could also be proud in front of Princess Hu Ling and tell her that her husband was even more dazzling. Rumble. While the crowd was whispering, the sound of thunder came from the distant sky. A mighty dragon turtle battleship swept through the wind and clouds and arrived majestically. Moreover, on the dragon turtle battleship, there were countless people standing there. For a moment, everyone looked over and was secretly surprised. The people who came were very bold. After all, when it came to rewards, everyone had to keep a low profile. However, they rode the dragon turtle battleship and directly entered the heavenly world. This action was undoubtedly extremely arrogant. Subconsciously, many people looked at the dragon head of the dragon turtle battleship and saw a cold young man with an ancient sword on his back. His aura was domineering. What an arrogant young man. Who is he? Chapter 1910. Arriving at Heavenly Earth was in an uproar. Many people's eyes flickered. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest existence in the mortal world, Lin Ling was still a genius of the mortal world. Who didn't know about his arrogance? This Lin Ling the mad god is so arrogant. He dares to ride a battleship in front of the mortal world's giants. Sky Lord, is this the junior who has repeatedly ruined your plans? A voice drifted out from a corner of heavenly earth. Many people looked into the distance. These people's auras were extremely powerful. If it was Wang Ruoxian, they would be the giants of the mortal world. Moreover, there were experts from the Saints' great domain here. North Celestial Emperor, Yuanshi Royal Family, Divine Marquis Mansion, countless immortal clans, Ancient Ji Family, Xianyuan Clan. Every one of them could shake the mortal world with a single move. He's just a dying ant. Sky Lord also looked into the distance with cold eyes. It said that this Lin Ling the mad god is in the secret realm of the Hengyan forest. If I had known, I would have let Cripple kill him. A man from the Divine Marquis Mansion laughed. No matter. He's colluding with the demon race. With the Dark Angel as his witness, he won't be able to escape death. Sky Lord waved his hand. He didn't care at all. In his opinion, Lin Ling was just a passerby in the Hengyan forest. He wasn't qualified to shine at all. Am I right, Dark Angel? Then, the Sky Lord looked at the silent youth behind him. This youth wore a mask and a black robe. He was none other than the Angel of the Night. Sky Lord is right. In the Hungyun Forest, I'm the hero. No one will doubt anything I say. The youth replied faintly. However, he stared at Lin Ling and felt that he had seen him somewhere before. Especially that pair of eyes, he felt even more familiar. Of course, he quickly shook his head. Mad God Lin Ling was just an ant. If he knew that the youth in front of him was the Dark Angel who fought with him, he wouldn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Unfortunately, only Lu Susu and a few others knew about the identity of the Angel of the Night. That was why this young man dared to replace Lin Ling. Rumble. The battleships in the sky were getting closer and closer. However, many experts of the earthly paradise revealed gloating smiles because they knew that Lin Ling had colluded with the devil race. Therefore, Lin Ling still dared to come. Could it be that he had come to throw away his life? Junior sister Wuxia, is he Mad God Lin Ling? That's all there is to it. Watch me teach him a lesson for you, said Xiao Feng indifferently. It seemed as if he wanted to solve the demon in Princess Wuxia's heart. His body was filled with thick battle intent. No, there are too many big shots right now. Princess Firecloud shook her head. I heard that Lin Ling has colluded with the demon race, so no one will object to me taking action. On the contrary, everyone will approve of my actions. You should take a good look at how lowly that so-called Lin Ling is. Xiao Feng stepped out and went toward the dragon turtle battleship. Seeing this, Princess Wuxia did not stop him. In fact, she was also looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling being humiliated. Now, her man was going to defeat Lin Ling. That was the best. Mad God Lin Ling, you are so lawless. You came to the earthly paradise but you are so rude. Do you dare to fight with me? Xiao Feng appeared in the sky and then shouted loudly. Countless eyes were looking at him. Many people were looking forward to it. After the trip to the Mystery Land, many people's strength had increased greatly. They did not know whether the former genius of the earthly paradise, Lin Ling, had also improved his strength. Xiao Feng, an expert of the first rank Wusheng, was also one of the geniuses of the earthly paradise with 100 principles. However, he was not as dazzling as Lin Ling. However, under Xiao Feng's voice, the dragon turtle battleship still moved forward. All the people on the battleship were silent. Lin Ling, you don't dare to speak. No. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads and said. Mad God Lin Ling was arrogant. If someone provoked him, he would not be afraid of a fight. Now that he was silent, it must be that he admitted his strength was inferior to the opponent. Mad God Lin Ling, you don't deserve your reputation. Stop and fight with me. Xiao Feng shouted again. He seemed to have noticed Princess Wuxia's admiring eyes, so he was in high spirits at this moment. Mad God Lin Ling, if you have the ability, fight with senior brother Xiao Feng. In the crowd, Xiao Feng's friends also shouted loudly. Their voices were like waves, which finally attracted the attention of the people on the dragon turtle battleship. Brother, let me. The 9 spirits of heaven stared at Xiao Feng indifferently. Their fighting spirit was also boiling. Lin Ling shook his head and said indifferently, I don't see an ant blocking the way. Does such an idiotic ant want to be valued by the whole earthly paradise? Boom! This voice was not soft, which made the hearts of everyone in the earthly paradise explode. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling did not dare to fight. Who knew that Lin Ling would only see Xiao Feng now? This also showed that Xiao Feng was an ant on the roadside. Lin Ling did not dare to show any interest in him and did not even bother to look at him. Lin Ling, stop the battleship and fight with me. Xiao Feng's face became cold. He noticed Lin Ling's naked disdain. why should I stop? Lin Ling said slowly. Your dragon turtle battleship's defense is so strong. If you don't stop the battleship, how can you fight? You want to use the battleship to fight me. So, won't I be at a disadvantage? Qiao Feng said coldly, which made Lin Ling laugh. He did not know where Qiao Feng's confidence came from. However, if he did not drive away this fly, it would be troublesome. He simply stepped out of the battleship and said, I know that many people want to see a good show. But since I dared to come, I have never thought of leaving. If you want to fight, then come. That's right. Without the battleship, we will have a fair fight. Let the experts of the earthly paradise see how powerful you, the so-called genius of the earthly paradise, is. Green Tornado Fist. Qiao Feng wanted to prove himself. With a punch, all the power of law erupted and formed a huge storm. The so-called genius is not the same. In the past, you were a genius. But in the future, when others get an opportunity, they can also surpass the genius. I, Qiao Feng, followed the Purple Union to fight in the Sky Cloud Forest and killed countless devils. I have already left you far behind. Everyone's blood boiled when they heard this. That's right, a genius is not the same. Qiao Feng will definitely defeat Lin Ling. Sky Lord and the other experts smiled faintly. In fact, although Lin Ling participated in the birthday celebration of Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, they were not clear about Lin Ling's strength. So, they also wanted to see if Lin Ling's strength had improved. Worthy of being senior brother Qiao Feng. Looking at the terrifying storm in the sky, Princess Wuxia clenched her fists in excitement. She even saw Princess Hu Ling on the dragon turtle battleship. So, she was proud at this moment. She believed that from today onwards, Princess Hu Ling would not be able to be arrogant in front of her. Under countless gazes, it was as if Lin Ling did not know how powerful the attacks of 100 precepts were. He actually stood quietly in the sky, not moving at all. This action undoubtedly caused many people to hiss. Lin Ling's strength was not weak. If he had fought back, no one would have been surprised. But he was just standing there without moving? This made people unable to guess. Could it be that Lin Ling was unable to react? Chapter 1911. Condemning Lin Ling Rumble. Astral wind swept Lin Ling and Lin Ling disappeared from the sky. Seeing this, Heavenly World was silent. The gap in strength was too big. Lin Ling was defeated in one move. Qiao Feng was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to get rid of Lin Ling so easily. He couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Heavenly World and said, Sirs, you won't blame me for killing Lin Ling, right? It doesn't matter. He is currently colluding with the devil race. He is a sinner. Killing him is not only a crime, but also a reward of merit points. A voice drifted out from Heavenly World. Qiao Feng finally laughed. His face was indifferent as if he had obtained endless glory. Good, good, good. That's great. Princess Wuxia was also relieved. This was the husband she had imagined. He defeated Lin Ling in front of countless people. It was as if he was stepping on colorful clouds to proudly marry her. Princess Wuxia, this is the Lin Ling in your eyes. Qiao Feng sensed Princess Wuxia's joy. He turned around and said with a faint smile. Princess Wuxia nodded heavily. She was just about to say something but her pupils constricted. She pointed at the person in front of Qiao Feng and couldn't say anything. At this moment, astral wind was still sweeping, but a golden light appeared. Then, a handsome man stepped out of the wind. He didn't make any move but he seemed to have torn apart the terrifying storm law. I have already walked out of the battleship. That's because I don't want to take advantage of you. But your full strength, is that all? An indifferent voice drifted out at the same time. Qiao Feng's body trembled. He quietly turned around. The one standing in front of him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was fine. He was actually fine after being hit by the storm with all his power of law. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I just didn't want to waste time. But you pestered me for this battle, so I will accompany you. But, you have disappointed me. Lin Ling sighed softly, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he walked past Xiao Feng. His golden eyes glanced at Xiao Feng, causing Xiao Feng's entire body, heart, and even blood to tremble. Tianzi. This was the might of the Son of Heaven. It wasn't until Lin Ling walked past him that he asked with bloodshot eyes, "Why didn't you attack me?" "Because you're no match for me," Lin Ling said without even looking at him. His words were calm, but they were filled with boundless dominance and confidence. "You're not my match." The endless echoes were like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to explode. They couldn't believe their eyes. However, they looked at Xiao Feng with anticipation. They thought that Xiao Feng wouldn't give up so easily. However, they were surprised. Xiao Feng stood there trembling and didn't dare to move. He seemed to have lost the will to fight. No one had expected this result, because Xiao Feng had stepped out. They all thought that Xiao Feng would win, and at the very least, he would fight 300 rounds with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling only said a few words and Xiao Feng was defeated. It was no wonder that Lin Ling chose to ignore him because the facts had proven that Xiao Feng was too weak. His full-strength attack couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. On the other hand, Lin Ling only said a few words and a glance, and Xiao Feng didn't dare to fight anymore. How could this be? Princess Wuxia looked at Xiao Feng and then at the young man who looked like an emperor. Her lips turned pale. Lin Ling was a passerby in Sky Cloud Forest. No one had heard of him. Xiao Feng had joined the Purple Alliance and followed the Dark Knight Angel. His strength had greatly increased and his name had shaken the world. But now, a passerby had defeated Xiao Feng with just a few words. This is impossible. Princess Wuxia's faith crumbled once again. Lin Ling, even if he had hidden himself from the world for a year, his pride still existed. He was still someone that she, Princess Wuxia, had to look up to. Rumble. At this time, the Dragon Turtle battleship finally arrived at Earthly Paradise. A large number of experts walked down and followed Lin Ling into the crowd. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The giants of the mortal world looked at Lin Ling. The geniuses and experts of the mortal world looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely calm. Finally, he spat out a few words, "Reward based on merit?" This voice was full of sarcasm. "How dare you? Mad God Lin Ling, you colluded with the devil race and dared to come to the most sacred place in the mortal world." Finally, someone shouted angrily. It was an old man from the ancient Ji family. Colluding with the devil race and helping the devil race to open the void enchantment in Sky Cloud Forest. Lin Ling, you have committed a heinous crime. If I were you, I would immediately kill myself to atone for my sins. Another voice sounded, impeaching Lin Ling. Men, kill him. Gradually, voices filled with murderous intent rose one after another. Countless voices sounded, but Lin Ling was like an immovable king. He did not speak or refute. Instead, the sarcastic smile on his face deepened. As for those who came with Lin Ling, they all looked at Lin Ling in silence. These people have all committed the crime of colluding with the devil race. However, this is ultimately a side of the story. After all, they also helped the Deacon Palace in the mortal world in the past. Therefore, I think that some things should be investigated first. That's right. Rashly convicting them will chill everyone's hearts. On the side of the 7 emperors, someone spoke up for Lin Ling. Colluding with the devil race, kill without mercy. However, on the side of the Sky Master, an expert immediately retorted. Let's see who dares to kill him. Emperor Yu stood up angrily and looked coldly at the side of the Sky Master. It seemed that if there was a disagreement, a big fight would break out. The crowd looked at the confrontation between the giants of the mortal world and was shocked. They did not expect that today, for Lin Ling alone, the Deacon Palace of the mortal world would be stirred up. Enough. However, at this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. The Sky Master stood up and swept his gaze across the crowd. The devil race is invading. The mortal world should be united instead of fighting among ourselves. Otherwise, the devil race will take advantage of us. Therefore, we must put down all our selfishness. For the people, for the pride of the human race, we must fight side by side. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was filled with righteousness. Many people fell silent. As for those who colluded with the devil race, they deserve to die. Today, they can collude with the devil race, tomorrow, they can betray the entire mortal world. Such scum and vermin should be eradicated. Sky Master, you are right. Scum and vermin should be eradicated. However, how can you be sure that they colluded with the devil race? If I think so, then I naturally have evidence. However, there are too many people who colluded with the devil race, so I will not list them one by one. Let's start with Mad God Lin Ling Yen Yeming, third dragon ancestor, come out. The Sky Master said indifferently. This made the people of the Seven Emperors' heaven frown. Could it be that the Sky Master really had evidence? I am Yen Yeming. I made an agreement with Lin Ling in the Sky Cloud Forest. In order to get the devil race's reward, I helped the devil race open the void barrier. However, I regretted it after that. After all, the mortal world is the place where I was born and raised. Therefore, I will surrender to the Deacon Palace of the mortal world. I am third dragon ancestor. I am also one of the people who colluded with the devil race. If the Dark Angel did not interrupt us, I am afraid that we will continue to make mistakes. Chapter 1912. Witness and material evidence, is this true? Lin Ling colluded with the devil race with them? Hearing their words, many people began to discuss. They found it hard to believe. The Purple Alliance can testify to this. Yen Yeming said indifferently. This is indeed the case. Someone helped the devil race and tried to open the void barrier. That person was with Yen Yeming and the others, and the Night Angel defeated them and sealed the void barrier. After a moment of silence, many people in the Purple Alliance also spoke. This matter was obvious to all, so no one could lie. Could it be that Lin Ling really colluded with the devil race? On the side of the Seven Emperors, everyone's faces turned ugly. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Ling. As for the people in the Purple Alliance, they all looked at Lin Ling. They were also puzzled. Could it be that Mad God Lin Ling was that ruthless archer? Mad God Lin Ling, what else do you have to say now? Sigh, I've already turned over a new leaf. Why are you still so stubborn? Yen Yeming and the third dragon ancestor looked at Lin Ling, as if they were Lin Ling's good friends and advised him. Seeing this, everyone was even more certain. As for Xian Di, who was behind Lin Ling, their faces became even more serious. Because if Lin Ling was convicted, it also meant that none of them were wronged. It's not like that. Mad God Lin Ling did not collude with the devil race. At this time, a voice floated out. It was Lu Susu. Hee, I heard that Lu Susu and Lin Ling are very close. Could it be that in order to help Lin Ling, Lu Susu, you are lying through your teeth? The crowd immediately spoke. Lu Susu still wanted to explain, but no one believed her. The Night Angel sealed the devil race's barrier. His words have the most weight. Why don't we ask him? Someone else said. Countless eyes looked at the demon-masked youth, and the people in the Purple Alliance revealed looks of admiration. Night Angel, you have made a great contribution. It's best for you to say it. The Lord of the Sky also stood up and bowed to the Angel of the Night, shocking countless people. As expected of the Sky Lord. He actually put down his pride and bowed to a junior. This is the Sky Lord. He is respected and approachable. I think he can become an existence that surpasses the three great myths. Yes, I think so too. Someone suddenly shouted, causing the entire heavenly earth to cheer. Sky Lord of the Sky Lord, what a good method. The Sky Lords to the 7 gods to hell 9 myths war. This undoubtedly to the Sky Lord God to heaven, this, Sky Lord had made a great contribution to the human realm. And this was obviously the Sky Lord's goal. He had long wanted to become an existence that surpassed the 3 great mythological legends, surpassing the 7 emperors. Sky Lord, you are too generous. I am flattered. Under countless gazes, the Angel of the Night said with a smile. The Sky Lord waved his hand and bowed again. At this moment, I am not the Sky Lord, but the representative of all living beings in the world. You sealed the void barrier, so I salute you on behalf of all living beings in the world. No matter who you are, as long as you can help the entire human world, not only will I salute you, even if you want my life, I will not hesitate. Many people admired the Sky Lord even more after hearing these words. Among everyone, only Lin Ling looked calm, but his eyes were full of sarcasm. He was good at acting, and his acting was very good. Previously, Yen Yeming and the other person said that Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. Now, I can also prove that Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. Sky Lord, you will not accuse him unjustly. Those who colluded with the devil race deserve to be punished. The Night Angel finally spoke, and the spearhead was pointed at Lin Ling. As soon as his words fell, the heavenly world was in an uproar. I didn't expect that Lin Ling really colluded with the devil race. To think that I used to admire him. Who would have thought that he would do such a disgraceful thing for his own benefit? In my opinion, those experts who are as ugly as Lin Ling should all be executed. A large number of angry voices floated out. If Yen Yeming's words were still doubtful, then no one doubted the Night Angel's words. Is he going to die? What a pity. After all, he is one of the geniuses of the human realm. He only has himself to blame. On the other side, the son of Huang and the top expert Xian Di said lightly. Except for Emperor Xiaoyao, no one sympathized with Lin Ling, and Emperor Xiaoyao was not sympathizing with Lin Ling. He just felt that his nourishment was about to disappear. What should we do? Should we save him? On the side of the 7 emperors, Emperor Yu's face was extremely solemn. He wanted to save Lin Ling, but he also knew that at this moment, those lords were also staring at this place, so they could not do anything at all. Mad God Lin Ling, don't you have anything to say? Hearing that everyone wanted Lin Ling to die, the Sky Lord finally laughed. The plan this time was perfect. Not only could he kill Lin Ling, but he could also kill a large number of experts who were against him, and Lin Ling was just the fuse. What was surprising was that Lin Ling did not seem to know that he was in danger. Instead, he took out a wine and slowly took a sip. His calm appearance shocked many people. As expected of the Mad God. If he had not committed such a great crime, with such courage, he would have extraordinary achievements in the future. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, then shut up. After drinking a mouthful of the wine, Lin Ling finally raised his head and looked at the crowd fearlessly. It was as if he had drunk a mouthful of magma. The crowd was silent. They never thought that Lin Ling would still be so arrogant when facing death. Even the Dark Angel's eyes flickered. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling, and he did not expect this ant-like person to be so arrogant. Sky Lord, as expected of a big shot in the mortal world. In order to become an expert above the 3 great myths, you have spent a lot of effort. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Lord and said. Fame and fortune are just a pile of dirt. I don't care about it. My heart contains the people of the world, the Sky Lord replied. Very good. I'm very touched. I'll remember what you said before. As long as you can help the entire mortal world, not only will you bow, but you'll even give up your life. Don't be too full of yourself. Be careful that you won't be able to back up your words. Lin Ling sneered. He looked at the night angel and said, "Have you seen me?" The dark angel stared at Lin Ling indifferently and shook his head. "You should be in the sky cloud forest. Unfortunately, there are too many Xian there. You are not strong enough, so I have not seen you before." His words were arrogant, and many people nodded in agreement. Lin Ling was in the sky cloud forest, and no one had seen him before. He must be a passerby. He had the nerve to ask the Dark Angel if he had seen him before. He was simply overestimating himself. "Very good." Lin Ling nodded. At this time, a powerful expert shouted angrily, "Are you done with your nonsense? You can die now." Chapter 1913. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You know me? Let him speak. The Sky Master waved his hand. He wanted everyone to respect him wholeheartedly, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't cause any big waves. "You said that I colluded with the devil race, and there are witnesses and evidence. However, the Night Angel said that he has never seen me and doesn't know what the so-called evidence is. And Yen Yeming, you said that you formed an alliance with me and reached an agreement with the devil race, but this seems to be your first time seeing me. You don't know anything about me, yet you jump to conclusions. Is this the evidence?" When Lin Ling didn't speak, everyone thought that he had confessed, but once he spoke, his words came out like a cannonball. For a moment, everyone looked at Yen Yeming and Yen Yeming, wanting to see how they would answer because they were witnesses. Yen Yeming and the others didn't expect Lin Ling to refute before he died. They were stunned for a moment, then they laughed loudly. "Lin Ling, are you still trying to shirk the crime? Have you forgotten what you said when you formed an alliance with us? Let me tell you, you'd better confess now. Perhaps on account of you being a genius of the human world, the lords might spare your life. So, you're very familiar with me, and I seem to be a passerby. So, I'm much weaker than you, is that right?" Lin Ling said. Yen Yeming and the others' eyes flickered because it was their first time seeing Lin Ling, and they didn't know Lin Ling at all. They immediately nodded. "So, I'm the weakest in our alliance?" Lin Ling took a step forward and asked again. "Nonsense." Yen Yeming and Yen Yeming shouted at the same time. "Pa!" Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ancient god Empyrean rewarded him. Golden light shone as he punched out with a domineering fist. "Come, let's see how familiar you are with me." Seeing that Lin Ling attacked, Yen Yeming and Yen Yeming's expressions changed drastically, and they exploded with terrifying power of laws to fight against Lin Ling. They didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, but Lin Ling's actions were simply courting death. Crazy, Lin Ling may be a genius of the human world, but how can he be a match for the second and third on the Central Earth list? Many people were shocked, and even the Sky Master was puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. Rumble. However, even though Yen Yeming and Yi Shiwen had unleashed their ultimate techniques, the world-dominating fist was like a hot knife through butter. It actually shattered their power of law with one punch, causing the entire heavenly earth to shake. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. And Yen Yeming and Yeming and Yeming's Yeming and were. "You guys are too weak." The ancient god emperor's Yeming. After all, the two of them weren't Lin Ling's match when they were in Sky Cloud Forest, let alone now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. Boom! The golden protective light of the Emperor's Majesty enveloped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling moved to the third dragon ancestor and punched out. Crack! 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 Panic appeared in the third dragon ancestor's eyes as he retreated and shouted, "Lin Ling, how dare you! You've all colluded with the demon race. Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Boom! Following Lin Ling's angry roar, the third dragon ancestor's body split open, and he exploded. As for the other person, Yen Yeming, his face turned pale. He flew towards the night angel and shouted, "Save me!" However, Lin Ling did not chase after him. He stopped in his tracks and stood there like an immovable wisdom king. The mocking smile on the corner of his mouth became even wider. "Lin Ling, how dare you? Not only did you collude with the demon race, but you even dare to kill people in heaven and earth." Someone from the Sky Master's side immediately roared. "They should know my strength since they formed an alliance with me. However, they said that I'm just a passerby. Don't you think they're slapping themselves in the face? There's only one possibility. They don't know me at all." Lin Ling was fearless and his words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yes. Today's witnesses were Yen Yeming and Yeming. They had formed an alliance with Lin Ling, but they didn't seem to be familiar with Lin Ling's strength at all. Moreover, everyone realized that Lin Ling defeated 2 of the top 3 existences on the earth roll with one punch. With such terrifying strength, how could he be a nobody in heaven and earth forest? For a moment, heaven and earth was silent. The eyes of the Sky Master and the other experts also flickered. They seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling. Facts have proven that those were all lies. As for you, Night Angel, you said that I colluded with the demon race, so you should be familiar with me. Am I right? Lin Ling looked at the Night Angel, and the Night Angel frowned. It was naturally difficult for him to answer because this was the first time he met Lin Ling. Therefore, he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling. However, if he said that he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, how could he prove that Lin Ling colluded with the demon race? What are you trying to say? The Night Angel frowned. As far as I know, the real Night Angel is the strongest expert in heaven and earth forest. Since you said that you're the Night Angel, you should be very strong. Lin Ling looked at the Night Angel and said. That's right. The Night Angel is the strongest expert in the Purple Alliance. This is obvious to everyone. There were many voices from the Purple Alliance. For them, the Night Angel was the strongest expert that they worshipped the most. Of course. If I can become the Night Angel, my strength must be the strongest. I'm the first on the Earth ranking. I can even fight with experts on the Earth ranking. Hearing the voices around him, the Night Angel immediately said. At this moment, he naturally couldn't be weak. You're indeed the Night Angel. The real flag of the Purple Alliance. Many people said. They worshipped the Night Angel even more. The Night Angel's eyes were filled with confidence. It seemed that there were more and more people who believed in him. Very powerful. I also admire the Night Angel. Even Lin Ling clapped his hands. The Night Angel was stunned for a moment. He said indifferently, Are you admitting your guilt? Of course not. However, I suspect that you're not the real Night Angel. Lin Ling said. Everyone was shocked. The Night Angel was a fake? But didn't he already get the recognition of the Sky Master? How could he be a fake? Everyone immediately looked at the Night Angel. They wanted to see the Night Angel's angry face because Lin Ling actually doubted him. However, under everyone's gaze, the Night Angel was stunned for a moment. Instead of being angry, he looked up to the sky and laughed. In order to get rid of your crime, Lin Ling, you're going against your conscience. His voice also floated out, causing many people's eyes to flicker. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. Alright, since you are ranked first on the Central Earth leaderboard, then I would like to see how powerful the so-called Dark Angel is. However, let me warn you in advance. If you, the Dark Angel, are inferior to a passerby like me, then you have no right to be the Dark Angel. Boom! As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, everyone's hearts exploded. Chapter 1914. Dark Angel, please use your full strength. If you're not as good as me, then it means that what you said before was nonsense. So, do you dare to fight? Lin Ling spat out another sentence, causing the crowd's eyes to tremble violently. Even the 7 emperors were not sure if Lin Ling could win. Only Lu Susu, the Crystal 7 Talents, and a few others were able to affirm Lin Ling's words. They laughed. No wonder Lin Ling didn't refute them earlier. It turned out that Lin Ling's intention was very simple. Fight, fight, fight. Dark Angel, defeat him. Mad God Lin Ling, boasting shamelessly. No one thought that Lin Ling could win. Many even thought that Lin Ling couldn't block a single attack. After all, the strength of the Dark Angel was obvious to everyone. End it. The Sky Lord nodded. He naturally didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for the son of the Divine Marquis Mansion. In his opinion, Lin Ling's actions were simply courting death. Alright, since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion nodded. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes because if anyone could defeat him, then he wouldn't be qualified to be called a godly archer. It could be said that in the Sky Cloud Forest, the only thing he was afraid of was the true Dark Angel. Do you need me to give you a handicap? The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion walked forward with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. There's no need for that. You're so thick-skinned. If you let me make a move, who knows what excuses you'll come up with next. Besides, with your strength, you don't have the qualifications to let me make a move. Lin Ling also slowly walked forward. His long black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably spirited. All right. The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion nodded and didn't intend to give him a handicap. Let me show you my talent. Swallow the heavens. With a roar, endless black light shot out like arrows. This was his innate skill, Divine Overlord swallowing the heavens. Combined with the 32 King's arts, it could greatly increase the power of the laws. He pointed his finger, and the black light shot out like an arrow. Obviously, he didn't dare to use his bow here, but he could use his finger as an arrow. And this finger arrow had over 200 nomological laws. It was extremely powerful. As a result, he turned around and left. When the crowd saw how carefree he was, their hearts jumped. As expected of the Night Angel, he was still so powerful and confident. Rumble. The terrifying finger arrow shot towards Lin Ling, and even Wu Sheng, who was in the 6th degree realm, couldn't block it. In an instant, it engulfed Lin Ling and formed a black light screen which changed the color of the sky. Following that, the ground split open and the heavenly earth and sky island seemed to have collapsed. Is he dead? Many people stared at the black light barrier with solemn expressions. They could see that the surface of the black light barrier had laws shooting out like tens of thousands of arrows. It was extremely shocking. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a roar and a sword light slashed out as if it could cut through the sky. World annihilation. Following that dazzling sword light, the black light barrier instantly shattered and melted like tofu. At the same time, a golden-haired, golden-eyed man holding an ancient sword walked out step by step. His imposing manner made many people in the Purple Alliance gasp. So familiar, so familiar. As for the son of the Divine Overlord Manor, he stopped in his tracks and his eyes widened. You can't compare to me in terms of playing. At this moment, Lin Ling held the peerless divine sword and stared at the son of the Divine Overlord Manor with a mocking gaze. You can't compare to me in terms of playing. Crazy. This sentence echoed in everyone's ears. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. It's almost 200 nomological laws, and his talent is 2nd grade divine rank. The giants of the human realm gasped. When did Lin Ling's laws become so strong? As for the son of the Divine Overlord Manor, his expression was solemn. There was actually someone in the Central Earth ranking who could break his attack. You better use your arrow, don't put on an act. Otherwise, you can only be tortured by me. Lin Ling stepped forward. His imposing manner was not only filled with mockery, but also contempt. Of course, it was not because he was arrogant, but because he had already fought the son of the divine overlord manner. Now that his fiend god overlord body had reached the peak, it could be said that his physical body was invincible, so it was not difficult to kill the son of the divine overlord manner. Moreover, the title of Angel of the Night was not something that anyone could achieve. I admit that I have underestimated you. The son of the divine overlord manner said, but his eyes flickered. As an archer, he had to be careful. He was extremely arrogant before because he thought that Lin Ling was not his opponent, but now, he had to face the guy in front of him. Of course, what surprised him the most was that the guy in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. Even if you think highly of me, you are still not my opponent. Take my sword, world-destroying flames. Lin Ling sneered. The sword in his hand spat out flames, as if a dragon was roaring. After reaching the 5th degree of Wu Sheng, the power of his fire law had increased greatly. You are qualified to be called the Angel of the Night when you are below my 2 second-grade divine rank talents. The sword passed through. The space law exploded, the fire law was dazzling, the two combined to destroy the world with flames. What? The son of the divine overlord manner was shocked because he had seen this sword before. It was from the real Angel of the Night. It's him. In the distance, Yan Yeming's face was pale. That terrifying sword almost took his life not long ago in the sky cloud forest. He never thought that the overlord youth was actually the Angel of the Night. Boom! His heart roared. The son of the divine overlord manner's heart exploded. They felt as if they were in a dream because the person they had casually bullied was actually the Angel of the Night that caused them to be in a nightmare. 10,000 arrows, 32 king arts. The son of the divine overlord manner no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling because in the earth board, he was most afraid of Lin Ling. Rumble. The sword passed through, burning and cutting everything. The 10,000 arrows of the son of the divine overlord manner gathered the power of the 32 earthly kings. The law was extremely terrifying, but it barely blocked Lin Ling's sword. Even if it blocked it, the bones in his body were still cracking as they were injured by the sword's sealing aura. Go to hell. He continued to shoot arrows, each arrow was fatal. This is the Angel of the Night? However, his attack was undoubtedly extremely weak in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling held his sword and moved forward. He swung his sword casually and cut down the black arrows of laws. He didn't even bother to block some of the arrows and allowed them to shoot towards him. However, they were blocked by the Emperor's protective aura. Just like that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Abuse. This was pure, unadulterated abuse. Armageddon. Lin Ling occasionally slashed out a sword, but the son of the divine overlord manner could only block it pathetically. It was extremely embarrassing. You're really the Angel of the Night? Why are you so weak? Aren't you number 1 on the earth board? And I'm just a passerby, how can a passerby beat you? Angel of the Night, please use your full strength. Chapter 1915. I am the Night Angel. How could this be? The crowd stared at the scene with their mouths wide open, especially the members of the Purple Alliance. Their faces were ashen because the Night Angel was like a god of war in their hearts. But now, this god of war was being abused by someone else? He's definitely not the Night Angel. Finally, someone said. That's right, the Night Angel is invincible, how could he be such a disgrace? More and more people voiced out. They were all fooled by the Sky Lord. As for the Sky Lord, his face was frozen. Previously, he promised Lin Ling to kill the son of the war god Ho Mansion because he thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. After all, no matter how talented Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to reach the top of the Earth ranking. But now, he realized that Lin Ling's growth was beyond his imagination. Sky Lord, Ancient Ji family, Xianyuan clan, this is the Night Angel that you found? Come on, if you want to find someone, at least find someone decent. I won't even bother to kill such trash. Genesis. Following Lin Ling's domineering voice, a sword with more than 200 precept energy slashed out. Rumble. This sword was Genesis, telling the son of the divine home mansion that in Lin Ling's world, he was the king, he was the night angel. Pfft. The son of the divine home mansion spat out a mouthful of blood, his arm was chopped off. But at the critical moment, a white king's chi soared into the sky, forming a white emperor storm that blocked the sword. This person was the son of the divine home mansion. However, although the son of the divine home mansion didn't die, it was obvious that he was no longer qualified to be the night angel. If you can't even beat me, how can you be the night angel? How can you accuse me of colluding with the demon race? Lin Ling said softly under everyone's gaze. But at this moment, no one refuted him. He used his sword and his domineering aura to prove everything. His potential is so strong, with 2 divine-level talents, this mad god Lin Ling didn't fall, he's rising rapidly. I really don't know how he cultivated, in such a short period of time, he's already dominating the Earth ranking. Looks like we have to be careful. From afar, those peak-stage immortal emperors all had heavy expressions on their faces. Among them, there were a few who were part of the top 10 immortal emperors. But now, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling because Lin Ling's potential was too terrifying. At the same time, in the distance, an old man and a middle-aged man smiled faintly as they looked ahead. That's right. The invasion of the demon race and the great calamity of the mortal world. Many geniuses have grown up. Indeed. Today, not only did the 10 heroes of the immortal emperor realm emerge, a terrifying genius also emerged. It's a pity, that little guy came to the merit hall not long ago and exchanged for some useless treasures. After this is over, I'll have to remind him, especially the 3rd revolution elixir, he can't take it, or he'll fall from heaven to hell. The 2 of them looked at the scene as if they were behind the scene. They were the strongest experts of the mortal world. Great, I didn't expect you to lie to us, almost causing us to slander so many people, you deserve to die. In the silence, a furious roar suddenly rang out. The Sky Lord stood up and waved his right hand, as if he controlled the power of the entire sky, sweeping towards Yan Yeming. That power was so terrifying that everyone present was shocked. Sky Lord, what are you doing? The 7 emperors shouted angrily, but it was too late. Under that terrifying power, Yan Yeming was annihilated and disappeared. This person lied to us, almost causing us to commit a big mistake, so how can we appease our anger if we don't kill him? The Sky Lord said righteously. At the same time, the Divine Marquis not far away also shouted coldly and slapped out fiercely, causing the wind and clouds to change color. The son of the Divine Marquis let out a cry of pain and was slapped to death. You lied to the mortal world, you deserve to die. After that, the Divine Marquis said indifferently. The crowd fell silent. How ruthless, they were supporting the other party just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they killed him. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling, then looked at the Xian Di who were wronged and said, "You've all been wronged, but I'll uphold justice for you." Upon hearing this, those immortal emperors all heaved a sigh of relief. They were truly wronged to the point where they had to fight back. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. As expected of an ambitious person, seeing that things had failed, he immediately put justice before family to protect his reputation. Lin Ling, you won't blame me, right? Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the Sky Lord immediately said and explained himself, "We were all deceived by them, so we treated you like this. If we offended you in any way, please forgive us. Of course, what I did was for the entire mortal world." That's right, we did it for the mortal world. We don't want a traitor to appear in the mortal world. The other giants of the mortal world also agreed, causing the crowd to fall silent. The Sky Lord and the others killed so quickly that no one could refute them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent, finally spoke. I remember that you said before that as long as you help the mortal world, you'll have to pay your respects. Even if I ask for your life, you won't hesitate. Am I right? Of course, we were deceived by the son of the divine Marquis, but I still put down my pride and paid my respects to him. So as long as it's helpful to the mortal world, a mere reputation is nothing. The Sky Lord nodded. That's good. Now, I want you to pay your respects to me. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Lord and said coldly. The other party's plan had failed and he wanted to escape unscathed. How could Lin Ling let him do as he wished? Everyone was stunned. What did Lin Ling mean? He wanted the Sky Lord to pay his respects to him? What do you mean? The Sky Lord frowned. Because I'm the real Night Angel. Lin Ling looked around and said calmly. The entire heavenly earth fell silent. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to know if Lin Ling was joking. However, they were obviously disappointed. However, many people suddenly thought that since Lin Ling could defeat the son of the divine Marquis, he could naturally be the Night Angel. At this thought, everyone in the Purple Alliance became excited. Was Lin Ling the mad god, the cold-faced youth? They had always been curious about the identity of the Night Angel. Had it finally surfaced? You're the Night Angel? The Sky Lord's eyes narrowed. However, he soon realized that Lin Ling was trying to humiliate him by calling himself the Night Angel. That's right, that must be it. The Night Angel is the number 1 on the Middle-earth list. Moreover, you can defeat all the experts on the Middle-earth list. If you're the Night Angel, then you should be invincible in this realm. Therefore, if you want to become the Night Angel, you need to fight 3 rounds. If you win, I'll pay my respects to you. Chapter 1916. Fighting the 3. Moreover, the Sky Master hated Lin Ling to the bone because Lin Ling had single-handedly disrupted his entire plan. In fact, if he had not acted decisively and killed Yen Yeming, he would not have had a good ending. Even so, the reputation he had painstakingly built up was now wavering. Of course, the reason was that he had underestimated Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was an ant-like existence in the sky cloud forest. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength would increase so quickly? The Dark Angel is the flag of the Purple Alliance. He controls many CND on the Earth ranking. He's also the key figure in the seal. Therefore, his identity can't be impersonated. At this time, a cold voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that the speaker was the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Her words were obviously directed at Lin Ling. Hearing this, many people echoed. Although Lin Ling's strength was not bad, it didn't mean that he was the Dark Angel. Of course, many people in the Purple Alliance supported Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was very similar to the Dark Angel in their impression. Yeah, the Dark Angel sealed the Devil Race's seal. He can't be impersonated. But someone did impersonate him before. Why didn't you say anything at that time? Lin Ling smiled and said sarcastically. His words made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression turn ugly. Hee, if the mad god Lin Ling is the Dark Angel, the Sky Lord will lose face. Because he casually found someone to impersonate Lin Ling and slandered the real Dark Angel for colluding with the Devil Race. Such a person has the nerve to say that he's doing it for the common people. Emperor, you said with a smile. Many people realized that this was indeed sarcastic. But now, Lin Ling isn't the Dark Angel. It can only be said that we misunderstood him. Therefore, the Sky Lord should apologize. After all, he's doing it for the common people. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said expressionlessly. Her graceful face was now filled with coldness and arrogance. For the common people? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. What a disgusting person. That's right, I'm doing it for the common people. Therefore, if you want to prove that you're the Dark Angel, then do you dare to fight? The Sky Lord also shouted coldly. At this moment, there was no way out for him. Fight. Prove that you are a dark knight angel. Moreover, if you can sweep through the Central Earth Proclamation, you will be a genius comparable to Huang's child. The human realm's highest enforcer palace will definitely value you even more. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know if he would choose to fight or not. The 7 emperors and the others frowned. They couldn't understand why the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Sky Lord were forcing Lin Ling to fight. Was there something fishy? After all, Lin Ling was able to defeat the son of the Divine Marquis Mansion. His strength had already been acknowledged. Fine, then I choose to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally nodded. Boom! Many people clenched their fists. Lin Ling, the mad god, had decided to fight. He wanted to challenge 3 experts of the Middle Earth list to prove that he was the Dark Angel. Lin Ling hadn't displayed his full strength before. Therefore, everyone wanted to see if the most dazzling genius of the mortal world could shock the mortal world again. I'm not that talented. Let me fight this battle. A burly old man walked out. He was Wu Sheng's stage 6. Presumably, his ranking on the Middle Earth list wasn't low. Then, 2 more people walked out. One was a cold middle-aged man, and the other was an ordinary-looking woman. They seemed to be from the ancient Ji family and Xianyuan family. But what surprised people was that no one had seen these 3 people before. They didn't seem to be famous, and their cultivation realm wasn't higher than Yan Yeming's. How could they defeat Lin Ling? This is helping Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat them. Lin Ling might be able to prove that he's the Dark Angel. Mad God, Lin Ling. Go for it. Many people from the Purple Alliance were excited. Obviously, they had acknowledged that the Dark Angel was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he walked out. Mad God, Lin Ling. Please show mercy. Everything is for the sake of the world. Please forgive us if we offend you. The 3 of them looked at Lin Ling and bowed courteously. Of course, Lin Ling did not take their courteous words to heart. The 3 of them were just smiling tigers. Sure enough, after the 3 of them bowed politely, a cold light bloomed in the depths of their eyes. Dragon of Creation, insightful void. The woman from the Xianyuan clan drew a mysterious trajectory with her hands, and then she slapped out. The sound of a storm rang out, and Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His soul power sensed the terrifying power of law sweeping over. In the next moment, a dragon wrapped around his body. Lin Ling felt that it was difficult for him to move as if he was carrying huge shackles on his body. Confinement law. Lin Ling frowned. At the same time, the old man also shouted coldly, Emperor statue, inner demon. Terrifying power of faith gushed out, and the light of treasures shone brightly. Everything in the world turned into dust, and even the laws were frozen. The light of treasures was extremely mysterious and could break the opponent's power of law. So powerful. Wu Sheng seems to be in the 6th stage, but their laws are unfathomable. Seeing this, many people gasped. Although the 3 people were unknown, they were obviously not pushovers. Great River Sword Burial. At the same time, the last person attacked. The Milky Way overflowed and rolled over, as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down in the sky. Moreover, one could vaguely see white bones rolling in the silver Milky Way. This was the Great River Burial. According to legend, in a remote area of the mortal realm, the dead were buried in rivers. When the dead were thrown into the water, all the power of the dead would be left behind for the descendants to enjoy. This sword was obviously incomparably terrifying as it slashed down fiercely. The power of law had reached more than 200. If the 3 of them were to fight one-on-one, none of them would be a match for Lin Ling. However, they cooperated extremely well, especially the woman who used the divine dragon's bloodline. Her power of insightful void wrapped tightly around Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to move. What was certain was that if the three of them joined forces, even the son of the divine Marquis Manor would fall. No wonder they let the three of them fight. That kind of strength is probably enough to threaten Wuxing's 7th stage. Emperor Li Shou said with a solemn expression. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Ling was clearly a little surprised. However, in the depths of his eyes, that wisp of fighting spirit also became more vigorous. Because, after his strength increased greatly, he also wanted to see where his limit was. Come on! Boom! The golden might of the Son of Heaven erupted. Golden hair, golden eyes, that terrifying aura actually made some heavenly emperor powerhouses have the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. Emperor's Mandate, this is the aura of an emperor's mandate. Chapter 1917. Despicable 3-inch second-grade divine realm, Emperor's aura. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother frowned. Lin Ling's potential was beyond her imagination. Great Emperor Zhai Xing, invincible, dominating the world. Everyone heard an angry roar. Under countless gazes, the formless and colorless hollow void dragon was actually intimidated by Lin Ling's great emperor aura. Lin Ling reached out with one hand and grabbed the dragon's head in the void. His strength erupted, and he tore the dragon apart. You dare to call yourself a dragon in front of me? A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Ling's body. A dragon claw appeared, releasing 25 strands of strength. It tore apart the old man's power of faith. The old man's emperor god statue's heart devil law could break through the opponent's law, but Lin Ling used his physical strength to suppress the emperor god statue's heart devil. Bang! Following Lin Ling's footsteps, the old man's expression changed. What a powerful physical strength! Moreover, he felt a dense emperor's aura pressing down on him, as if he was dominating the world. Dang dang dang. The old man was so shocked that he took a step back. Seeing this, the crowd cheered. They didn't expect the great Emperor Zhai Xing of the ancient era to still be so dazzling in the current era. It was as if he was telling the mortal world that their inheritance hadn't fallen yet. Lin Ling, take my sword. At the same time, the silver river in the sky slashed down. Crashing sounds echoed endlessly. Staring at the majestic sword, Lin Ling took out a peerless divine sword in his right hand. The sword breathed out flames as the fiend god tyrant body's 100-dimensional space sliced around him. The sword's 100-dimensional space also bloomed as the two fused together. Fire, come! What was even more terrifying was that after the space law reached its limit, Lin Ling actually added the power of fire, causing the Yellow Springs flame to burn the world. This sword was even more terrifying than the one he used to defeat the divine Marquis Manor's son. This sword was also the most dazzling sword under the mortal world's giants. World Creation Law. It was said that there was an ancient grand sovereign who could not only destroy the world, but also create it. He could create the laws of heaven and earth, and create the order of the mortal world. What a terrifying sword strike, it's more than 200 laws. Moreover, 2 second-grade divine rank talents have completely fused together. This Lin Ling is worthy of being called a genius of the mortal world. Wuxing is in the 6th degree realm, who else but him? The crowd stared fixedly at Lin Ling, their hearts trembling. That sword was too sharp. Lin Ling had once again shown everyone what a true genius was, and what it meant to fight above one's level. Boom! The sword slashed out like a beam of light. The water of the heavenly river was cut apart, and white bones splattered in all directions. Looking at the overwhelming scene, everyone was incomparably shocked, but they also felt that it was normal, because Lin Ling's talent was at the 2nd grade of the divine rank, and coupled with the large number of laws, who could stop him? We've won just like that. Lin Ling is definitely the angel of the Dark Knight. Even if he's not, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world will admit that he is, because his talent is too terrifying. Many big shots of the mortal world looked serious, as if they could see the emperor of the mortal world quietly rising, with an irresistible force, and no one could stop him. However, the reality was that no one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Is he really the flag of the Purple Alliance? From afar, Princess Wuxia looked at the blonde Lin Ling, and she smiled bitterly. Beside her, Qiao Feng, the bitterness on his face was more intense than anyone else. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was a passerby, and he was the Xian Di of the Purple Alliance. He followed the Angel of the Night and created miracles in the mortal world. These achievements made him especially proud, but now he knew that the person he wanted to surpass, and even trample under his feet, was actually the flag of the Purple Alliance. This caused his previous actions to be overestimating himself, like plucking the hair from the tiger's mouth. Then, he couldn't help but look at Princess Wuxia, and found that she was biting her lips tightly, with a complicated look in her eyes. Princess Wuxia's feelings were complicated. She looked down on Lin Ling, thinking that she could hold her head up high, but in fact, Lin Ling was the strong one above her husband, and her husband also had to look up to him. If Lin Ling didn't lead the Purple Alliance, her so-called husband didn't have the right to be proud. Rumble. The sword slashed down, and the whole heavenly earth shook. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would win, in the billowing dust, a seven-colored light shot up to the sky, and three slender figures appeared again, walking side by side, which was a shocking sight. What? They haven't lost yet? This sudden change shocked the crowd. With the strength of those three people, how could they block Lin Ling's sword? Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, "Wuxing's seventh stage realm?" He sensed that the three people had broken through at the critical moment, and their strength had increased greatly. Moreover, Lin Ling guessed that the three people didn't break through by luck, but had been preparing for a long time. They chose to break through when they chose to fight with Lin Ling. This also explained why the Sky Master asked them to fight. It turned out that he already had a plan. This also meant that the three of them had already stepped into the Earth rankings. Sky Master, you are too despicable. They are Wuxing's seventh stage realm experts, and you actually let them fight with Lin Ling. A terrifying aura swept out, and the people on the side of the seven emperors naturally sensed it, and all of them shouted angrily. Despicable. Yes. As long as Lin Ling defeated all the experts on the Earth rankings, he could become the Dark Angel, but now you actually let the experts on the Earth rankings fight. This is against the rules. Yes. Moreover, those people are so old, and they have been cultivating for a longer time than Lin Ling. Is this battle fair? Yes. Many people from the Purple Alliance also spoke out. Lu Susu, Fire Spirit Princess, and the others gritted their teeth, and their beautiful eyes were filled with anger. They are experts on the Earth rankings, but I'm sorry that they broke through at the critical moment. Faced with everyone's anger, the Sky Master said indifferently. That's right, breaking through during a battle isn't against the rules. It can only be said that the greater the pressure, the faster the increase in our strength. Yes. Now, let's continue the battle. Although we broke through, we are still experts on the Earth rankings. Yes. Lin Ling, if you want to prove that you are the Dark Angel, then continue the battle. Yes. Under countless gazes, the three people changed their initial politeness, and at this moment, it was as if they were baring their fangs. Their murderous intent was also dense, and it made the experts on the side of the seven emperors gnash their teeth, wanting to stop the battle. However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted out, "Let them fight." Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the seven emperors' faces changed dramatically, because they realized that the person who spoke was the person behind the scenes of the martial pavilion. And that person was actually helping the Sky Master? However, with their temperament, how could they support the Sky Master? Everyone fell silent. Since that person had spoken, they naturally didn't dare to refute. After being stunned for a moment, the Sky Master immediately revealed a cold smile. He didn't expect that terrifying existence to support him.